to the Hawks Nest live stream show. My name is Brandon Kane, and nothing better than game day coming at you here, week 3, with our Seattle Seahawks coming back home after a very nice win there against the Steelers last week on the road, taking on the Saints team that you cannot overlook, that is a little tougher than their 0-2 record may indicate. And then also on the counterbalance side of it, your Seattle Seahawks came into this week looking like they were going to be fine health-wise coming off that last game. And then some guys got dinged up, and then Jackson gets a cold through the week, and it starts getting a little bit dicey there at the end. So also maybe lowering down a game that you might think and take for granted looks a little bit easier on paper. It looks a little bit tougher. We're going to have to go out there and earn this one today. It's going to take the best effort from the team, and let's face it, at home recently, it's not always been smooth sailing, has it? So hopefully they can take back a little bit of that control there. I appreciate y'all watching today. This show is brought to you by Sleeper, awesome app out there with fantasy and all that other stuff with the daily. They've been so kind to hook up with us this year, and I'm very proud of that. We've got a couple of picks on the table here today, which I'll go through with you, but Sleeper is indeed coming to the state of Washington. I know right now there's some limitations on using this app, but in October you will be able to use it in full. Sleeper's the best way to experience and connect over sports together. It's a one-stop shop for all your sports needs. You can celebrate and chat on games in real time with other users, get the fastest scores, blazing fast news and alerts right at your fingertips, play in fantasy leagues, and win real money on pick contests. So you can enjoy the sports the way they were meant to be enjoyed together. Download the #1 sports app today. And that is, of course, Sleeper. Use my code today, N-E-S-T. That's NEST. They'll match up to 100% of your first deposit, up to $100. That's $100 from me to you through the app. Win, win, win. Get a little bit extra dough in your pocket, sponsor the show at the same time, and hey, maybe even have a few picks out here that you're able to lay and get a little bit of money here. Got the Eagles trying to win this game against the Rams and bringing it back at the end down 26-21 with 1:55 to go. They're knocking on the door. My picks for today, you can see that you get sort of this pick on sale that they'll throw you, which was my Tua Tagovailoa. I know that he's not throwing for a lot of yards, but he'll throw for more than 0.5 yards. As you see, I'm already hitting on that one. So I need just 3 more picks, with Brandon Cooks getting more than 16.5 receiving yards today, 220 passing yards for Darnold, and also more for Kupp on the 41.5 receiving yards, and I will make a nice little pull on that. I've got a secondary one in this one with Rattler and Kamara, and then Walker, in addition to that, with Charbonnet, of course, out in this game due to the injury. But please do use my code today. Thank you to Sleeper for sponsoring the show. And again, in October, this is supposed to be really opening up to you in Washington in full at that time, just as a FYI. Everyone's having a great day today. I get to check in with you guys here. Let's make sure we're all good to go on some of my sides of things here. We've got about 9 minutes to go here before the start of the game for your Hawks and Saints. 1:51 to go in the fourth quarter with the Rams and the Eagles. It is going to be 4th and goal here from the 4-yard line. So here you go. Hurts back in shotgun with an empty formation. Rams going to stay with their front 4. Oh, they're bringing a late blitz. No, are they threatening it? Boy, he's disguising it well. Yeah, he's just doing a little delay thing. Touchdown, Eagles. Devontae Smith on a little out route. Gets the score. There's still 1:48 to go on the clock in that football game, though, so we'll see how that one continues to shake out. Brian Myers, how you doing? It's good to see you. I was in Europe for 5 weeks, Scotland, Iceland, and also Nordic countries. I'd like to at some point. It's kind of like a bucket list thing, Brian, for me too. Be able to get out there and be able to do that. Paulie 704, how you doing? Herbicide, Sean S, Brian Kennicott, hello. 12th man off the grid in Alaska says, let's go blue and green. Let's go blue and green. Chris, how you doing? Indeed, the Eagles bringing it back, getting the lead there out in Philadelphia in a game that the Rams really had thoroughly in control. They're going to do a 2-point attempt here to try to get this extended to a 3-point lead. Gibson, I feel good about the win last week. We need to start winning some games at home. You're not going to go anywhere fast if you cannot win football games at home. And it has been a little bit of a picadillo here for your Seattle Seahawks recently, trying to get the job done at home. You've played some tougher opponents. That's been a bit of it. But as well, it'd just be nice to start to take some of this back a little bit, wouldn't it? Give the fans something, a reason to get in that stadium and go cheer a little bit more often rather than some of the opposition coming in there. James says, it's funny. You just came up on my phone without me touching it. I have some gifts. I haven't told you guys all about the gifts I have, James. I don't want to freak you guys out. Okay. They go a little bit, beyond the human capacity. Let's say that. So I keep it under lock, but I know you need to watch. So it's like I do a little thing in my brain and just astrally, boop. I even know your code. I know your code too. How does he know the code? Best not to ask questions. Megan in the house. It's good to see Megan. 4 days to the trip. Let's go. Sorry too, Megan. The other day I wasn't trying to push off that we were having the member call and we got stacked up on it. So I hope I didn't get you off there too fast on that the other day. It was good chatting with you and have a great trip out there to that Back to the Future here. Just a couple days away. Man, it's knocking right on the door, isn't it? You're going to have a great time. Great time. It's good to see you though. William Leonard, thank you for the $5 donation. Starting us off right in the house. Appreciate you. William says, rate my game time snack setup. Smoked Gouda cheese, I'm with you. Hard salami, I'm with you. Triscuits, with you. Onion dip spread, I'm basically with you. Check Pilsner beer. I think I'm like a 9.4 out of 10 on that, pretty much. Is it what I would go to? Like, is it the way I would craft up my table in the same way? Maybe not, but would I turn down any particular parts of that table once I get into game time form? No, I would not. I would be sampling all of that. So, I mean, that's at the end of the day, that's the ultimate determination of whether or not it's good snack setup, in my opinion. Stafford throws a little bit behind his man on a route there, so it's going to be second down and 10. We're about 5 out from our Hawks playing here shortly, so we'll get a little bit of quad box action here on the red zone. The Packers tied up with the Browns, just can't get them to go away. Texans mounting an incredible comeback against the Jaguars. Stafford drops back to throw, hits Puka Nacua on 2nd and 10, but he's going to be about a yard short, bring up third down, 1:30 to go in the fourth quarter of that football game. Sean S., how you doing, man? Sean's sweating bullets right now. Bullets! Handoff inside here. How do you not know that's going to be a handoff from an Eagle perspective? Looked like they were expecting it to be a pass. It's going to be good. The Eagles did not get the 2-point conversion, by the way. So 26-27. This could be for a game if Stafford and company can drive this ball into field goal range. Stafford back to pass. Back foot. Puka again. Just Puka. 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 Jay Melfair, good luck today, folks. Thank you, Jay Melfair. Appreciate it. We need it right now with the way we're playing at home. See, Lord Bravos, how you doing? No letdown. That's right. No letdown. Keep it up. Stafford dropping back to throw. He's feeling it. He's feeling it. Has a man wide open. Puka again. Whoa, wide open. Don't tell me you got that guy that wide open and you held. No, you didn't. Good. It's like the whole Rams staff was jumping up and down like they thought he held. And the Browns and the Packers just missed a kick. Just missed a kick. Might have gotten a little hand. No, he got it blocked. Got it blocked. Come on, pick that up. Can't you pick it up if it blocks like that? Yeah, that thing got blocked. So the Browns here. Very interesting. Boy, the game started out in the first opening action. It was kind of like boring, but this stuff's gotten very interesting, very quick. Stafford completes a very fast little in-breaking route there to winning him. And it's going to be another 3rd and 1. You got to know this is a run now. You got to know this is a run. Get up there. Get up there. Get up there. Wow. Eagles got hit on 2 3rd and 1s. Kind of fitting. Team that lives in 3rd and 1. Getting owned on 3rd and 1 on that drive. Foster Wall in Scotland. Yikes. Nathaniel Crenshaw, how you doing? It's good to see you. Jordan Cropper. Hello, hello, hello. Come on, miss this kick, Rams kicker, please. Yeah. Jake's going to be just insufferable in this one. I know it. Getting some Seahawks gear. Hell yeah. I mean, how you doing? Let's go, Brando. Let's go. Please do, folks, as you walk on in today, hit that like button as you walk in the door. Just all you got to do is tap it. Just a little slight, just a baby tap. Baby tap will get it done. It will. Just that little tippity tapper. You know what I mean? Tippity tapper. We got 2 minutes here, and our Hawks will be starting up soon. We'll see what the Rams are going to do here. They've got a 1st and 10, and they're going to keep working it here a little bit. See if they can get this thing a little bit closer. Understandable, I suppose. Oof. Nice coverage down the field again, throwing at Puka. Boy, I'll tell you, it's Puka, Devontae, Puka, Devontae, Puka, Devontae. They work those guys just all game long. They're going to have a field goal attempt here shortly. 1 sec, let me get the game here for us, actually. Give it a second here. Browns are in field goal range here with 2 seconds left, and the Packers, they might have a potential field goal attempt option here. Boy, Puka takes some just hard landings. 2nd down and 10. Probably going to be a run play here. Load up for the run. No, yes, it is a run. Man, the Eagles' run defense leaky on this final drive big time. Stafford's made a couple of throws, but it's been the run game a little bit, just mixing it in. That's a big 7 yards they just got there. Make this kick a lot easier. A lot easier. Shadowbot, thank you for 26 months over 2 years as a Hawks Nest member. I really, really appreciate that. He says, go Hawks. Hey, go Hawks. Come on, let's get it. Let's get it today. William Leonard, thank you for the $2 donation. William says, will there be a return of the Crow's Nest channel? Yeah, I think there will. I'm going to, if the Mariners get into the playoffs, I'm going to stream the playoff games, which is like a 99% chance they get in at this point. So I will be streaming the Mariner playoff games here on the channel within the next week or two. But then by next season, probably we'll try to, ramp back up the Crow's Nest action a little bit if we can. Rams will set up for the field goal attempt here. And we got the start of the game here, so I got to bounce over 1 second. Saints are going to start out with the ball here. I'll get you updates on the other games in just 2 seconds as we kick this one off here. 1st and 10 from 31. Roll out for Rattler. He's going to come back in space and hit Olave for a gain of about 10. Thank you, though, William, for the double donation. And yeah, so probably not this year we'll get it going on the Crow's Nest side, but I will be probably getting it back by next spring. Try to kind of load it up a little bit more for that one, I think, as we can. Polly 704, thank you for 11 months, almost a year as a member. So stay healthy today. Got to have it, man. Got to have it. We need the health to hold. Hand off inside here to Kimura. He's got a little bit of a lane to work with, and he's going to get 4 or 5 yards before Woolen brings him down. 1st down for the Saints. Seahawks secondary is very light today. Down 3 bodies in the secondary. The Saints, conversely, on their side are down 2 bodies on the offensive line with Penning and Fuaga. 1st down and 10. Ball at about the 47-yard line in Saints territory. Hand off inside to Kimura. Kimura bouncing around as he does. Not able to find much daylight, though. Only about a yard gain. Spoke to the injury situation as it stands coming into this game. Zach Charbonnet with a toe injury. Hopefully not that dreaded turf toe. Julian Love out with a hamstring. Nick Imawari still coming back off that ankle. Devin Witherspoon still coming back off that knee. Nick Callerup, Connor O'Toole, and Mason Richmond also inactive. No surprise with those particular ones, but the secondary is the one to watch in this game as you are a little bit weakened here. 2nd and 9, pistol look here for the Saints. Rattler a handoff again to Kimura. Kimura bounces it outside. Seahawks. Nice job by Job to knock him out of bounds, but a good gain there by Kimura. He always seems to break that first tackle, well, with almost an effortless fashion to it. The guy just seems to slide off of them. We had Drake. There's that Drake Thomas there. He's trying to get off the block. Why is Drake out there? Why is Drake Thomas out there on an early rundown? 3rd down and 2. Looking to throw here. A little bit over the head of Juwan Johnson. Nice play by Josh Jobe. Even if Johnson made the catch there out in the flat, Jobe might have cut him down there before you get to the first down. And the Saints are going to be aggressive here. You're 0-2. Why not, I guess, huh? Got to be careful here that they're not trying to get you to jump off sides. 12:26 to go in the first quarter. Saints opening drive. Yeah, again, no Tyrese Knight. Drake Thomas out instead of Tyrese Knight, interestingly enough. Seahawks stack the box here. Saints are going to try to throw it. Rattler rolling out. He's got a man wide open, but can't quite get it there to him. A little bit overthrown there to Kimura. Kimura kind of started to turn his body around rather than just run underneath the ball. I think he might have mistracked that thing a little bit in the air. He was wide open. I don't know if I'd have to go back and watch again to see for sure if he could have, if he had not maybe, he's kind of running, and then he sort of stops and turns, and then the ball goes over his head. But you kind of wonder on those ones if the guy just goes full on the whole way, if he doesn't get a chance to, catch it. But yeah, a little bit lucky there on that one. That was definitely a play that worked for the Saints. I'm sure Kellen Moore sitting there going, "That's just how I dried it up. Come on, you got to make that catch, big dog. Got to make that catch." And let's go. The Philadelphia Eagles. Let's go. Philadelphia Eagles, 33-26, take down the Los Angeles Rams in a game that looked like the Rams were going to have that thing controlled kind of from the onset a little bit there, and able to hold on. Well done. Very, very well done there. Likewise, your Seattle Seahawks here are going to be able to take over with very good field position there after that 4th down attempt. Early games, Vikings absolutely destroyed the Bengals 48-10. I think they had like 3 fumbles in just the last 2 minutes of the second quarter. So it's kind of crazy. Jets are making it interesting on the Buccaneers. Buccaneers up 26-20. Mike Evans did go limping out of that game. We've got part of the other early action in this game. As I said, the Eagles were able to take on the Rams in a very entertaining football game. The Raiders fell to the Commanders 41-24. The Jaguars, another game worth watching if you get a chance on replay this week. Jaguars took down the Texans. They go to 2-1 quietly, interestingly enough there, and the Texans fall to 0-3. The Browns 13-10 over the Packers in a stunning upset that lost a lot of people, I'm sure, some money on that one. Colts take down the Titans 41-10, another 40-burger there. The Patriots lose to the Steelers 21-14. Steelers go 2-1, and the Panthers surprise the Falcons. Falcons go to 1-2, 30-0. 30-0 in that game. Kind of nutty out there in some of the action here in the early weeks here, but today was a bit of a strange one on some of these games. How about the Browns, though, taking out the Packers? I mean, they just couldn't find anything offensively. And, I hearing again about how many people just gushing over sort of Jordan Love league-wide, some of the circles, kind of just keep waiting for that thing to fully turn on, don't you? Like, it's on. It is on. But you're like, can we get the brightness up on this just a little bit? 1st and 10. Handoff inside to Walker. Nowhere to really go there. He'll be pulled down, maybe about a half-yard loss there. Tried to just hit the A gap, and already there's penetration. $11:53 to go here in the first. 2nd and 10. Darnold back in shotgun. Saints showing a blitz here. They're bringing it. Darnold, wow, gets through it. Keeps his head up. Finds a man down the field. He's got Jackson. Jackson with the catch. What a play by Sam Darnold. He was dead to rights. Didn't see the blitz coming. He didn't. The guy was on the line of scrimmage threatening, but I almost think he just didn't see it's coming. Walker didn't give out the best of efforts in pass pro. So he's just dead to rights, and he just kind of fights through the tackle, steps up strong, looks like he's going to then clear to go run, keeps his eyes up, just kind of stops himself a little bit, throws off balance, and puts a nice ball down the field to Jackson Smith-Njigba. 1st and 10. Here we go. Walker hit just as he crosses the line of scrimmage for a gain of about 1 or 2. Beautiful play there by Sam Darnold there on that prior play. Wow. 2nd out of 9. Saints stacking the line of scrimmage here. Hand off to Walker. He's looking for a hole. There's nowhere to be found. You just had a pile of bodies up on the line of scrimmage there prior to the snap. Saints sort of taking the page out of the Steelers playbook from last week, where they're going to attempt to try to, seemingly kind of clog up that line of scrimmage and force Seattle to beat them with the pass. 3rd down and very long here. Not what you want necessarily. Ideally, is you run twice on 1st and 2nd down and end up in a 3rd and 8. But it has been a bit of the story here for the Hawks here early season, is a lot of these. Saints threatening a blitz. Sam dropping back to throw. Got to get the ball out of your hands. Ball's going to be tipped down at the line of scrimmage there. 4th down. Got a flag on the play. Sam's pointing to the Saints. Saints arguing. Looks like it might be on them. Officials are going to discuss this. Don't you wipe that off the board. Don't you dare wipe that off the board, you son of a bitch. Don't you do it. Don't you do it. Ooh. Got a personal foul. Brian Breezy. Breeze. He said, what'd I do? What'd I do? I take him off the field. Are we going to show it? These telecasts sometimes. Come on. I mean, I don't know. He got in Zabel's face, like they're talking trash, and that's soft. We got bailed out on that one. That's a big bail. That's a big bank bailout right there. That's a 500 billy. Play action pass, rolling back across the formation is Darnold. He's got a man. Touchdown, Seahawks. They gave you a gift. You run wrap that package. Hey, let's go. Jackson Smith-Njigba. Sam's favorite target. He's got a favorite son, and the rest of them just don't eat. Jackson with a touchdown. Sam back across the formation off play action, back across his body. Delivers a strike in there to Jackson. Nice throw there on the run. He puts that in just the right spot. It's not necessarily the spot of just hitting Jackson where he's putting the ball in his hands to make the catch. It's putting the ball in Jackson's hands, so it's right here in where he can cradle that thing and then also get into his run, get into the end zone. Not put it back across his boundary. He's got to leap up and get it, but you put that thing right down in the spot where he instantly can just turn it right back upfield and go get that touchdown. Jackson Smith-Njigba, best wide receiver in the league, says the chat. I'm not going to say I'm disagreeing through first 3 weeks of this season. I'll tell you that. I ain't pushing back on that. Paulie, again, thank you, man, for the 11 months, almost a year as a Hawks Nest member. Do please stay healthy today, Hawks. Gonna come out of this little, just good, nice win. If we can get it, nice health, that'd be good. I always wonder, Martin Lawrence, thank you for the $5 donation. Martin, it's an NFL Sunday. Where else to be but on the chat for the Hawks Nest live play-by-play. Go Hawks from Ireland. Well, thank you for that so much. It's great to see you in the house too, Martin. And I always love it. Like I said, we are a fan base in Seattle that is worldwide. I can attest to that. From Scotland to England, down to Brazil, out there into China's and your Koreas and your Japans, out down to Australia. We are everywhere. We are worldwide. Worldwide, I tell you. And I love that about us. So, man, great. Thank you for the donation, man. Glad you can check in here. And let's go, Martin. Not a bad opening drive there by a Hawks. I'll take that. It was a gift. The 15-yarder was a gift. But I'm not turning down no gifts. I'm going to wrap that thing. I'm going to wrap it with my teeth. Ski Nation, thank you for the $5 donation. I agree with him on this. He says, let's just go get a good old-fashioned stomping 4410.
Enough said.
Let's just not play around today. Let's not mess about. Let's not do, let's not like, we're going to do a little good here, a little bad there, a little good here. Good. Let's just jump in and go take this thing here. Okay? No mess about. Let's a little statement game, okay? Oh, 3/5 our secondary down? Check this. Check this. Forrest Allred, thank you for subscribing to the channel. Forrest, welcome aboard the Hawks Nest. I appreciate you for doing that, folks. We may just crank by today. It's going to be a very special day at the Hawks Nest. Hopefully because we get the win. Hopefully because the rest of the division loses. And with the exception of the Cardinal Rams or the 49ers Rams because they play each other. But also because we may just cross 20,000 subscribers today. We're right on the precipice, I'm telling you. So thank you, Forrest, for helping us get there just a little bit closer. I really appreciate you for that. Frogman46, thank you for the $2 donation. Says, hey, that makes 2 games with an opening touchdown score. How about that? Great little factoid there from Frogman. Thanks for the dono. Kickoff here. We'll go deep to the 8-yard line. Oh, man, he just ran into the back of his man and fell down. That looked awkward. But how about that? You went 22 straight games before last week without an opening touchdown drive. And then last week you got your first one to finally break that spell. And then, I think Alvin, they showed a great angle there on that Alvin Kamara drop. I think he could have kind of kept going, and he just that's what you get the running back. He's good as he is out of the backfield. You know, those guys are not like receivers tracking the ball down the field. But then 22 games, you broke the spell last week, and you march it second straight game with a touchdown drive. How about that? Great fact. Quick throw here by Rattler on first down. It'll be a gain of about 7 or 8 yards there. Look at that, Frogman. Wu-Tang Financial, thank you for the $5 donation. Wu-Tang, it's good to see you in the house too, brother. It says, the JSN show is in a theater near you. Darnold making big boy plays. Let's go. Hey, how about that, huh? Coming to a theater near you. Shotgun look here, 2nd and 2. Handoff to Kamara. Seahawks put a pile of bodies up there. Jaron Reed grabs him around the waist and rips him back behind the line of scrimmage, saying, no forward momentum for you, little man. Coming this fall, a route ninja enters the Pacific Northwest. 3rd down and 1. Quick, up-tempo look here from the Saints. Handoff quickly in place. They're going to try to get it to Kamara. Kamara's going to be drugged down. Short of the first down. Let's go, Seahawks. Wonderful play in there by Leonard Williams, and he says, not. Now, are the Saints already going to be doubly aggressive here in their own territory once again, deciding they're going to go to it? Big balls, Kellen Moore. They grow the balls big out there in Boise, I suppose. He's going to go for it. 4th and 1, 8:15 to go in this first quarter. Again, be careful of them trying to get you to jump off sides here. Crowd, get loud. They're going to come up for the tush push. I don't know if he got it. Oh, we got a false start. False start on the Saints, but I don't know if he got it. If he didn't get it, you're going to decline this, and you're just going to take the ball. The initial mark by the referee was short. Well, wait, you could just, oh, no, because it's just no play. I'm dumb. I'm not too smart. It's just no, it's a no play, right? It's not like defensive offsides. Still, this is going to force them to punt, though. Great stop, though. You had that thing stopped even if they didn't get there. Bold choice by the Saints to go up there and sit for about 13 seconds before they hiked the ball there. I know they were trying to get him to jump off sides, but that just sort of, that doesn't help on a play like that, which there's got to be more of a rhythm as you get up to the line on that. You see the Eagles just, you come up, boom, you go. You don't sit there and like a deer in the headlights, just kind of sit there. Here's the punt, drives Tory Horton very far back into his own end zone. He brings it up with some space to work. Horton's loose in the open field. Horton's still down the football field at the 50, at the 40, at the 30, at the 20, at the 10. Tory Horton is going to go in for a touchdown. Seattle Seahawks are lighting it up today. Horton grabbed that ball at about the 4-yard line in his own shadow of his end zone. And he said, oh, you didn't just give me that much space to work with, did you? You didn't just out-kick your coverage, did you, Mr. Punter? But indeed he did. Let's go for the rookie. 2 weeks in a row for a touchdown and the dynamic element we've been promising for you for Tory Horton since training camp. We've been telling you, man, there's just something different about this kid. He got the cut. He made one cut, got upfield, stretched it back out. Beautiful punt return by Tory Horton, the 5th rounder out of Colorado State. Got his first touchdown receiving last week. He's like, all right, check. First punt return touchdown next week. All right, got it. Check. Let's go. Let's go. 14-0 Seahawks. Game's just barely begun. Well, just getting warmed up. Yeah. It's just getting started now. Oh my God. Here we go. Let's go, Wu-Tang. Thank you for the $5, man. Jackson Smith. Hey. Let's go, Jackson. This guy's, he's making his case. Somebody else said he's making his case right now. You tell me a better wide receiver right now through the first 3 weeks of the season. Jordan, thank you for the $5 donation, Jordan, as well. Says, Rams got punched in the gut and then trampled. Love to see the big man touchdown to end the games. It's always a good ending when you can see one of your main division foes falling in such a fashion. And they had that game on the road. They looked like it was going to be a game where, look, you guys got us twice last year. You ain't getting us this year. We're a better team this year. We're more prepared. We're not going down again. And they had that sort of vibe through that whole game to the Rams. And then just things started to kind of slip away. The Eagles kind of realized that A.J. Brown existed. And there you go. Down backslide you go a little bit. You can't really shake a finger at the Rams too much because you played a good game overall on the road in one of the toughest places to play against one of the toughest opponents to play in the NFC. And so, they want to win that game for sure. But I also think that's not one where you look at it like I think the Packers do with the Browns game where you're like, what in the name of God happened? What did we do? What did we do? But it's a beautiful thing, my man. Beautiful thing. Martin Lawrence, thanks for another $5 donation, Martin. I want us to get ahead and then crush the Saints early. I don't want us to let them hang around. A touchdown inside the first 6 minutes is a good start. So he's feeling this start. I'm feeling his energy. I feel like Martin's kind of coming from the Conan perspective on this one.
Crush your enemies, see them driven before you, and hear the lamentation of their women.
I'm just getting a little of that vibe, Martin, and I'm feeling it. I'm feeling it all the way, I got to say. Not partially, 100%. I'm going to go beyond 100%. I'm going to go 100 and 150%. I know it's not mathematically possible. I'm making it mathematically possible. We're going 150, Martin. Let's go, man. How about 2 touchdowns? That works too, huh? Brian Kennicott, thank you for the 24 months as a Hawks Nest member. He says, wait, you mean there's more than one China? And we don't get French benefits? Go Hawks. No, we don't. We should get some international stuff going down there, Brian. International bennies. That wouldn't be too bad, huh? But sadly, we don't. Another kickoff about the 8-yard line, same place as the last one there from Myers, taken up there, and decent return there by Kendry Miller to the 33-yard line. 7:25 to go here in the first quarter. What a hell of a return there, and great block out in front. What a beautiful, beautiful, beautiful thing that was. It's going to be a long field your offense has to deal from there too as well. You know, Julian, don't be jumping like that, man. You got a hammy. Stop jumping like that. It's like, don't blow the hammy out. When we got you inactive, he's up there leaping like he's trying to touch the back of the backboard on celebration on the punt return. All right, shotgun look here now. False start. Thank you. Yes. That noise, maybe, huh? Rookie Kelvin Banks going, man, is it really this loud in here? It's like, is it like this all the time? Like it's the whole game is going to be like this. Are they pumping it in? They're pumping it in. Like, where's the speakers? How can I turn my head away from the speakers they're pumping the noise in from? Which way do I got to angle my head? They're not? All game? All right. 7:25 to go in the first quarter, 1st and 15 for the Saints at their 27-yard line. Pistol look here, play action. Rattler is going to throw a little screen play out in space. Held up for a second there before he's taken down by Tyrese Knight. Gain of about 4 or 5 yards there. I think that was Job got a hand on him, kind of slowed him down. Threw off a little of the rhythm of the play. 2nd out of 10. Saints, 10 plays so far, 5 runs, 5 pass. Play action pass here. We got another penalty marker. poor Uchenna Nwosu there. He came around that edge just roaring off the snap. He looks like he probably had a sack. And another false start here by the Saints as he was Chris Olave jumped that time. But boy, I think Uchenna was like, I got to go eat. He was ready. He had his fork and his knife. He tucked his napkin here. The official's like, no, dead play. 4th penalty already for the Saints. None for the Hawks here. A lot of these pre-snap too. Shotgun look here for Rattler, 3 wide. He is dropping back to throw. Pressure's coming. Rattler's going to run with this and get cut down. We got another flag here up, though. You do wonder about maybe holding there in the pocket. Derek Halls is letting him know. Yeah, you held me. Well, back and forth between him and Kelvin Banks. Banks having a rough opening here. So then he falls into the trap where he false starts, and then you have the thing happen where then you go, okay, don't false start. But now you're going to be a beat late getting off the snap because you're trying to be sure you don't false start. And now you're a hair slow getting to the edge and meeting Hall out there. Now you got to hold him. 2nd and 25. That's the beauty of the noise in that stadium, folks. 2nd and 25. Shotgun here. They're going to go with a little bit of a bubble screen to Shaheed. Beautiful play by Kobe Bryant. Boy, that thing looked like it was going to go for 10, and he took that down to like 3, just hustling his butt over to wrap up the ankles of Shaheed before he could get going. Boy, Bryant just kind of appeared out of nowhere there on that play. 3rd down and 21 for the Saints. Dropping back to throw. Pressure again mounting around Spencer. He's going to throw it out into the flat here. And woo! Nice stick. We've got another flag there. Hopefully it's not a late hit there on Rattler. Nope. Another hold on the Saints. All right. They'll decline that. Asim Richards with the hold at that time. That's Uchenna Nwosu just hit him with a long arm. Yeah, he hit him with a long arm and then slid off to a dip. So long arm, and then you dip up under. And boy, he had that guy completely sold on the fact he was getting long arm bull rush. So here's the dangerous one lined up now again. Tory Horton back deep here. Saints calling some protections out here. Block punt! Punt's blocked! Ball's going to be knocked around before it's down there at the 10-yard line. Seahawks special teams coming in big, baby. It felt like the Saints sensed that something was up. Something was rotten in Denmark. And they had their protections. They were adjusting prior to the snap. But you just saw the Seahawks have a free runner off the edge. And maybe that's what they did with that. It's going to be interesting to see how that breaks. D'Anthony Hall came in there. Or I think it's Bell, sorry. And he just was, that's as unblocked as you get coming off the edge. Seahawks just couldn't pick that ball up. That thing's slippery when you're trying to run and pick it up, I'll tell you. Let's go. Special teams coming up huge. Sam and company back out on the field at the 11-yard line, back in shotgun here, throwing it over to Cooper Kupp. Cooper Kupp out of a bubble screen look here. He's getting up the field nicely for a good 7-8 yard gain there. D'Anthony Bell. He probably thought, is it Christmas? You're not going to block me as the edge? Second down and 2 for the Seattle Seahawks here, knocking on the door. Can you hear me knocking? We got a Saints player down over on the sideline here. 4:40 to go in the football game. Shadowbot, thank you for the $2 donation. Says Tory Horton, kick return touchdown. Let's go. What a big play that is in this kind of game where you want to get up on an opponent like this. You want to give them every reason in the book to put the effort away today. Hey, today's maybe not our day. Let's protect our body. Take their spirit. Take their soul. I want their soul. I want their blood. Derek, the Seahawks Lightning fan, thank you for the $2 donation as well. First punt return, touchdown since 2015. It's been a while. It's been a while like a Stain song. It's good to be back. And I have a little bit of a feeling with Tory Horton, this is not going to be his first one, Derek, but the first one of many. This kid, you saw it on his tape coming out of college. It was the extra element that he gave you. It's part of why it's so weird that we were able to get this kid in the steal position we did in the 5th round, being that he's got a lot he brings as a wide receiver, a ton. He can be a complete wide receiver, outside, inside, dynamic after the catch, really good route runner, fast enough with a kind of 4.44 kind of speed to him on the field. But then he's also really, really dynamic as a punt returner too. Oh, that little extra cherry on top. Not a bad cherry to have. But that was a hell of a punt return on his part, and he set that whole thing up. You can see he's good at it, not just because he's like shifty or fast. Those things contribute to you being a good punt returner. It's also the drift. It's the comfort in how he's tracking that ball. And he's catching it back with the drift, feeling the defender come up as he's drifting, and then knowing the cut he can make immediately off of that to lose that front side defender, which is what he did. And that's a feel thing. That's a guy that's like not a wide receiver who's being asked in training camp to turn into a punt returner. That's a guy that's done a lot of those reps. So it's just kind of secondhand nature at that point. Thank you for that donation, though. Appreciate you. Jace, thank you for the $2 donation as well. No note that I put on there, Jace, for you. Just the $2 dono. I thank you for that. It's great to see you in the house, too, as well. One of our old school folks. Peter Van Gent, thank you for the $5 donation. Where's all the under 5 win profits from week 1? It's all good. We forgive you. Go Hawks. Hey, go Hawks. We forgive you indeed. Come back aboard. Come the bandwagons. There's room. Come on. Here, I got my hand. Take my hand. Come on up. 2nd and 2. Seahawks coming out in a heavy formation here. Hand off here to Walker. Walker able to slip through the first, able to bounce forward, able to get in. Kenneth Walker making it happen. Wasn't a lot there to be had. He got his ankles clipped right as he's just passing the line of scrimmage. Still's got that long 2.5 yards to get. We'll see on the review if he was able to really plug that in. He at least got the first down, bare minimum. But then he was able to just fight through stretch and then just bounce his way forward and make it happen. I mean, he stopped far short there. How about Walker showing some power on the play? The diminutive one, the elusive one, the absolutely just hell on wheels, but showing he's got a little bit of power in those legs as well. We'll see what they're going to say on the review. He feels confident on it, which is good. Didn't look like he had a chance when he got caught. He was a good 3 yards short when that guy got his hands on him. And then you had the secondary guys come along there, jump on his back. He's just like, no, there's room in the overhead compartment. Go ahead. Stuff another one in there. It's all right. I'm getting this tutty. See how it goes. Definitely under review here. They're going to go to commercial break. Peter, thank you for the $5, man. And yeah, no wonder 5 wins here. Not in this house, not in this dojo. Frogman, thank you for the $2 donation. Frogman. Kind of seems like the 12s are back in business. Well, this is the kind of effect in a game like this that we've been feeling has been missing in the stadium in some of these games, where you just go, where's that old timey magic? Where are those things that you can kind of count on over the course of the game to just sort of disrupt offenses? You know, so many offenses have been so kind of comfortable coming into our house lately at times, and it's been very frustrating, and you just wonder about that. But this does feel like the energy is right today. Probably less fans coming in trying to take over the stadium because it is the Saints, and that's probably helpful on this end of it. But they're helping the defense out big time right there. You see it, you feel it. It means the defense doesn't have to be quite as perfect. It means that you can make the defense look even more dominant if they're already looking great. That's what that adds, is that extra layer to it. Well said. Duquan Quack, thank you for the $5 donation. Duquan Quack as well. Says Jay Harbaugh's big day. How about Jay? I've been hard on the guy, but his special teams unit all the way around has been nails this year. Every which way. Just absolutely on point. You got to give a big, huge props to him. And it's going to be fun going back and watching that block punt to see if he set something up with the punt unit of the Saints to where they thought they were getting pressure from the inside. They sensed it. You changed their protections off. And then you got your edge free coming off that side then by that protection change that you forced on the front end of it. I don't know if that's what was happening, but I can tell you for sure that the Saints punt return unit came up there, and then they started making adjustments off of what they saw the Seahawks doing up around the line of scrimmage. We got the review here, and we're going to see where it's at. Boy, that looks good to me. I don't know how you can undo that. It looks like Walker kicks his leg out just before the knee is going to come and touch the ground. And that means that then it's the front side of his face that's sort of hitting down onto the turf first with the ball up on the front side here. This should be a touchdown, and this should stand. And it will. The Seattle Seahawks get the touchdown. Let's go. Extra point is up, and it is good. The Seattle Seahawks, with still 4 minutes and 22 seconds remaining on this first quarter clock, go up 21-0 on the New Orleans Saints in very impressive fashion. Here we go. Let's go. Please do again. We got well over 1,000 here. Let's hit that like button if you get a chance to today. Please help me grow. We're trying to get over 20,000 subscribers. What an effort by Walker there. I mean, he was cut down in a place there where easily just fall forward, take the first down. He wanted the touchdown. I mean, he was like a dog that didn't eat. He was a canine unit that hadn't eaten in 4 days on that one. I'm going to get this kibble and bits. I'm going to get this. You're going to give me my pup cup. Oh, yes, you are. Myers has had an interesting strategy here through the first couple of kickoffs. Not trying to play like the 2-yard line. They sort of stick it about the 8. Yeah, he's going to drive this one back a little bit to the 1 now. Got to change it up on him, I suppose. Saints returner reverses field. That doesn't go anywhere. Hawks working off some good energy right now. You can feel from their whole team on downwards right now. McDonald's got this team ready to play. Man, Cameron Jordan has got a serious mustache. That thing's got more coverage area than, man, that thing, Geraldo Rivera. I think he's got Geraldo beat on that thing. 1st and 10, shotgun look here for Spencer. Inside handoff to Kimura. Mike Morris swallows him whole along with Tyrese Knight. They don't let that play go anywhere. 2nd down. Saints with 3 drives. They turn over on downs and a punt and a punt. It's been a tough opening for them to kick this off here. Still very early, though. Rattler and shotgun. Dropping back to throw. He's going to go and try to put this up. Ooh, he almost let Darian Kendrick pick that one off. Darian Kendrick climbed the ladder and was able to get a hand on it. He feels like he should have picked it. I can't believe kind of Spencer threw that ball. He had the check down there. He's checked down Charlie all day. I don't know why he didn't go to the open check down. Oh my gosh, he threw that right into Darian Kendrick's hands. That's two weeks in a row for Darian Kendrick. He's had a pick in his hands. Come on, 12s. Let's make it hard on him. 3rd and 8. Seahawks showing a blitz. They're going to bring it with Drent. Pressure there. Wow, he flipped it forward. Spencer Rattler with a smart play there to Alvin Kamara. He was about to get sacked. Kamara was in there helping him pass pro. He just sees Kamara and just sort of, here you take it hot potato style. Mafe got quick pressure on the play, had him wrapped up, just couldn't, it was such a quick bang play there, and you're bringing a blitz and linebacker, so you don't have a guy really taking Kamara with him in pass pro there. 1st and 10 for the Saints. Throw out here on a bubble screen to Olave. Olave with a nice gain of about 6 yards, 7 yards there. Set the tone, KY. Thank you for the $2 donation. This is Jay Harbaugh. Sorry, I wasn't familiar with your game. I owe him an apology as well on that one. I was very hard on the guy last year, but he's got this unit playing fantastically today here. 2nd and 3, quick snap here by the Saints. And they're catching Seahawks a little bit in some up-tempo at times here. 1st down. Couple 1st downs on this drive now. Rattler staying in shotgun. Hand off here to Kamara. Kamara will be caught up there by 3 Seattle Seahawks and taken down there. Felt like the edges collapsed and Ernest Jones collapsed all at once on him into the middle. 2 minutes and 10 seconds to go here in the first quarter. Leaving DeMarcus Lawrence unblocked on a run play. That's a choice. It's definitely a choice. Saints in the Seahawks territory here at the 43-yard line. Dropping back to throw here is again Rattler. He's looking deep here. Ooh, ball's going to be picked off by Joe, but I think he's going to get hit for a defensive hold here. Officials are going to talk. What an interception by Josh Jobe. But yeah, they're going to get illegal contact there on him. Rattler had a long time to kind of set up in the pocket. You wonder if there was maybe kind of a two-way route there that sort of set that up. And they're going to get him with illegal contact. Hell of a play by Josh Jobe, though. Another one of those high point the ball there and go make the pick. And he's making his case to the official here. Yeah, it's you can't once they're 5 yards past like that. He definitely got a little bit of contact there. I think that's a good call. 141 to go in the first quarter. Rattler back under center here now. Job's going to blitz off the edge. They're running up the middle, though, and a gain of about 4 yards, 5 yards there for Kimura. Saints have a drive working here. MJ Seahawk, thank you for the $2 donation. Says, at least the D got a 2-minute break on that drive. Amen. Yeah. Good to give them a little bit of a blow there where they have been kind of bang, bang, bang right back out in the field, haven't they? Especially that punt return, put them right back out there. So, yeah, good news of this is you're going to have a nice, hopefully, rotations, especially on the defensive line today. Hand off here to Kimura, and he's swallowed on up. Nicely done. D'Anthony Bell. Seems like they're going to be sliding him and out. Tayakata, him and out as sort of that in and out guy, early rundown kind of territory. You're going to have him out there because he's a real good run defender from the safety position. Then you bring out Tayakata there, maybe on passing downs to let him be the guy that's going to be more of your now free safety-ish guy, playing more of the typical role with that. 3rd down and 6. See if the Seahawks can get stout here, keep them to potentially a field goal attempt. Rattler dropping back to throw. Pressure coming. He completes it to Olave. Olave makes the completion, falls backwards for a first down. It's good. It's a good throw by Rattler and good timing on where the coverage was. Woolen's got a kind of a tough beat there where he's got to take the guy to the outside and then slide back in. And he was there. It was just bang, bang. That will be the last play of the first quarter here for the Saints. They're moving here a little bit on the Seahawks defense, though. $21-0 Seahawks here after the first quarter. That's a nice start for your Hawks. Saints started out with the ball, too, as well. Let's not forget that. Yeah, Dwyer, you got to give a tip of the nod here to D'Anthony Bell, Josh Jobe, Kendrick. Some of the guys that we've needed to kind of, fill in and really serve a big major role that we would never have thought that we were going to ask of them this year. They've served it and served it well. In Jobe's case, he just continues to make, to me, argument after argument. I mean, that the illegal contact thing it's right on the line. That's going to go uncalled a lot of the time. I'm okay with the call, but I'm not going to then rip Jobe too much for it. It's still him playing feisty and competitive, which is what I want to see on that, and play on the line. That's what corners do. Good corners all play kind of on that line at times. But Kendrick as well has been he's been so good. In addition to that, and then Anthony Bell, throw him on top, coming on in there and making a play and looking good too. So you have some depth on this team this year. It's definitely something that we thought we had going in the training camp, but it's been certainly confirmed early on this season so far. And a lot of what you're going to see a little bit here. I thought Rattler did do a little bit of trying to push the ball down the field here in that first quarter, but I think where you're going to see Seattle, potentially really try to cinch down on the Saints as this game goes along is those shorter routes and looking where he's going to try to target more of the running backs out of the backfield and little bubble screens out to Chris Olave. And a lot of this Saints offense is predicated upon getting the ball out of his hands quick. And it's going to make it harder on the pass rushers to get home in this game at times too, because it's been just seemingly so kind of, I don't know, beaten into his brain a little bit when you watch Rattler on the tape, especially that 49er game. It was just get it out, get it out, get it out. First quarter stats there. Spencer Rattler, 9 of 12, 70 yards passing. Sam Darnold, 3 of 4 for 49 yards in the first quarter. Walker, 4 carries, 5 yards. Kimura, 9 carries, 24 yards. So neither team able to do much in the run game so far. No sacks. Boye Mafe with the 1 quarterback hit. First and 10 here for the Saints in Seahawks territory. Play action pass. Rattler dropping back to throw. Saints player fell down over there. And the ball just kind of flutters away out of bounds. Josh Jobe out there in coverage. That man, there's that man again. He was trying to kind of back shoulder this to Shaheed. That's partly because you just don't have the separation you're looking for in the first primary route. Seahawks are looking at a stack front here now on 2nd and 10. Rattler picks it up. He's going to change the protections, fall off of it now. He's adjust the protections just like you want. They don't. Completed pass there to Juwan Johnson. This will bring up a third and about 2 or 3 yards there. Tayakata makes the play. Kind of give him a chance to sort of read that blitz, have an answer for it. 3rd down and 2. Ooh, you got everybody playing off here with a 3rd and 2. 3 wide receivers to the far side of the field. Seahawks are in off coverage over there in a major way. They just throw a bubble screen over here. This is a 1st down. They're going to hand it off inside, though, to Kimura, and he's going to go get the first anyway. He had the bodies up there for it, but just couldn't make it happen. 1st and 10. Ball on the 15-yard line. Play action pass. Quick throw out in space. Like I was saying, that's the Saints offense for you. You know, play action, then just get out. So do you call those play calls from a defensive coordinator's perspective to where you're going to come up on those and squeeze them up a little bit like you saw Kobe there in that play to give them nothing? No, we're not giving you the 3 or 4 yards you're trying to even get. You know, not even going to give you that. 13-play, 60-yard drive here for the Saints. Out route there to Clisher Olave for 4 or 5 yards. Another one of those plays. They're going to try to work off those constantly to get themselves in these 3rd and shorts. 3rd down and 4. 13-14 to go here in the 2nd quarter. Come on, 12s. Olave, 5 catches, 35 yards here. Four-man front from the Hawks. Dropping back to throw. Lets it lip. Brett. Nice play by Josh Jobe out there. Knocked it down. Rattler tried to squeeze it into a tight window, and he was running step for step with his man. Got that hand inside. Great job there. Great job there making the play and not wrapping that arm too much on the backside around the man. 4th and 4. The Saints going to go for this? Nope. Field goal attempt for them. The hold's down, kick is up, kick is good, but a good defensive stop for your Seattle Seahawks. Don't let them have touchdowns. If they're going to move the ball, give them field goals here. We'll take that. Got 4 drives from the Saints here to start this game off and 3 points. Yeah, you'll take that. Josh Jobe's jersey is going to start selling, man. He is playing like a dog out there. It's fun to watch what he's doing right now. The guy's leading us 6 tackles in this game. And I know that, you got Olave's gotten some of the completions against a couple of guys in this game, but Olave's averaging 7 yards a reception. I like to call New Orleans Dink and Dunk City. They may be the home of jazz, but you're Dink and Dunk City right now. That's that offense. That's just the way that they're built. Yeah, Ryan, they're not throwing at Woolen too much there. Even the one was technically completed on Woolen. It's kind of hard to give Woolen the credit of the completion on that one because it's just he's playing in a zone. He takes the first guy, they run, and it just that's a little bit. But other than that, they're not really going at him. I would say the Saints would be pretty fearful throwing Woolen's direction on this one because a guy like Rattler, where he's got a pretty good delivery, pretty smooth delivery. Certainly got some mobility back there in the pocket and some real moxie and pocket awareness of how to get around trouble. But then he's also got an arm strength that's going to be a little bit limited to a degree, and that it ain't going to be just, he can really RPM it up. You saw it on the Darian Kendrick pick that he almost had there on the last drive, which would have probably closed this game up if you got that there. But there's some throws where you're going to feel a little bit of lack that RPMs. And a guy like Woolen, you give him now the chance to maybe make a play up on that ball with a guy like that, if he's tight in coverage especially. Probably something the Saints don't want to risk in this one. And they're probably thinking with Joe being in there versus, no, not the typical starters out there, that you can maybe go after that weakness too. Not a lot of weaknesses on this defense to potentially even try to attack. Let's see what the Seahawks do now as a counter here on this next drive from Kubiak's perspective. You saw with especially a little bit there, trying to run the ball with Walker, a lot on the early down of the Saints trying to kind of stack up that box and really we saw the Steelers do this too. We're not worried about you beating us over the top. We're not worried about your deep threat. We're going to be willing to come down here and really try stridently to take away this run game. And how do you have a counter for that? Or what's your counters for that? Because it doesn't always have to be have to attack over the top for that. There can be some methods of approach. Boy, you'd love a long, just touchdown answer drive here, wouldn't you? It's a little greedy at 21-3, but Taken up here from the 4-yard line. He's got some space to work with, and he's up the football field, still up on his feet, still going down the field, down to the 35-yard line. The Seahawks special teams unit and Tariq Young playing wonderfully. They're carrying this game here for your Hawks team so far. Offense is doing good, defense is doing good, but my goodness, this special teams unit, everyone just with a beautiful block, landed perfectly. Tariq breaks one tackle way down the field, extends the run just a little bit more. Nicely done. And no holds there. No holds. Ball at the 38-yard line for the Seahawks offense here quickly. Hand off to Hololani. Hololani gets the give, and he'll get about a gain of 1 or 2 yards there. Let's go, Hawks special teams. Jay Harbaugh for president. Second down. Darnold dropping back to throw. Lets it loose here. Wow, what a grab by Barner. What a catch. It just extends out and falling just Superman style. Darnold a little errant on the throw, and Barner with that big body was able, falling to the ground, to reel it in. That's a ball that's got a little bit of some heat on top of it too from Darnold. Like he's pumping that in with a little bit of extra cheese. Nice catch there by Barner. 1st and 10 for the Seattle Seahawks. Shotgun look here for Darnold. Condensed down on that box are the Saints. Darnold dropping back to throw, looking for Horton. Horton makes the grab. Horton, did he get his feet down? Yes, he did. Touchdown, Seahawks. Tory Horton on a fade ball down right on the sideline with a toe tap, drag, swag. Touchdown. Woo! Let's go, Seahawks. Oh, he got it down. He got it down. Oh, what a beautiful throw by Darnold. Oh, just an absolute dime piece. That football should have had stilettos on it. It was so fine. Oh my gosh. What a throw. What a throw. Tory Horton saying, I'm here. Yeah, that hype of all those content creators out there this training camp. Yeah, I am here. They were right. I'll be him. Tory Horton with his third touchdown in 2 weeks, in little over 5 quarters of football. And Sam, I am Darnold, with just an absolute Le Magnifique. My goodness. I was saying you could see it prior to the snap there. 1st and 10. Early downs, offensive coordinator-wise, a big part of what you do is anticipation for what you think the defense is going to do. I think you're going to try to come on this. I'm going to go over this way. So I was saying you saw Steelers last week do this. You saw the Saints do it with the Seahawks in the last drive, which is we are going to commit on early downs much more than teams normally would do so to bring that extra guy down there around that line of scrimmage, around that front 7. We are going to dissuade you from running the ball, or if you're going to run the ball, you're going to run it into a pile of bodies. Now, the counter to that can be a variety of different things. It can be a money shot, 9-ball down the sideline, go deep type thing. You can run a screen play, taking advantage of them getting upfield, or you can also run a fade ball like that to the back end zone because you're going to get a guy that look like press coverage there on that side. You know you're not got any safety help up over the top. They're too busy down there trying to help out on the run. And then you just get that guy a one-on-one opportunity to let him go and hunt. And then the quarterback delivers an absolutely just wonderful football. But it's not only is it a really well-executed play by the Hawks offense, great throw by Darnold, a great job by Tory Horton to just get a little bit of separation, then get the catch and get the feet down. But then it is also Kubiak anticipating what they're doing there defensively to try to get after you. And that they're going to stack this box up. And what's your counter to that? And don't just make your counter to that, I'm going to run into a pile of bodies. That's going to go nowhere fast. Have something a little bit more inventive than that. And he did. Very happy we got Kubiak. This is part of why it's awesome to have Kubiak in here as well, and part of why he is such a good offensive coordinator. So you can kind of recognize this type of stuff. Let's go. Let's go. Quinn, thank you for the $2 donation. Says he says all according to plan. Of course. That's right, man. It's all according to plan.
60% of the time, it works every time.
It's the way you drew it up on paper this week. Special teams dominate. Defense makes it very, very hard. Field goals, not touchdowns. We get touchdowns, not field goals. It's all that. It's all that, Quinn. Jace, thank you for another $5 donation. I appreciate the double dip. Don't know. We got another short kickoff here at about the 4-yard line, taking him to the 29. Says, what up, Brando? Seahawks looking beautiful. I graduated infantry training October 1st and got stationed at 1 in Camp Pendleton officially as an 0311. Ooh-wee. Well, let's go, Jace. You're just down near my neck of the woods here. Just down the road from me on that side of it. And congratulations, getting through all boot camp, getting locked in there on that. It sounds like it's going well for you out there. It's glad you got to keep checking in. Let us know everything's going well. 1st and 10 here, shotgun look for Rattler. Handoff here to Kendry Miller. Ooh, nicely done there. Upended by that man, you know who, Josh Jobe, coming up to seal the deal on the edge there. Man, is he playing hungry. Josh just playing with a dogged mentality right now. 10:46 to go here in the second quarter. Seahawks up 28-3. That feels really good to say. 28-3. I like that. Feels pretty good. Rattler. Play action. Blitz coming. Rattler dropping back. Rattler under pressure off of his back foot. Finds his running back in space there. Good job by both the tacklers there and Derek Hall and Ernest Jones to kind of rally around him and keep him from doing too much. Pressure just pushing down there on Rattler and nowhere else to go but to just hit the check down to the running back. 3rd down and 6, 3 wide to the far side of the field. Rattler and shotgun. Seahawks again dialing up some pressure looks here on Rattler. This is already more pressure looks than they showed all of last week against Rodgers. Rattler trying to change the play. This is where I would dial out of it. Now you see that's what Ernest Jones seems to be doing. He's dialing out of the blitz. Now they're just going with the front 4. They fall out of it after he's made the adjustment, which is just what you want to see. Rattler looking, ball tipped up in the air. Ball will fall incomplete. Great job by Ernest Jones there to correct where they had gone differently there prior. Okay, so you had been there prior where you showed the blitz up there. Rattler saw it on the last drive. You let Rattler make the adjustment, and Darian Kendrick again getting his hand on a football. If he could have gotten two almost, there would have been able to have another almost near pick. But there you saw Rattler seize the blitz, the stack box. He goes Peyton Manning style to adjust the play at the line of scrimmage. Ernest Jones then counters up the defensive line and says, adjust up out of this. He pulls the blitzers off the line of scrimmage. So they went from the stack box. Here's another punt to Tory Horton. He'll take this up. He's got some space to work with. Go get himself another 8-9 yards there on that punt return. Nice job by Tory. But Jones recognizes it. They go from the stack box that they had in place to just the front four prior to the snap. And that's where then Rattler now drops back, and he's probably called a hot route read. He's had his protections changed. What you have done with them there is you've taken away, if they've got a natural double team to this guy or that guy, now the double team has been pulled away to the protection change. Now you're giving your one-on-ones across the board there a little bit with the protection change. So just drop your guys into space then at that point like they did. You know, he probably will have routes that you're going to have prepared for as long as you have all of your guys dropping into space to the right spots to squeeze down the passing windows. Nice little chess match there, though, between Rattler and Ernest Jones going on back and forth there just a bit. Jace, thank you, man, again for that $5 donation. I'm glad to hear you're doing well out there. And again, man, just down the road from me. So it's not a bad spot to be stationed at. And get a little hot out there. I ain't going to lie, my brother used to complain a lot about the heat out there at 29 Palms, I think is also what they call it out there. It can get a little bit brutal. Just a little bit. So stay hydrated out here, man, you know. Young Guns, thank you for the $2 donation, Young Guns. It says big W for Tory Horton, JSN, Seahawks, K9, and Pumpkin. That's right. Pumpkin's an instant dub. Okay? She's always a dub. She's a win no matter what. Right, Pumpkin? Yeah, you're always a dub. You're helping us today. See, when you're in the cat tree, we actually do really well. And you've not been up there enough during games. So you got to start staying up there a little more, okay? It's not that big of an ask. It's just for the games. You can go out there and chase the lizards later. That's how it works. But Tory Horton, man, kid's looking good. JSN, steady, one of the best in the sport, the wide receiver position. And this is just the start you want from your Seattle Seahawks in this game. There's a lot of game left. Can't let your guard down at this point. There's a ton of game left. But this is the way you want to start this thing out. You got an opponent like this coming in your house, step on their throat, and don't let up. Mark Sanchez, thank you for the $2 donation, says, we're putting a 50 burger on these guys. And let's go. No mercy from Mark. Mark the Unmerciful? Is that now how I have to reference you? I'll take a 50 burger today. A Rams loss, a 50 burger, 49er loss. I may be too greedy here, but I could dine on that. Adam Bomb, thank you for the $2 donation. He says, oots, 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 oots. Let's go, oots. 1st and 10, play action pass from Sam Darnold. He's going deep, and he's going to let the big dog hunt. He's got a man deep. Is that man again, Jackson Smith and Jigba? With a big catch down the middle of the field, but we do have a flag. Sam's still running up. It's on the Saints. Unnecessary roughness on the Saints. Sam feeling good. Sam's feeling real good. Dropping back. Lets it rip. He's hit a little bit late by the defender. Jackson operating off the outside there just goes right past the first defender. There's a second defender who's supposed to be there, but he's blasting past him too fast. And Sam Darnold's just like, I'm letting this thing rip right now. We're up 28-3. Give me the one. 1st and 10, ball all the way down to the 16-yard line of the Saints. Handoff here to Walker. He's dancing around in traffic. He'll be pulled down, gain of about 3 or 4 yards. At a bomb. Oots, 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 baby. Sam Darnold is off to a hell of a start in this football game. He's converting people throw by throw here so far in this one. 2nd down and 7, 8:36 to go here in the second quarter. Back under center here is Darnold. 2 tight end look. Play action pass, dropping out, rolling to his right. He's going to throw it. Caught there by Saubert, I believe it is. He's got a first down still on his feet, pushing the pile down to the 1. He did not want to give up, and then his buddies came in and they pushed his back, and he got another 3 yards on that play. About some of the toughness in Saubert, the Seattle Seahawks are wanting this football game right now. They're not just merely coming out here executing plays, but they're coming out here to take this thing today. Love the spirited energy from everybody you're seeing across the board from this team right now. Donald's got them ready to play. First down and goal, ball on the 1-yard line. Walker in the backfield. Darnold under center, goal line look here. Hand off to Walker. Walker dancing. Walker cutting his way through the pile of bodies to get on into the touchdown. Seahawks with another one. Take their spirit, take their soul, take their want, rip it away from them and say, not today. 34-3 Seattle Seahawks, still with almost half of a second quarter left to go. Oots walked up and said, my man's scoring today. He's scoring today. You're going to get out of my way today. Come on, Oots. Come on, man. Lead the way. Let's go. That's right, MW. No mercy. We don't let up. We don't let them breathe. They're going down today. They're going to die today. No life left. All the way down. Hooah. That one's for you, Jace. KB, thank you for subscribing to the channel, KB. I really appreciate it, folks. We're trying to get over 20,000 subscribers today. We're like 30 away today. Help us get there. I say, please do. Please do. Thank you for helping us get there, though, KB. Glenn Coral, thank you for the $2 donation. Appreciate that, Glenn. He says, please like and sub. Brandon deserves it. Go Hawks. Thank you for that reminder as well as in addition to the dono. I thank you for that. And do please hit that like button. Like I say, you hitting that like button helps me show up for Hawk fans who are trying to figure out right now, wait, we're up 35-3. What is going on? What is happening? You can show them what's happening right now. Hit that like button. They'll be looking for something on YouTube with Seahawk related and I'll pop up and then bam, we got them. Got them. Thank you for that reminder, though, Glenn. I appreciate you for that. Ryan Eddie, thank you for the $5 donation. Ryan, best day, Seattle. Philadelphia wins. And who cares who wins? Carr and 40 whiners, whatever. Yeah, who cares about those? Let one of them's coming away with the loss. That's the only thing that matters for us with that particular game. That's all that matters for our particular position. But the Rams lose, yes. Yes. Hopefully we can take this one too. Hold on. But it's a beautiful day for Hawk fans. And hey, maybe the Mariners go get a dub too. And everything looks right in the world at that point, doesn't it? Short kickoff return by the Saints where they will take over here. Down 35-3 in this first half. Very impressive showing here from your Seattle Seahawks team. This is probably an impressive of a first half as I've maybe seen since we'd have to, maybe go back to Legion of Boom era on this one so far. Still a long way to go, though. Can't let up. 1st and 10. Rattler and shotgun. He's going to hand this off to Kimura. Kimura bouncing around, slips, falls down, but not before gaining about 3 or 4 yards there. Thank you, Ryan, again for that $5 donation. Let's go. Best day ever here. Ski Nation, thank you for the $2 donations. Is 44-0 wasn't a bad prediction. Laughing out loud. Hey, you're looking pretty on the button here with that. I'll tell you what. 2nd and 6, another handoff here to Kimura. He'll take it and run hard up the field there for a gain of about 7 yards and a first down. He's hit hard there and brought down, but not before getting the first. Nice job in the prediction, Ski. Nailed it. Quick snap here. Rattler throwing a bubble screen out wide. Receiver will run out of bounds to Olave for a gain of about 2 or 3 yards there. Good job by the Hawks defense to clean that one up. MJ Seahawk, thank you for the $10 donation. MJ, he says, I told you all about Horton. You're my boy, Blue. You're my boy, Blue. You told us, man. I was trying to tell him too. You could just see in this, another false start. 12th man making their impact felt. They get another false starty. Another starty. Kelvin Banks is having a day trying to hear the snap count in this stadium. Somebody get that guy some of those plastic little inserts that you get. So the crowd noise is like pushed out somehow. Rough game for the Saints here with the penalties, even in addition to a variety of other things. 2nd and 13. Rattler back to throw. Hits his back foot. Finds a man there. First down to Shaheed. Caught out there in coverage. Clock will continue to tick here. 5:52 to go here in the second quarter. Leonard Williams was bringing pressure. Rattler standing tall and delivering. Handoff inside here to Kimura. He bounces through the first tackler, and Leonard Williams just dumps an offensive lineman on his back. He's a beast. 2nd down and 8. Three wide. Rattler dropping back to throw. Comes back underneath here to Olave. Makes the catch. Brought down very quickly after the catch. There's got to be probably 2 down territory here for the Saints. There's no doubt you're going for this if you don't get this on 3rd and 3. Saints changing the play at the line of scrimmage here. 3 wide to the far side of the field. A little bubble screen out wide to the far side of the field. Oh, you almost had him. He was able to just fight through it. Chris Olave with another catch in this first half. He's got 8 catches for 46 yards in this. He's going to have like 15 catches for 62 yards when this game's over with, I think. Sounds about right there. Kobe Bryant almost able to come up and make the play in the backfield there and cut him down where he stood, but Olave able to just kind of fight through it. Very close. 4:09 to go in the second quarter. Saints back under center here with Rattler. Handoff to Kimura. Kimura bouncing around, and Leonard Williams has been just beastly as hell on this drive. He just swallows up Kimura right in the A-gap. Hell of a job by Leonard today. Every day he just turns it up. You feel him as a run defender, as a pass all over the place throughout a football game. 2nd and 9, play action. Rattler dropping back to throw. We've got a flag on the field. Rattler looking deep. Ball's almost going to be intercepted out there by Tayakata. Bounced off the top of his head. We'll see where the flag's going to go here. Legal motion shift from the Saints. Wonder if Mike's going to decline this or not. Yeah, he declines it. Understandable there. I think that takes them into a 3rd down on this. You only get the 5 yards. Third down and 9 for the Saints. Let's see if Mike dials up a bit of heat here for Rattler. 3:33 to go here in the second quarter. Seahawks do have all 3 of their timeouts. 12's up on their feet. Loud. Third down and 9. Seahawks do bring a blitz here. And bam, knocked down. Quickly completed. Tayakata, though, all over that route. Stops him far short. Brandon Cooks of the sticks. And now the Saints, what do? Do you just take the field goal here? Or you got to think about maybe just going for the 4th down, don't you? Great play by Okada. And that's where Mike forces the hot route throw. He's just really almost a master of it as a defensive coordinator there, where you're 3rd and 8, 3rd and 9. he's going to force you to the hot route, and he's going to have his man rallied up to make the play in space, make the tackle, right where usually the catch happens. But he really sets quarterbacks up to make them think they have to do that. The field goal attempt is going to be wide right. Where's my monster? Well, when it rains, it pours, I suppose, for the New Orleans Saints. Not even a field goal when you're going to be aggressive down 30. You're going to be conservative down 33-3, and the conservativeness doesn't even work. It's a long day at the office when it's like that, I guess, Strange decision by the Saints there. I mean, well, we got to 6. What does that do? Like, what? And what do you... now we're only down by 29 points with Seahawks getting the ball after halftime. 1st and 10 for the Seahawks, 2:49 to go here. Certainly, I think a win from their perspective here is even if you just hand off inside to Walker and multiple defenders in the backfield greet him upon the carry. You're certainly, I think, feeling happy here if you can just find a way to wind this clock down into the next half, being partially that you do have the ball after halftime, and be interesting to see which way Mike and Clint go here, whether or not you seek to be a little aggressive or whether or not you seek to try to probably the base is a lot of what happens off this first series here, this first set of 3 downs. 2nd down and 10 for the Seahawks. Shotgun look here for Darnold. Saints bringing a blitz there. See it, Sam. See it. He sees it. Able to extend it. And Horton makes the catch down at about the 48-yard line. He's going to be just short. And this will take us to the 2-minute warning. Horton was looking to house that. Horton went completely reverse feel after the catch, and he was looking to do I'm going to be magical with my vision here. I love the intention by the kid. Let's go. And back to you, MJ Seahawk. Good timing to you. Thank you again for that $10 donation. And this is with Horton, why we were so many of us that were on the berm there at training camp, watching what he was doing. We're being so effusive. We're not trying to gas you up when we see these kind of guys. We're not trying to, artificially inflate people's expectation for a given player. What Horton was doing in training camp was very rare. Very rare for wide receivers. I mean, you could say first-round wide receivers coming out there and having the impact he was having on a kind of daily basis out there would be rare. The fact that, he was doing as a 5th-rounder, you eventually just look past the 5th-round aspect of it and you go, look, he's making these plays consistently against different guys out there, and he's making these plays happen. He's making really good plays on the ball. It's not just he just broken coverage and he happens to be wide open. Broken coverage, happen to be open here. It's him getting it done. And he's showing you how in this game and why in this game they were so high on him too off of what he did. And this kid's got a very, very big ceiling to him. I'm not even sure exactly where that ceiling's at this point, MJ Seahawk, but he's got a bright future ahead of him and a hell of a player. Hell of a player. Our Sanchez in the house. What's up, Sanchez? Thank you for the $2 donation. We get to rest starters for Thursday. It's a great point. I was kind of thinking of it in the back of my mind a little bit there a second ago too, and I don't want to get too greedy with it, but it is a part that will play in this game. If you can get up on this team, is that you have a Thursday night turnaround, and one of the big problems with that at times is that you've had to play your guys on Sunday. They're gassed out, can't get prepared, can't get fresh enough for the Thursday night game. You can maybe be able to put your guys in that kind of position here with this game if it can go in the direction that it's kind of tilting so far. So that it's kind of a 2-for-1 in the benefit it could give you, where conversely you have the Niners and Cardinals going toe-to-toe here in this second slate of games here in the afternoon hour. And so that maybe they don't get to have that same kind of benefit. And that could be a big deal in how this weighs in down the line on that, especially going out on the road there, Sanchez. Yeah, well spotted on your part. I was kind of thinking similarly with that. Megan, thank you for the $5 donation. She says, I got JSN and Horton in fantasy. Loving what they bring. 4 days to the trip. What a great game. Hey, what a beautiful game, right, Megan? What a just phenomenal game so far. Huh? And how about Tory Horton? Players with a receiving touchdown and punt return for a touchdown in Seattle Seahawks history. Only Joey Galloway and Bobby Ingram were the only other guys to do it before today. That's some pretty good company to be in. All right, 3rd and 1. Tush push play for the Seattle Seahawks, and I think they got it. AJ, we got a flag though. Oh, offsides on the Saints. And you'll take that penalty because that stops the clock. Thank you, Saints. Man, Saints are... Woo! Woo! Oh, yeah, he had his helmet all the way over across the line there. Crazy. Is it that hard to know where your helmet's at on the line of scrimmage with that? Like, aren't you a professional? My helmet was over the ball. Yeah, you lined up over the ball. Huh. 1st and 10. Ball at the 44. Handoff here to Walker. Walker dancing. Walker, find a little bit of room to work with. Walker taken down at the 30-yard line. We do have a flag on the play. Holding on the Hawks. Replay, 1st down. Jalen Sundell with a little bit of a hold. I mean, his hands are inside there. He just gets kind of, I'm addicted. Yeah. I mean, is it a holding or is that a pancake? I mean, his hands are inside the whole way there. I don't know. That looked pretty doggone good to me. Handoff here to Walker. Walker stretched wide there. Nowhere to really go. Just, there's too much penetration on these kind of plays, man. We've got to get the blocking somehow sealed up a little bit better there's like 2 points of failure always on these kind of plays. And the Saints are going to call their first timeout here with a loss of 2 on the play. Megan, thank you for another $5 donation. Appreciate that. Yeah, y'all laughed when I took Jackson Smith and Jigba in the first round of our draft too. I mean, we did. We're like, really? Looking pretty smart. Looking pretty smarty pants right now, Megan. Got to say. Jackson, 3 catches, 86 yards, and a tutty in the first half here. Not too shabby. Dropped it back to throw is Darnold. Darnold finds his man here. That man, Jackson Smith and Jigba for a catch. He'll gain about 7-8 yards there. Looking pretty smart, Megan. Thank you for the donation, and let's make the trip so much better here. If you get the dub going into your trip, that's a good one too. 3rd down and 14 for the Seahawks. Darnold's going to go empty here. Saints got 5 guys up on the line of scrimmage. They're creeping a 6th. They're going to overload this. Sam's got to get it off to Horton quick. He does. Horton makes the catch, but he's hit quickly after the catch, far short of the first down. Now an interesting decision here from a Hawk perspective on this. A punt doesn't get you a whole lot. You get some time to think about this one. I kind of like going for this here because the punt doesn't get you a lot. Like, you might gain, okay, but you get down to 2 or the 3, that's something. But if it goes to the back of the end zone, you're looking at like a 15-yard bump. I kind of like the go for it approach here, but he's not going to do it. He's going to play to his defense, which I get the other side of it too. I wouldn't pound the table, but I'd be totally understanding too if they're going to try a field goal. Okay. Wow. It's long. It's like a 55, 56er. Knocked up, and good. Let's go. Okay. 56-yard Myers kick goes up and through. It was drifting, especially when there's a 56-yarders and they're doing that. You're like, oh, there's too much. There's too much. It's got to travel too far. It's going to drift. It's going to drift. It's going to hit the dock. He got that thing just inside. There we go. 38-3 Seattle Seahawks. Still limited in 29 seconds left to go here in this half. Woo-woo. Thank you again, Megan, though. Double dip donation. Richard Stewartson, thank you for the $5 donation. I'm back from the restaurant, and we are winning? Oh, man, we are winning. With a capital W and a capital G at the end of that thing, man. Goodness, Richard, what a game here in the first half for our Hawks. Let's keep this momentum going, you know what I mean? But hopefully it was a good meal, because this is a hell of a dessert. John Lugo, thank you for the $5 donation. John, Saints 115 yards, 3 points. Seahawks 92 yards, 28 points, 6 yards rushing. Crazy stats I've ever seen. It's a pretty nutty stat. Yeah, that's pretty wild. Woo! Nicely done out there by Drake Thomas. Cuts down the kick returner for a short little return there. 1:25 on the clock. Saints might just do hey, we don't have to play the second half, guys. You guys got a Thursday night game. Like, we want to get back to New Orleans. You got us. You know what I mean? It's not our day. We'll get you next year. Trying to get the number 1 pick. All right, 1:25 here to go. Rattler dropping back to throw. He's going to try to run with this, and he will scramble down. Gain of about 3 or 4 yards, 5 yards. 1:11 to go on the clock here in the second quarter. Ball at about the 31-yard line, 4 wide, shotgun look. He's going to drop back to throw here again. Hits his back foot, gets it out into space there, first down. We got a flag? Personal foul on Seattle. Unnecessary roughness on Leonard Williams. They got the big cat for playing too hard with his toy. Tore off the feathers. Big penalty, 15 yards there. First down and 10 for the Saints. They creep their way into the Seattle Seahawks side of the football field after that penalty. Rattler in shotgun. Dropping back to throw, back foot. Seahawks, very soft coverage there. Josh Jobe gives up the completion in front of him, but Seahawks about 10 yards off of the line here. They're definitely in a position defensively, posture-wise, of looking like they're trying to keep this thing up in front of them. Rattler, of course, then they come up and drive up. Rattler almost completes another pass there, knocked free. Should have been caught by Kimura. Flag on the play. Another flag on the Seahawks. Illegal hands to the face. Is that another 15-yarder? God, you guys, come on. Make them earn it. Let's not give it to them freebie style here. Jobe in press coverage. He didn't get his head. What kind of asinine call is that? He was nowhere near his head. I didn't even see the big cat one. That might have been bullshit too. .28 seconds here to go. One more timeout left for the Saints. Clock continues to roll. They're down at the 30-yard line here. Rattler dropping back to throw. He's under pressure. Man, we just cannot get there. We're creating the pressure in the pocket at times, but our guys are just, and maybe that's why there's a flag here. Maybe that's going to be a hold on the Saints here. And that's why he got past him, because you just felt like you had him finally there. No, it's on us. Golly, officials. What's going on all of a sudden? Damn, really? Yeah, sympathy flags feels right, James. You're like, come on. Like, give me a freaking break here. Will you just march him up the field, flag after flag? 1st and 10. Some silly stuff here. Rattler, Seahawks they just can't generate any pressure right now with their front four. I don't know if those guys are maybe a little bit winded. They've been out on the field a lot this half, the punt return and all that stuff a bit. And Seahawks offense kind of hitting so quick. Time of possession is skewed heavily to the Saints in this one. 22 minutes of time of possession for them, only 7 minutes and 41 seconds for the Seattle Seahawks in this game so far. The refs were definitely on something with some of that there. It's like, come on. I'm not a fan of the soft defensive approach of McDonald here with just letting them just have easy completion after completion either. Like, come on. Let's keep the pedal down here a bit, Mike. We're still in the second quarter. So you got 3 seconds for the Saints left on the clock. They've blown their final timeout. They're going to maybe try to just come out and go with a field goal attempt. See if they can put up 32 points in the second half. Blake Group out, 1 of 2 on the day here. He's made a 27-yarder and missed a 52-yarder. Short little kick here for him here. He does make it. So 38-6. Strange half with the statistics, not with the score, but your Seattle Seahawks, an absolute commanding lead, as we have maybe seen here in recent memory at halftime, up 38-6. Everything kind of working well. Saints, Rattler's got 155 yards passing. He's taken 29 passing attempts to get to the 155 yards passing. Saints have got 17 carries for 51 yards. Kind of some of the flags there at the end got him that sort of free 3B at the 3 points at the end, or this would be worse for them on the other side of it. Your Hawks offense is playing absolutely as just about efficiently as you could just about ask. That last drive was maybe the only thing you could come in, maybe ding them on, and it took a holding penalty, essentially a BS holding penalty to hold us back. Officials went oddly in a weird direction there at the end on both sides of the ball. I'm just saying that at the end of that half. That was a little strange on some of those calls. But Darnold was just sublime. 10 of 11, 169 yards, 2 touchdowns, 158.3 rating. That's got to be damn near perfect. Kenneth Walker, 8 carries, 7 yards. There is nowhere to go. George Holani, 1 carry, 1 yard. And Seahawks defensively, only 3 quarterback hits on 29 drop attempts by Rattler. Some of that you're going to expect with the fact that there's going to be so much of what they try to do is just getting the ball out of his hand so quickly a little bit. But also there's been a little bit of some issues at times, just getting the pressure always quite home in there. John Lugo, thank you again. That these first half stats with the yardage disparity and yet the point disparity being so great, like you say, I think that's about as crazy as you'll see as far as the outcomes. No one would look at those base stats, No one would come out of this and you don't get to see the score and you go, okay, I'm just going to tell you this, okay? We got the Saints with 200 yards. We got the Seahawks with 177 yards. There have been 0 turnovers in this game. And you only know those 2 factors. You only know the Saints have 200 yards, the Seahawks have 177 yards, and there have been 0 turnovers. How many guesses would you need to arrive at 38-6 Seahawks? Like, I think maybe those monkeys in the alternative universe randomly typing on the typewriters that can eventually, like they say, and there's so many different universes with so many different, every different iteration. There's one universe where there's a monkey that just can randomly hit keys and type out Hamlet. I think there's greater chances of that happening than you guessing a 38-6 score with those kind of conditions at play. Hayden Lyons, thank you for subscribing to the channel. Hayden, I appreciate you for doing that. Folks, if you hadn't, please do join Hayden on subscribing on up, hitting that like button. We're trying to get over 20,000 subscribers today. We're going to get there today. I'm telling you, we're going to get there. You might be the one to help the Hawks Nest get over 20,000 subscribers. It might have even been just you, Hayden. So thank you if it was. Gut Wrenched, thank you for the $2 donation. Gut Wrenched. Let's make this look worse than the 58-0 Cards 2012 game. Let's go. Pedal down. We don't stop. We don't stop till we're in the fourth quarter, and then we rest everybody because we have a Thursday night game. But until then, pedal down. Let's go, man. We got the ball at the start of half. Go out, get a touchdown drive, put this thing to bed right at the start. Second half, I'd like that. I'd go for that, wouldn't you? Dave Everett, thank you for the $2.79 donation. Dave, nothing had the Saints logo on there. It's we got a Saint in the house. What's up, Dave? Well, thank you for jumping on in here, man. Didn't have anything else. Got a little emoji on there with it too, but thank you for that. And Saints fans taking a little bit of the shorts on this one to start this year out. But the good news is that as I was talking to Hoodie this past week, there is a light at the end of this tunnel. There is an approach here where you can at least see the Saints starting to kind of turn things into a new a bit here and moving this in a direction that's not just them sort of kicking the can down the road, which has, of course, been a big part of what they have been doing here. Megan, thank you for the $2 donation. Megan says, haven't heard Mr. Cosell for a while. Howard Cosell has been a little bit out in the shadows for a while. Let's bring out Howard. Howard, what do you think about that second half? What do you think about that first half, Howard? Sorry. Get it right. If you're going to ask me a question, make sure you're referencing the correct half at hand. That's what a professional does, you amateur. Okay, I'm sorry, Howard. I'm just asking you about the first half, though. What'd you think? That was a slog of a degenerate nature game. I've never seen such dominance from a football team in a first half than the Seattle Seahawks against the New Orleans Saints in that first half. I can't say New Orleans because I don't know how to pronounce it. But that was a hell of an effort, permeated by the man they threw in the scrap heap, Sam Darnold. They said he was a bust. They said he was seeing specters in the pocket. But that proves to you in the first half, this man has more than a second wind in the tank to rejuvenate his career in a major way. Wu-Tang Financial, thank you for the $5 donation, Wu-Tang. You called it early. Statement win. Belt to ass. This is what you'd like to do against this team that, of course, we haven't gotten necessarily a chance to see as much of our Seattle Seahawks do in recent years, which is if you are a team that can start to move into a place of moving out of the direction of merely being good to great, when you get a team that's down, team that's bad, team that's down their luck, team that's walking into your house with those conditions at play, you don't give them a chance. You don't start to allow them to be feeling good about themselves early on in the day. You step on them. And once you step on them, you start to take their spirit away. And it's very easy for a team in that state to kind of eventually sort of roll over a little bit. It's not that they fully give up. It's not that you just have a team that isn't giving you a fight then through the rest of the day. It doesn't mean that you don't still have to bring your A game through the rest of that game. But it does mean you can kind of take away a little bit of that spirit, a little bit of that extra je ne sais quoi, if you were, from that team to then allow you to really just sort of stamp on them at that point and put them away. And the Hawks are doing that in this game in the first half. And it's great to see because this is going to be one of the indicators to me of this team moving in that direction to being able to take that step into becoming that team that can be a true contending team. I don't know if it can happen this year or not. I'm hopeful it can, but the signs of that will be this type of stuff, that you can take apart this type of team who you should at home. Not that you have to be in 38-6 at a half, but that you should be able to take this team down comfortably at home with what they're dealing with. Down two offensive linemen coming into your house like they are. Come on, that should be a double day for us. So, statement wins right, Wu-Tang. We're here. You better factor us in. You've forgotten about us? Well, you better remember. You best remember. Jordan, thank you for the $5 donation. I get the 49ers are missing two wide receivers in Kittle, but you can't have CMC leading the league in touches when you traded for Robinson. It's kind of a little bit of one of those places I think even a Niner fan would tell you is one of those issues that you have with Kyle Shanahan that's sort of inherently a part of what you get with him that can be very frustrating as a fan, in that when he gets a toy that he likes, he's going to be in there playing with that toy into the wee hours of the morning. And what I mean by that is when he had the Deebo Samuel toy, he couldn't stop himself from finding every fashion and to use that, into just driving Deebo in a lot of ways into the ground. I think a big part of why you see Deebo not necessarily going to be having this back end of his career that's going to be great, where he's just he looks reduced, because you just kind of used him up a bit. And with McCaffrey, it was very much the same thing. They made that trade of a second, third, fourth round picks for him. And it was kind of like, we made all these picks for you. We're paying you this money. We're going to get our value out of you. We're going to work it. And I think the hard part here becomes, Jordan, a little bit, is just that with a guy like Robinson, you bring him in at that late hour with this playbook. He doesn't know the playbook. He doesn't know the protection calls and changes. He doesn't know the adjustments to this and the adjustments to that. He's got some of it, I'm sure he knows, but a couple weeks in on the roster, you're still kind of learning that stuff. And I think that also then probably makes it more hesitant then for a guy like Shanahan to put him on the field. And maybe the plan is that as the season goes on, he gets more and more touches, and that you're able to kind of pull back on this with CMC. But again, we got to acknowledge with Shanahan that this is a little bit of what you get with him as a coordinator, is that he has his favorites and he will lean on them, and he'll lean on them until the brakes wear out, till the tread on the tires has been blown, and then he'll still lean on them. Too old to be an adult. I love that name. That's an awesome name. Thank you for subscribing to the channel, heeding the call, answering that call, becoming a member, or becoming a subscriber. Very kind of you. Stefan Freeze, thank you for becoming a member of the channel. Members of the channel, we just did a call-in show this past Thursday. We're going to be doing Monday morning PFF scores for you guys. Thursday night football for members of the channel. Stefan, please do keep an eye on your community posts. That's where I put the membership benefits over there, and Patreon benefits as well. But thank you for that. Stale, thanks for 30 months as a Hawks Nest member, working his way to 3 years. Maybe we get some fourth quarter Milrow. Oh, you're getting greedy out there, Snail. You're getting greedy. You want the two desserts, huh? You want the cake and the ice cream, huh? Okay, I'm with it. I could go for a whole fourth. I could go for like it's like a 50-12 game. Let's get Milrow some action. I think he's active today. So I'm just saying, we got to get through the third quarter though first. Barry Soy Toro, thank you for the $10 donation. Barry, appreciate you for doing that. It says, anyone notice that the head ref looks like Jamie Foxx playing Ugly Wanda playing an NFL ref? What are you saying? What are you saying? You don't like Wanda? Jamie can make his lips like out this far out past his face when he would do the Wanda. I hadn't noticed, but I'm going to be looking for it now, Barry. And now that once I see it, I won't be able to stop saying it. So thank you for that. Jamie Foxx playing Ugly Wanda playing an NFL ref. Oh, look out. Andy Hampston, thank you for the $10 donation. Andy, appreciate you. Says, when Oots picks someone to lead block, they are out of the play. I love that guy. He is a hammer. He is your quintessential traditional fullback. I'm going to take on that linebacker in the hole, and I will clear that linebacker. And it's a very, very tough block for linebackers because Oots is so legitimately up around that 260-ish range. It's not a fullback at 235. It's not a fullback at sort of maybe a Mike Robinson size at like 225. It's a guy that's out there at easily taking another 30 extra pounds with him into that hole when he's meeting those linebackers, and they really just have no chance in those moments. It's such a weight disparity, and especially in this day and age, Andy, where there's so many linebackers that are so undersized into sort of that 220, 225 range. And it's part of why it's coming back in such a major way, but it's also why they, I think, isolated this guy specifically in Oots, because he could bring that fullback ability, but he can bring it with also the size that you don't typically get with those guys that really can accentuate his run blocking, especially in those kind of I formation, lead the way kind of runs. It does stand out, man. It really does, Andy. We had the 2-for-1 last week, which was awesome, but he's done it in preseason, and you've seen a variety of other blocks. I think too, it'd show up a little bit more times of, especially when we're running some of these pitch plays and stuff where some of the other blocks get blown and you get a run play that's completely kind of destroyed. But not as much because he didn't do what he needed to do. It's just the rest of the parts and pieces didn't work out to that puzzle for that play. But he's really a lot of fun. And you're right, man. When he lead blocks them, when they are done, he gets his hat on you, you're eliminated from the play. Sanchez, thank you for the $2 donation. He's no on Milrow. He says it's lock o'clock. Sanchez wanted to see that lock hose. He's already pining for that lock hose, man. I can't blame him. I can't blame him. Who doesn't want to see some piss missiles out there, huh? I do. Who's got 2 thumbs and likes piss missiles? This guy. High Plains Drifter 66, thank you for subbing to the channel. I really do appreciate that. Folks, again, as we're just about to kick off the half here. Hit that like button, sub on up. Please do. We're doing it over 20,000 today. I can just feel it. I can feel it. Keon Lund, thank you for the $2 donation. Keon, rub our win and that Rams loss in their face, B. Oh, I'm going to let Jake have it. Be like, Jake, these guys just got your number, man. I mean, it doesn't matter how far you go, no matter how far you go, no matter what you do, no matter how hard you try. The Eagles still own you. There's nothing you can do about that. You got to hope you don't face them down the line. How does that feel, Jake? That's how I'm probably going to put it to him, Keon. Just really very toxic and very trolly. But I got to do what I got to do. Barry Soy Toro, thank you for the $10 donation. He says, seriously, that is Wanda. I had missed it, man, but I'm watching close now, Barry. Thank you for the double donation, man. He says, this guy is definitely Wanda. I'm with it. Kick returner still up on his feet. Tariq Young, nice job there, fighting off a block there on the kick return, fighting off a tackle there, keeping his feet, twisting around, and extending the run for another 5 or 6 yards. Seahawks will start out this half with the ball up 38-6. Well, let's see what kind of strategy you look to employ here on kind of both sides of the ball this half. Defensively, do you look to stay just front four-ish, less pressure, blitz stuff? Offensively, are you going to just try to get conservative at times then, just sort of bleed this clock out, reduce down the possessions as you can? Hand off inside to Walker here. Walker opening up nicely for a 10-yard run there. Good job by Walker. First down, Seahawks. Nice little run right up the middle there. And that's what you definitely want to do is start testing it. Zabel moving out in front there, clearing the way. Beautiful. Play action pass. Darnold dropping back to throw. Loose overneath here. Cooper Kupp catches the ball, slips, and then falls down. Cooper's probably laughing at himself. There he is. He's got a big smile on his face. Wide open, 15 yards down the field, and then probably kind of surprised by how wide he was open after the catch. He turned around and was like, wait, there's nobody near me here. What is going on? First down, Seahawks. Offense is rolling. Kupp with a second catch of the game. Ball at the 32-yard line in Saints territory quickly. Hand off here to Walker. Walker picking his way through traffic there. Finds himself a gain of about 2 yards. Do have a flag on the play. Holding on the Saints. Tends to be a defensive lineman holding on to an offensive lineman, trying to pull out in space or get out into second level. Auto first down, though, there. Cooper Kupp plants his head into the chest of the Seahawks coach coming over to the sideline with that fall down he had. I can't believe that just happened. Saints with their 9th penalty for 67 yards in this game. Pitch play out wide for Seattle here with Walker. He's got through. Walker loose. Walker keeps his feet down to the 5-yard line. That's been a tough play for your Hawks here early season-wise, getting anything on these plays. It's penetration. It's guys in the backfield. Well, now we got a flag. Maybe that's why. Holding on Seattle. It's like, we got finally a successful one. I guess that's why. Eric Saubert gets hit with the hold there. Yeah, I mean, maybe on that, I guess. Maybe. I guess. I don't know on that flat. They're definitely starting to call some stuff right on the line with the hold calls that is getting a little like, okay, guys. The Sundell call in this one now. I mean, what are we doing? Jalen Milroe in the game. He's going to keep it here. Okay. Second down. 2nd and 18. When Jalen comes in, they kind of know what he's going to do. The defense doesn't really catch him off guard if they know exactly what you're going to do. Barner goes in motion here. Back to line of scrimmage. Walker lines out wide. Darnold dropping back to throw. And boy, that just last 2 play sequence looked messy for the Hawks. Tried to run a little bit of a tight end screen there that just completely got a bit messy. Excuse me. 3rd down and 18. 12:23 to go in the third quarter. Seahawks up 38-6. Darnold in shotgun. Oh my gosh. Oh my God. Walker just gave the greatest effort ever for a negative 1 yard play. And Seattle's going to go ahead and try a field goal attempt here. Myers going to have to kick another very long 50-plus yarder here. Walker jumped over the top of a man. McKinstry. Jeez, he went up there. That's a legit hurdle right there. Like he had to get up. All right. A deep kick, 51-yarder here for Myers. That ball is going to be blocked. It looked like the Saints guy jumped off sides there. And there is a flag on the play. Yeah, he was off sides. Thank you. Good call, refs. He does look like Wanda. Barry, you're right. Yeah, now that I do see it. You put a dress on that guy and it's Wanda. Yeah, that definitely looked offsides by about 1.5 miles there. Nice try. Nice try. This will make it a little bit of a shorter kick here. 46-yarder for Myers. Kick is up and the kick is through. 41-6 Seahawks. You'll take that on an opening drive, won't you? Yes, sir, you will. Let's go. Barry, again, too. Thank you for that double donation. Be calm, see clearly. Thank you for the $2 donation. Stephen A. Smith defended censorship. By the way, hashtag Go Hawks. Censorship's never a good thing. Yeah, freedom of speech is always a beautiful thing, and I want to be able to say what I want to be able to say. Amen, be calm. Amen. Not ever a position I will ever advocate for. Glenn Coral, thank you for the $2 donation. The biggest cat is a Siberian tiger coat like pumpkin. Oh yeah, they do. I've seen the video too on those, Glenn, where it's those enclosures they've got out there in Russia with the tigers, I think it is, and you got like the normal size ones walking around, and then they bring the Siberian one in, and it's like double the size, and all the cats are like backing away, like, what the F is this? We come in this size, and they all bow down, you know. It's like the pecking order is instantly established. We've got a Siberian big cat. We do. We don't just have that normal tiger. It's a Siberian one, for sure. CD Woods, thank you for the $2 donation. He says, for the Jay Harbaugh apology fund, I'm putting it in the jar. I got a jar already. I brought it out after about halfway in the first quarter. So I'm tossing your 2 spot in the jar, CD. I threw a $5 in there earlier myself. Thank you, Jay. I didn't know you had this in you, but this is awesome. More of this, please. Frederick McGuy, thank you for the $5 donation. Maybe Pete was wrong. Looks like you might be able to win in the first quarter. Yeah, it's a mantra that was always a nice mantra for sure, but it was also one that I kind of sometimes lamented too, because it wasn't that you didn't want them to be great in the fourth quarter, to be at their best in the fourth quarter, but you also don't want to have what maybe a little bit, if you can concentrate too much on a fourth quarter, you might then sort of be overlooking the other parts of the game and go, well, that stuff's not as important. Just get to the fourth and we can, and well, you're kind of dropping potentially an opportunity there. You're dropping a potential chance there to get yourself out in front, to be able to not make it to where it has to come down to the fourth quarter a little bit. I think that's a little bit of the double-edged sword of that kind of philosophy, and that you do want guys to always fight throughout a game and never give up, and to have that spirit that you need to have inside you to be willing to come back. And that's what Pete was trying to tap into with that, which is understandable because there's a bit of a natural mentality at play in that you get down the game by a couple touchdowns, and probably a little bit like what I'm sure the Saints are fighting against right now. You sort of just run into this thing of like, man, it's hard to dial this up as hot right now because I know we probably just don't have much of a chance today. Versus, hey, keep fighting, keep banging away, and eventually you punch through. But thank you, Frederick. Amen, man. All right, kickoff goes here about to the 9-yard line, brought up there by Kendry Miller. And again, Seahawks coverage unit doing a good job today. Very, very good job today. Robert H., thank you for subscribing to the channel, Robert. I appreciate you, man, helping us get over that 20,000 mark. You are the man. Hayden Lyons, thank you for also as well subbing on up, dropping a $2 donation. Thank you for that, Hayden. Appreciate you for that. I didn't have anything noted in your dono, but thanks for the support. Jeffrey, thanks for the $2 donation. Do we see lock in the fourth? I approve of the score. I do too as well, Jeffrey. All right, we got Spencer under center here now, 1st and 10. If the Saints just start handing off and being like, let's get this thing over with. And they do hand it off here to Kamara. Kamara will be spun around to the ground after a gain of about 3 or 4 yards. Well, certainly Sanchez would be with you on this one, Jeffrey, and it may be that it is lock. I would wonder too about potentially trying to get Milroe out there just to give him some looks here, maybe a little bit. I think everything's on the table right now. It's all on the table right now. The one thing I will say is that if you can keep this thing in the same place it's at, you get in the fourth quarter and you're around the same scores, you've got to think about from McDonald's standpoint of like, I'm bringing Mike Morris out to play like the whole fourth quarter from the edge. I'd be doing stuff like that with the Thursday night game kind of factoring in here a bit. Nice job by Kobe Bryant, knocking the ball free on a quick throw there by Spencer Rattler. This will bring up 3rd down and 6. So it might be Locke. Could be Milroe too, because he is active in this game one. You're probably going to sit some people, though, here in the fourth if it's around this kind of spot. I would say that. Thanks for the donation. 3rd down and 6. Rattler's been good on 3rd down, 5 of 8, 3 first downs. Seahawks bringing a 5-man pressure look here. Rattler dropping back to throw, pressure. He's brought down to the ground. Byron Murphy. Big Byron gets another. Let's go. Byron off a sack and a half last week. Grabs himself another here. Rattler's been doing a good job of clearing the pocket, and Seattle's not been doing as good a job of catching him clear the pocket when he's kind of breaking free. And Byron was Johnny on the spot there. Catches him, brings him down. Love to see it. Let's go, Byron Murphy. Nice stop by the Hawks defense. Let's put him away, baby. Put him away. Horton's going to receive this. He's got some space to work with once again. He's going to carry this out wide. And you get a nice little return on it. Hawk offense will take over. Randall McDaniel in the house. Thank you for the $5 donation, Randall. Did you say you're at 20,000? We're almost there. Rattler sure gets the ball out quick. Would love sacks in the second half, but I'm being greedy. What a half. We owe Jay Harbaugh an apology. Well, I'm going to dump a couple dollars from you into the Harbaugh apology jar. It's stacking up, Randall. I ain't going to lie. The Harbaugh apology jar is definitely getting a little hot right now. We might be able to do a Cabo trip here by the end of the stream here with the Harbaugh apology tip jar. And indeed, we are on the road today, folks, to 20,000 subscribers. We started out the day at about 19.95. So we started out the day a mere 50 away from that mark. And I can attest to right now, we are at 19,995. So we are 5 subscribers away from getting over the mark right now to 20,000 subscribers. You can help us get there today. Randall, thank you for the $5. I appreciate you. And it was a hell of a first half, man. As beautiful one as we've seen in these parts for many, many, many a year. Maybe it's that 58-0 Cardinal beat down, that double 50 burger we dropped in back-to-back weeks back way, 12 years ago that you'd have to go back to find as good a half. It was phenomenal. But thank you, Randall. And definitely we're throwing around Nepo and all that stuff with Jay. Maybe a little unfair there. Dad Boy, thank you for the $2 donation. Michael Dixon has had a perfect half. Indeed. How about Michael Dixon there? Not a punt to be seen. You know you're having a good day when not a punt to be seen and you're in the depths of the third quarter. Michael's just back there having a Mai Tai. He's kicking his feet up. He's like, just call me out when you need me to hold something. I'll be out there when you need the holder thing. No, I can hold on a couple drinks. I don't need to. It's only when I don't need a punt. Very true, Dad Boy. Jay Gundy, thank you for the $5 donation, Jay Gundy. Metcalf could have been eating in this offense. John Schneider's looking like a genius with the Horton pickup, though. Horton's looking like the truth, man. I mean, that's it. He's looking like the truth, no doubt about that, in every way. You know, potential grade A punt returner and a guy that can ascend as a wide receiver, inside, outside, where you want to play him. How about Sam Darnold's day? 11 of 13, 192 yards and 2 touchdowns. Playing efficiently, but also finding plays down the field. Making some big throws. 1st and 10. I formation look here for the Seahawks. Pitch to Walker. Walker finds himself 5-6 yards. 2nd down. It's almost kind of a place where I would just about be at a spot where I'd be like, okay, I think we can maybe just take Walker and set him on the shelf. We're going to need you for Thursday. Like Charbonnet's injured. You know what I mean? You know? A little freaky there. Walker tripped up. Oh, he almost kept his feet. Got caught at the hole there. It'll be a 3rd down and short now. 9:13 to go in the 3rd quarter. Brandon McDaniel, thank you for the $2 donation. Before the punt, I told Miss Randy, house call. Oh, you called it on that one, huh? That's a tough one, too, because he's catching that thing at like the 4-yard line. So that ain't just him getting he's on the 20 in general. Like, ooh, he had a lot of space to go to get there. Good on you, man. 3rd down and 2 for the Hawks. They're going to throw this out wide to JSN. JSN is going to, we'll see where the spot is. I think he gave it to him on the spot for the 1st down. What a job by JSN there to fight so very hard to get that first. Tell you what, Seattle Seahawks from the start to finish on this game, you can talk about things just becoming a deluge and the floodgates opening up. Seahawks at every turn in this game to a player, defensively, offensively, special teams, keep showing over and over again how much they want this game. JSN there very easily, run out of bounds, punt the ball, take this back around. He twists and fights and scraps and turns to go get that 1st down. Just emblematic a little bit of how much you want this freaking game today. Play action pass. Darnold dropping back to throw. Hits the check down to Walker. Walker bouncing his way around through traffic. Finds a nice 13-yard gain there. Another 1st down for your Seattle Seahawks. Great job on that call there, Randall. You got to make more of those. I need more of the prognostications pre-plays. You get results like that. Blaze dropping a big old $20 donation in the house. Thank you for that, Blaze. You're the man. Appreciate you. It says Jim Mora would say about the Saints, we couldn't do diddly poo offensively. Playoffs. Hand off here to Walker. Steady dose of him here. He's going to gain about a yard or 2. And yeah, Nagasa, the run blocking has still been a burden in this game. It's still very much a work in progress. Walker, 14 carries, 27 yards. And just no holes to be had really there for him. Has that one run he rips off on the pitch play, comes back due to a holding call. 2nd down and 9. Under center here is Darnold. Chiefs, Saints creeping guys up around the line of scrimmage. Walker trying to bust it off here, still keeping his feet. Nice job there by Walker to find a 1st down. Boy, did he fight hard on that run to get that first. Could have been brought down short of the sticks and managed to turn out of that and keep it going upfield for another couple yards. Clock continues to roll, and boy, because the defense used this kind of drive, quite frankly. These first 2 drives with the Hawks where time possession was pretty crazy that first half. As good as the scoreboard was, it was twisted in a real nutty kind of way. 6:15 to go here in the third quarter. Hawks up 41-6. Boy, does that feel good to say. Darnold in shotgun here. Walker to his side. 1st and 10. Chiefs threatening a blitz here. They bring it. Gets it off. Boy, did he throw that. He made that catch. Nice job by Derek Young. Sam Darnold had to throw that before Derek Young got his head turned around. But a very nice throw by Darnold that he put that on Derek Young so that when he got his head turned around, the ball's on you. If you watch Derek here, he sort of just turns and goes, oh, it's right there. And Darnold had to get it out because Darnold didn't quite recognize the blitz coming prior to the snap. He saw it late post-snap. 1st and 10. Another first down on this drive. I think that's like the 4th one here. Walker squirts through there for about a 1.5 yard gain. Not a lot to be had there. I'm kind of ready for George Holani at this point. Robbie Utes comes off the field, sort of limping a little bit on his foot. Eight-play drive, 47 yards here for the Seahawks. Holani in the backfield. Play action pass. And just sort of gets rid of it to the middle of the field. There it is, Darnold. He was under some pressure. Third down and 8 for the Seahawks. Holani standing next to Sam Darnold. 3 wide receiver look here for the Hawks. Darnold dropping back to throw. Lets it rip. Tries to find JSN on an out route there. JSN couldn't. I don't know if he didn't get his head quite turned around there or it was just an errant throw. So Myers will come out for another field goal attempt here. He is 2 of 2 in this game, is having hit a 56 and a 46-yarder. The hold is down. The kick is up. The kick is good. Seahawks go up 44-6. Blaze, thank you again for that $20 donation. And you're absolutely right. Jim Mora would be saying that absolutely about the Saints offense. He would be red-faced. The vein on his forehead would be popping up and down like it was getting ready to explode, aneurysm style. But you've got Spencer Rattler, 22 of 30 for 155 yards, averaging 5.2 yard per attempt. You compare that to a Sam Darnold with 12.1 yards per attempt on 18 throws. And running the ball, the Saints have given a lot of effort to that as well. 18 attempts on this day. You're holding Alvin Kamara to 3 yards per carry average. I mean, Kamara's had some days against the Seahawks in his history, even in our house. So you've been very impressive in what you've done. You're really limiting this Saints team. No touchdowns, a couple of field goals. Very, very impressive. And Jim would have to say, I better go with the Colts. That's what he'd say, Blaze. And that's very kind of you, by the way. Thank you for the $20 donation. I really, really do appreciate that. Very, very kind of you. Thank you so much. Richard Stewardson, thank you for the $2 donation. Says, this is a great win. Hey, this is a win that you should take, but it doesn't mean it's not a great win nonetheless, especially being able to take so firm control of this from the start and staying up on top of them, keeping a spirit of wanting to take this game, wanting to not just win it, but just in a lot of ways dominate this matchup. And that's what you've done today. And it's an impressive game here from our Hawks. They should be able to close this out, hopefully. But you like what you've seen from them, and again, not a game that we've been able to see a lot of in recent history here. Even with good teams that have gotten to 9 or 10 wins over the past 3 years, you're not getting these kind of dominant showings. Every game kind of feels hard, even against those teams that are maybe lesser opponents. And so I think a great win is absolutely what I put my stamp on this too as well with it, Richard. Jeffrey Thistle, thank you for the $2 donation. Boy, the Aints are having a day. Woof. Happens sometimes where you just don't have your fastball and you're already a team that's a little bit on the weaker variety of things. You don't have as much talent as some of the other teams in the NFL. And then you have a game where you're not playing maybe your A game and other teams wanted a little bit more. And that's all it takes to get your kind of doors kind of blown off in this sport. It tends to be one where we are close and there's a lot of parity. But this year does feel as much as any year where that parity has maybe been pulled apart a little bit, just at least this particular season, with there being some real clear teams who are very much kind of struggling kind of teams. But I will say I would have put Cleveland in that department before this weekend, and they just beat the Packers at home. The Seattle Seahawks have scored on every single possession today, by the way. We're still at 4 minutes and 39 seconds without Michael Dixon punting the football. Kind of cool. Megan, B, did you miss my Cosell request? No, I did it. I did the whole Cosell thing. Hopefully you saw it. No, I did it. I'll do it. I'll do another one here today at some point. But I did a little one. I got it in there. Howard is supremely impressed by the indignation and down-amount nature of the Seattle Seahawks' fortitude and almost rage-like essence they are playing with today. They are impunctable of any kind of team that is going to dominate must win this kind of matchup at home. Pitch play out wide here to Kendry Miller. He'll gain himself about 7 or 8 yards. Wouldn't be surprised if this is where they go no more Kimura time, and maybe the Saints start to kind of ease this one up too with it on that side of it. I just didn't see it. Oh yeah, no, we did. I did a whole little spiel thing on that one. We'll work in Cassell a little bit here throughout, Megan. I'll sprinkle him in here today. Have some fun with this fourth quarter. We'll do a call here in a second on. We'll bring him out. 2nd down and 2 here for the Saints. 4:03 to go here in the third quarter. Under center is Rattler. Seahawks creeping some men up around the line of scrimmage. They're going to go to a pitch play wide here to Kendry Miller. Seahawks string it out wide. Reek Woolen with a nice tackle there in space. They're going to get Reek for that, really? Come on. That's dumb. The guy just ran through his face. They're going to call a personal foul on Woolen. It's like, what is he ran through him. What is he supposed to do? That's weak. That's a weak sauce call right there. The guy's fighting up into him too. I mean, maybe they're calling on Jones, I guess, coming in at the end. Maybe that's it. Jones coming in with the 2 hands. Okay. Well, that makes a little more sense. Like, it's not on Reek. Come on. Not on Reek. Tristan Daniels, thank you for subscribing to the channel. Tristan, appreciate you doing that. You're getting a little closer. We're almost to 20,000. We're right there. They're going to wipe the penalty away. Okay. Penalty got wiped off. There we go. Yeah. Come on, officials. Call it right. Decibels climb in Lumen Field up to 105. 3rd and 2. 3:31 to go here in the third quarter. Rattler in shotgun. Dropping back to throw. Looking. Very nice throw there by Rattler. Able to fit it into a tight window into Juwan Johnson. And Johnson reaching out away from his body makes the catch. Josh Jobe tight in coverage on the play. But a first down for the Saints. Jordan, thank you for the $2 donation. Connor looks to be done for the season. James Conner. Hand off there to Jones. Ernest Jones just wraps up Kimura in the backfield there. It might have been Kendry. I didn't see on that one, but he collapsed that. He read that play from a mile away there. Got off the block and got into the backfield. Swallowed up Kimura. Job by Ernest Jones. 2nd and 14. 4-yard loss on the play. Seahawks defense still playing hungry here. Second 14, 2:32 to go here in the third. Clock rolls. Rattler directing traffic up front. Jones countering some of it to the other side. Seahawks bringing a little bit of a late blitz from the other side of it. They're going to force him up. They got his ass. They got him. There is a flag on the play. We'll see if they're going to flag Seattle for being too rough now. Are we supposed to be playing two-handed touch? Is that what we're supposed to be doing? What is with these refs today? Like, what are you doing? What do you mean too rough? The officials have, anything the Saints have basically done today, the officials have pretty much helped them at every turn to get whatever they've gotten. Like, the Saints would be basically shut out in this game if not for the referees saving their ass a couple of different times. It speaks to how bad you are on the day that you're beaten 44-6 and still, like, with the refs giving you, we've had like one call win our favor early in the game. I can't say it's just been like outlandish, but it's especially since about the end of the half onwards. There's been some piddly-anty calls here in this game that are like, come on. 2nd and 6 here after a 4-yard run on first down. Completed ball goes for a first down and out route there to Chris Olave. And what are they supposed to do? Two-hand touch the guy? Come on, he's staying on his feet. This is what Rattler does, is he fights hard and doesn't want to go down. He's not one of those quarterbacks that collapses. If that guy's going to play that way, they got to fight harder to bring him to the ground. You don't call a flag on that. What a dumb call. 1:14 to go. Handoff here to Kendry Miller. He's going to be brought down after a gain of about 5 yards. They can run all they want as far as I'm concerned there. Jordan, though, it sounds like I'm seeing in the chat as well that Connor had something happen with his leg. Looks like might be career altering. And as far as that goes, that's tough for the Cardinals. That's a big loss for them. They've got Trey Benson there to help back up things. Play action pass. Rattler under pressure. He's going to find Brandon Cooks here for a completion, first down. Clock keeps rolling. Tough for Connors, though, if that's the case. Sounds like it must have been pretty brutal. Eee. Stay strong out there, James. First and 10. 22 seconds to go in the third quarter. Rattler drops back to pass. He's got a man wide open, Juwan Jennings out there in space. First down. Glenn Coral, thank you for the $2 donation. Appreciate it. Says Pumpkin and Williams have a psychic link. Go Hawks. All big cats do. It's known. It is known. I heard about a weird Japanese tradition that I don't know if it's true or not. And that will take us to the end of half, by the way, after that completion, or to the fourth quarter. I heard one that was that in Japan, if you lose your cat on the street, if you go up to you lose your cat, gets out of your house and gets out and you can't find him, that if you go up to a feral cat or whatever and you give him food and you tell him to go find your cat's name, that they'll come back. It's probably BS, It's probably some, but it sounds cool. I'd heard it's worked for some people. I don't know. Jay Gundy, thank you for the $5 donation. This is the type of win that brings Hawk fans to the stadium. Best way to fix the sea of red at home. Indeed. You've had so many losses and so many tough games to watch as well within your own stadium in those losses you've had over the past couple of years, to your point. You give people a game like this that they possibly could come to see, that's a possibility on the table, that's something that we might get to eat. That does make it a lot more tempting to be able to come see that in the house, doesn't it, Jay Gundy? You're right about that. Good point. Very, very good point. Hopefully this can provide some motivation to the fan base. Lala Thank you for answering my call and subbing on up. I really appreciate you doing that, folks. We are right on the precipice. I'm going to check in a second to see how close we are. We are right there, like a couple away from 20,000. You can get us over the mark right now with a sub. I'd really appreciate it. I thank you, Lala, for doing that. Brent Yo Endo, thank you for the $2 donation. Rest some starters soon and ready up for Thursday. Amen, Brent. Amen. That is really, I think, the route you got to take into this third quarter. And that, look, you'd love to just keep this thing down to 10, 13 points, not let the Saints get anything done. Just but at the end of the day, rest up, let them have a couple of empty calorie points if that's what they're going to do in this, and get your guys a little bit fresher on Thursday than hopefully the Cardinals are going to be. You got to be thinking a little bit about that here, because we're going to reach the spot of this where it's sort of, there's an impossibility that the Saints are going to be able to get up to your 44 points. There's just not going to be enough pure possessions here. And so Seattle should probably be taking that a little bit into account into this fourth quarter. Save the Geese. Thank you for the $5 donation. Save the Geese. How come the 49ers and Cardinals didn't dominate the Saints? Great question. I would say that certainly them being down Fuaga hurts them big. That's maybe their most important offensive lineman. And Seahawks getting loud here on 1st and 10 as we're going to kick off the fourth quarter. Good to see people actually out there cheering and screaming. And sometimes they go to the shots in the crowd and the guys are all quiet. You're like, come on, say something. 1st and 10. Saints at the 12-yard line here. Rattler and shotgun, kind of looking confused a little bit about what he's trying to do here. He finally gets the snap off here. Pressure. Flushes him from the pocket. He's going to get out of the way and just end up. Ooh, did he complete that? I think he completed that for a touchdown. And indeed he did. Rattler able to just kind of float and find his man out there, and the guy got his feet down. It's a good catch, touchdown. Tayakata out there in coverage, filling in for, of course, Julian Love. Part we didn't talk about coming in this game much, that's not been much on display, is you are down basically if you have Emawari and Witherspoon out in this game and then Love out in this game. You know, if you're in nickel, you're down 3/5 of your secondary in nickel right now. Haven't really been able to tell in this game a lot, but it is the case, that's for sure. So I'd guess save the Geese. You know, some of this goes to, are those teams as good as we are? You know, we'll see as this year goes along a bit. I mean, save the Geese, for instance, in the Niners case, you know, they've got Mac Jones out there starting instead of Brock Purdy. They'd have no George Kittle in that game. You know, it's not the same of them being able to play them anywhere near full strength. And both of those two games of the Cardinals and the Niners is being played in New Orleans. You know, it is the 10 a.m. game thing too on top of it. But we're definitely handling them more easier here today. You know, we're definitely doing better. Megan, thank you for the $2 donation. It says Myers 13 points. Love my fantasy team. Yeah, Myers might win the week for you with what he's doing. He might still have another one in him yet here, Megan. He's rolling. I'm going to be right back, folks. 1 second. Rodney Press Show. Thank you for the $5 donation, Rodney. Thank you for that. Impressive game today. I'll be honest. The Rams look good. That's a team we're going to really struggle with. Rams are legit, man, and they're not going anywhere, and I don't think the Rams have any reason to have to hang their head in regards to, feeling like they should have this win today and that it's some big besmirching. I'm gonna give Jake a lot of hell on the round table about it, but that doesn't mean that they aren't still legitimate. That doesn't mean that they aren't still a team that can still be a Super Bowl representative coming out of the NFC. And when it comes down to it, no matter how good we look in some of these other games and what we do on this, we've got to basically conquer the Niner Ram bully that's on our block. They're the ones that are sort of ruling the day, and they've ruled it in this division recently, and it's on us to whether or not we're ready or able to be able to take them down. But they're not going to be easy. You maybe had it as easy as it was going to be all throughout this year in that first game against the 49ers, between the 4 games you play those two teams collectively. And the kickoff will go in the back of the end zone where the Hawks will take over at the 35-yard line. We get the lock hour. A couple people will be very happy to hear this in the chat as Drew Lock will step out onto the football field here. You're having a good game when your backup quarterback can walk in for mop-up duty at the very beginning of the fourth quarter. So Darnold, Kupp sitting on the sideline. They're over there taking some of the Mai Tais away from Michael Dixon. You've had enough today, Michael. You've had enough. I'm a giant crocky. Tastes good. Let me have some. Our day's done now, too. Lock out here in shotgun. 1st and 10. Hand off to George Holani. Holani hit just past the line of scrimmage, but a gain about 4. Thank you, though, Rodney, for the $5 donation. I appreciate you for that, brother. And you're right. We've struggled against them. They beat us last week in the first game, second game, even with Jimmy Garoppolo back there. It was all we could do to beat him in that one. Not going to be easy, man. Not going to be easy. Luckily, we get more time to kind of prepare ourselves for that matchup down the road a little bit too, which is good. 2nd down and 6. Handoff here to George. George stretched out wide, nowhere to go. Blocking just not holding up there. And he'll be pulled down to the ground there where it'll be 3rd down. Clock will continue to tick. Daniel W., thank you for the $2 donation. Daniel says, can we get a Mariners stream for the 4 p.m. game? Yeah. Why not? I got to get it up on the old deal there, but I'm be doing the post game anyway, Daniel. So why not? Right? We're doing the post game as it is. So sure. Absolutely. Absolutely. I forgot about the game being on at 4. Have to check it out. O'Dwyer, thank you for the $10 donation. We got a flag on Seattle here. He says, congrats on the 20K subs. Did I break through? Did we crack through, folks? Oh, hell yeah. Let's go. We broke through. Let's go. All right. Oh, you guys are the best. Just the best. So we got through 20,000 subscribers we break through today. 3rd down and 12 here for Locke. He's in shotgun, dropping back to pass. He's got some time. He's going to flip this out to Holani. The Saints are going to rally up here and get Holani brought to the ground. Seahawks just want to keep the clock ticking and rolling here as much as anything. There is a long way to go in addition to that. But thank you to all of you who just helped get up over the mark on that. You are the hero today. 20 subscribers. Whew, feels good. It feels good. That blowout win, past 20,000 subs. Feel like Ice Cube. Hell yeah, it was a good day. There's no barking from the dog, no smog. Mom done cooked a breakfast with no hog. Like I'm a grub on, but I didn't pig out. Here's the punt return back. Saints punt returner still on his feet here. Not good. Long punt return there by the Saints returner. All right. Okay. But thank you for the congratulations. I really appreciate the $10 donation as well. Dwyer Megan as well with the $2 donation says, congrats on 20KB. Thank you. Feels good. It feels really, really good. Long way getting here. 6 years getting to the spot, but it's great. On to 30,000. You know what I mean? On to 30,000. But thank you guys. Brian as well with a $20 donation. Thank you, Brian. You're the man. I really appreciate that. Brian says $20 for 20K. B, you demand. No, you demand. No, you. No, you. You're good, you. You're good, you. Thanks for all you do. Well, thank you, Brian. Megan O'Dwyer, as all three of you guys and gals have been not only members of this channel for a very long time, but you all been rocking with me, riding with me for many of the years we've been on doing this YouTube experience thing. And so thank you for that not just the donations today, but that long period of support here, allowing me to be able to do what I get to do here. And that's tremendous of all of you for doing that. Adam Baum, another man that's been that way as well. Thank you for another $20 donation as well from Adam Baum. He says, here's $20 for 20K. Thanks for all the content, B. Hey, it's my pleasure. Thank you guys. You're so very kind for those big old donations. I really do appreciate it. You guys are just amazing here. Too kind to yours truly. I've got just the most amazing community, and you guys are just unbelievable in all the support you do put over here on this channel and all you guys do for me on this side of it. So thank you for that. Appreciate you guys watching, but your guys' support is in addition on top of that. It's just been unbelievable here from all of the years in doing this and all of the encouragement on top of it. We're riding. We're just getting started here. 20K is a good mark, but it's great to get out of the teens finally, but we're rolling now. You know what I mean? We're rolling. We're going to pick up some speed here. So let's go. Let's go. Thank you for that. Adam, Brian, Megan, O'Dwyer, big old dono drops. Thank you for that. Feels good. 20K. I salute all of you out there for helping us get up over the hump on this one. And I really do appreciate it. D Money subscribing up. Thank you for D Money. You also subbing on up, getting us up over that mark, getting us now closer to 30,000. Now we're running for 30. We're going for that 30K. We're going to run a 30K. Let's do it today. 12:45 to go for your Seattle Seahawks, up 44-13 here. The Saints are going to take over with a 1st and 10 after a nice punt return on their part. Seattle trying to keep this thing under wraps, close this thing out, come away healthy, come away a little bit fresher than maybe they thought they were going to have the opportunity to do so walking in. That would be the ideal through this fourth quarter. Maybe a pick six in there too. A Josh Jobe pick six. I could go for that too. 1st and 10, handoff here inside to Kimura. He's going to be swallowed up there. Indeed, you've got Jared Ivey out on the field, Mike Morris out on the field here for your Seattle Seahawks. So definitely a lot of the backups coming in like you'd like to see here to keep these guys fresh. Rattler in shotgun, quick snap here. Pressure, flips it out into space to Chris Olave. Olave brought down to the ground by Tyrese Knight and Tyakata for a very short gain. Olave's made a lot of catches here in this game, but not a lot of yards with those catches. He's 10 receptions for 57 yards in this game so far. 3rd down and 3 for the Saints. Seahawks bringing a bit of a run blitz here. Mike Morris brings him down to the ground. Morris just felt where that play was going right from the start, and he collapsed down the line of scrimmage wholly there from the edge. Tackle just kind of ignored him, and he just scraped right down the line of scrimmage to find the ball carrier. 4th down and 4 for the New Orleans Saints. And they're going to, no surprise here, go for it. Seahawks showing a blitz. Saints in shotgun. Rattler. Drop back to throw. Seahawks go out of the blitz. Rattler just continues to find a way to break the pocket. That ball's going to be picked off by Darian Kendrick. He's had his hands on a couple of balls in this football game. Had himself a pick last week in the end zone. And able to jump this one as Rattler was trying to direct traffic live while he was pressured. And that was just not going to work. Seahawks able to jump on top of it there. Great job by Kendrick, who has just been a godsend coming in for your Seattle Seahawks. Down 3/5 of your secondary. Doesn't seem to matter today. Didn't hold up the train in the least. Keon Lund, thank you for the $5 donation. Keon. Seattle scoring defense is at 15.3 currently. Let's go. Hey, that's going to help it along the margins right there. And then this is going to be a prideful group on this kind of game where you're like, we don't want the empty calorie points you get at the end where we're just sitting back and prevent defense hoping you're going to just let the clock bleed on out. No, we were going to keep you to 13. That'd be nice to come off this win to give the defense that kind of tip of the hat for how well they played in this football game overall. Very well done on their part. But a hell of a stop there. Let's go. Thank you, Keon. Megan, thank you for the $2 donation. She says, we'll have a drink in Sydney for the 20KB. Please do, Megan. And make it your favorite one. I want your favorite drink and give me a nice little toast there from down in Australia. I may not see it, but I'll feel it. You know what I mean? I won't see the toast, but I'll feel the toast. So I'm going to fully expect it, but it feels good. You've helped us get here. Absolutely a big part of this community and channel and what you've done as a mod here, helping us get here. I really appreciate you for all you do. It's not always easy, especially with all the spam stuff coming through here. Just the spam filter is not turned on with these YouTube stuff, so it keeps these mods busy. I appreciate everything you do. R. Sanchez dropping a $20 donation as well. Thank you for that, Sanchez. You guys are amazing. Let's go. Sanchez, lock or bust, 20K. Hey, not a bad day, Sanchez. You get a blowout. You get some lock love, Rams lose. It's not too shabby, huh? It's not too shabby. Let's see if Locke can get something done here, Sanchez, Let's let him have a little bit of fun, Mike. Come on, you got the backups in there. Let him have a little bit of fun back there. Give me a first down play action pass. Give me a seam ripper. How about a nice first down play action pass with a seam ripper to Arroyo? Yeah, something light like that, Sanchez. You know what I mean? Something nice and just gentle like that. 1st and 10. Play action pass. Oh, it was right there. Holani with the catch. Brought down to the ground there after a first down reception. They almost did what I was advocating for. You just know the Saints are loading up for the run game here on first down, Why not? Why not? Thank you, though, Sanchez. You're the man. Appreciate all you've done. Another man, just longtime supporter of this channel. Big time donations you've dropped in the past so many times over. I really thank you for that. I appreciate you. 1st and 10 for the Hawks. Handoff here to Hololani. Not much of anywhere to go with. Josh Jones out there for you at left tackle. You got Cross and Lucas. Do they have to draw straws as to who gets to have the backup out there for him? Lucas is still out there. 2nd down and 9. Lock or bust, 20K or Sanchez. I want to see a lock rip here, man. You can't put that hose on the field and not put it on display. We need one hose rip here. Lock dropping back to throw under a little bit of pressure. Tries to come back to Horton. Tight coverage over there from Alante Taylor. Third down and 9. Shadowbot07, thank you for the $2 donation. Says, Kenrick interception. Feels good for the kid. He had his hand on the ball here in this game earlier. Had one last week that was right in his hands that knocked up and Kobe Bryant almost picked. Seahawks now come out. Shotgun look here. Locke's going to just hand this off here to Hololani, and he'll drag forward here for 4th down. Keep the clock, just roll your boat. Roll the clock as you beat the Saints down. Quickly. The game will be done. Dixon comes out for a rare punt in this football game. He's got 147-yarder. He puts down his Mai Tai and cigarette and comes out. Fourth and 5 here. Nice job by Seattle bleeding that clock all the way down there. Fair catch signaled at the 13-yard line. And that's where they'll take over. Robert Jimenez, thank you for the $2 donation. Says, congrats on 20K. Watkins says, congrats also. Feels good when again 20K. I like it now that I'm here. I didn't know how much I was going to want this badly, but I do. Yes. 20K sounds good. It's like gold. 20K gold. Pure. Love it. Walking stoked, Robert. Impression's not the greatest today, but it's hanging on. We got a tip ball at the line of scrimmage. Is that Mike Morris? Yeah, Mike got his hand on the ball there. Mike being active since he's came in. Walking happy. I like it. 20K. It's right. It's good. It's what it should be, really, as I want. Definitely stoked. Almost as good as a blowout win against New Orleans. They're not that good, but who cares? We win. Handoff inside here to Kenry Miller. Mike Morris again, making his presence felt with the tackle. Oh, Morris is having a game here already. I like to see the Saints running the ball too as well. Like, let's let this thing go home, right? Let's you agree that we agree that we're just going to let's grind this thing out. You know, you're not doing nothing. It is what it is at this point, right? Let's just call it. Boo, thank you for the $7 donation. Boo. No love, no spoon, no Eminwari. It don't matter. The war machine keeps on turning. I love it. I love it. 3rd and 7. Rattler, flush from the pocket, tries to throw a difficult ball on the run there over the top to Cooks. Can't quite complete the pass. 4th down and 7 for the New Orleans Saints. See if they go for this or just punt this. I love it, man. No love for Spoon or Emawari, but it don't matter. The war machine keeps turning. The gears keep grinding. Victory is coming. Let's go, man. Let's go, Boo. And the Saints are going to punt. The ultimate definition of taking the soul of a team. You got them punting down 13-44 with 8 minutes to go in the 4th quarter. Hell yeah. Hell yeah. Let's go, Boo. 3/5 of that secondary down today. And it's going to take Spencer Rattler about 59 attempts to get to 300 yards. He's barely cracked 200 as it is, whipping it all over the field as he has. Mr. Kane, he's joining the train of $20 donations. Y'all are just so kind. And we got a quick turnaround in the action here with Locke back under center, 1st and 10. Hand off here to that Jarcadia right. Are we to the Jarcadia right? Indeed, we are getting to Jarcadia a little bit of some touches here. Let's go. No Charbonnet as well today. Can't forget that part in addition. 2nd down and 7. Clock keeps rolling. Mr. Kane, thank you for joining the train of 20,000 subscribers. You guys are just unbelievable with the support, dropping a $20 drop. Appreciate you, my brother from another mother. Says, joining in on the money and fun. Well, thank you for that. Congratulations, little brother. Don't drink myself, so I'll light one for you. Laughing my ass off. Hell of a game, brother. Go Hawks. Little handoff there, just short of the 1st down for a 3rd and short. Well, go Hawks to you too, Mr. Kane. Thank you. And just great again to see these names, not only just the big donations, but folks like yourself, Mr. Kane, that have been riding and rocking with me for years. And getting the chance to pass by this little marker like this, just a good indicator of us just making the great progress like we are and moving in the right direction like we want to be. And it's just awesome. Many of you have been with me here for years. And we all get to kind of experience this success together, which is so very cool. But appreciate you, man. It's been a hell of a day. Cross 20K. My team gets to blow out the team at home. Feel a little bit of that home field advantage coming back into effect with some of the false starts here from the Saints offense today. It's been a beautiful thing. It's been a beautiful, beautiful thing. But thank you, Mr. Kane. I appreciate all of your support through the years, as well being a member of the channel and as well as also family, right? Somewhere up the line, you know what I mean? Danny McCormick, thank you for the $2.79 donation. Is it time to have a convo about the nickel corner? Why? I mean, you're not just in like first world problems, you're in like Star Trek problems when it comes to the nickel corner situation as we move into the future on this one of this just season. You have Darian Kendrick, who's playing really good football there in that on that side of it. You have Nick Emenwari coming back, who you had kind of tracked to be the starter there when you were going to come into game one. And then you have Devin Witherspoon, who you can theoretically put back in there because Josh Jobe is playing so good on the outside. So you've got three real competent guys to do it. I think that you still go back to the original plan, 3rd down and 1 here to Hololani. Hololani, good job, finds a first down there. Nicely done by Hololani. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Very well done there by him. 6:08 to go on the clock. That's a first down for your Seahawks. And they would love nothing better than to just be able to run the rest of this clock out, keep your defense on the bench, and call it a day. Call it a day. So I think, Danny, they'll go back to their original plan with this, which will be Emenwari out there and Witherspoon to the outside. But I think that it's also not straightforward and easy for McDonald on making this call. Handoff inside to Jarcadia Wright, swallowed up in the hole at the A gap there and brought down to the ground with about a gain of a yard or two. So it's going to be hard to keep Kendrick off the field, but at the same point in time, this is what you'd like to have is the depth, the cornerback position you can call upon to have this particular problem as opposed to being on the other end of it like we've seen even the Cardinals kind of running into to start this year out where you get really thin and light and you can't sustain and you don't have the numbers, you don't have the depth, and you're getting attacked and picked on. You're seeing your corners have that go down on the other side of it. So don't think it'll happen, but it's possible, Danny. And certainly Kendrick has done a lot to earn his way into that conversation amongst the coaching staff. 2nd down and 9. Handoff here for Jarcadia Wright. Sidesteps the first man, jumps past the second man, keeps his feet after a nice little hurdle there to go and get the first down. Nice job. Nice job by Jarcadia. Your most effective running back on the day so far. I'm sure the Saints at this point are probably like, we're good. We're done. We're fine. Peter Van Gent, thank you for the $5 donation. PETA says, looks like we have good depth at the secondary. We got a late round steal in Horton. K9 looking really healthy. And we owe Harbaugh an apology. Go Hawks. Indeed. Everything you say is the truth, Peter. Shotgun look here for Drew. Hand off inside here to Jarcadia again. Jarcadia slips and falls behind the line of scrimmage. Oof, Josh Jones kind of tripped up there for a second. He's got to get up and kind of limp it off a little bit. 2nd down and 10. The Arizona Cardinals have tied up, it looks like, the game with the San Francisco 49ers 13-13. 3:51 to go in the 4th quarter here. Spencer Rattler looks like he's going to stay on the bench as the backup quarterback is warming up. 2nd down and 10. Handoff here to Hololani. Hololani might have fumbled it. Yeah. Saints player put his helmet right into the ball and knocked it free. Good job on his part. Olani tried to make a cut there and got taken out. So, yeah, the secondary depth is very nice to have, Peter. I think it's a lot of general managers in the league would look at our secondary and go, man, it'd be nice to have that kind of depth you can call upon. And these guys are coming back, Witherspoon and Emawari. So, you don't have guys that there's long-term injury going on there with it. Horton is the truth. I mean, he is. I don't know that he's going to be some, next Puka Nacua-like fifth-round pick that can become that kind of player with this. Boy, the Seahawks almost got a fumble there caused by DeAnthony Bell there. Kendry Miller with the carry. And Tyler Shock in the game now for the Saints. I have to feel like from the Saints' perspective, you just run this thing out. I mean, just get off the field at this point. Almost a fumble caused there by DeAnthony. But Horton is definitely going to be a capable receiver in this league, and we'll see where the ceiling goes with him. But this was an awesome day for him, and then just building upon what he had already kind of set up with last week, as he's got to kind of fill in there behind Kupp and JSN for the opportunities, right? He's not a number one guy in this, and they're going to try to throw the ball on 2nd and 4. So it's been impressive and such a development we could use to have a guy like Horton develop in the way that he does. I mean, it'd be such a nice turn of the leaf for us, not only for this season, but in the future years where you potentially have to go look for that wide receiver you have to take high in the draft and be able to actually take that draft capital and put it into other areas on the team because you feel like you're set having a guy like Horton on a rookie deal for the next 3 years. And K9 is absolutely healthy. And today was not a day, again, about him getting a lot of holes or a lot of opportunities out there to make a lot of hay. He did with what he could, but he is going to, like he showed last week, give you some opportunities. And Seahawks bring a blitz there on 3rd and 4 and able to knock Tyler Shock off his back foot there. Tyler Okada coming on the blitz. And the Saints are going to punt it. And good job by the Hawks defense here. Showing some pride for the starters out there, making sure you keep this down to 13 points, as you know they would like to do. You know they absolutely would like to do. But thank you, Peter. Appreciate it. Walker, he's going to give you games like he did last week. Not every week do you need that. Like this week, you didn't need that game necessarily. But he's going to be there and ready to give it to you. And as the blocking hopefully gets better in the run blocking as the year goes along, and I do think it will, you'll get him more effective. You'll get more production from him, I believe. And we all owe Harbaugh an apology. Go Hawks, man. We got the Harbaugh apology jar. It's filling up fast. The jar is filling up fast with dollar bills and fives. There's even a tenner in there. we big apology to Jay, man. Your special teams unit as much won this game as anything else, and not just because you got the block and the return, but because of the timing of when you got them. You put those in kind of a back-to-back nature of things, which really just sort of felt like it took all of the air out of the Saints' sails, and they were deflated, and you kind of were stepping on them at that point. So, you know, not just to have the plays, but the timing of the plays in a game like this were really huge. Handoff here to Hololani. He'll gain about 3 or 4 yards on that side of it. Go Hawks, Peter. Thanks for all you've done donation-wise. My brother is in the house. Always good to see blood in the house. How you doing, Robert? Dropping a $20 donation in addition to the rest on this. We've had a $20 donation train going here, and Rob's going to keep that thing choo-choo, keep that rolling. He says, congrats on 20,000 subscribers. Love you, brother. Hey, I love you too, brother. You know, by my heart on that. And you've been rocking with me too with helping me get here and doing your part as well on this. So this is as much about what we've done to be able to get here. Team-wise to arrive at this, but feels good, man. Feels good, especially on a day like this to have the blowout in addition to it. You know, it's just good day. Good day today. Thank you, though, man. I appreciate you, and I love you, man. Martin Lawrence, thank you for the $5. Says, came into this season thinking special teams would be a liability for us. So happy to be wrong. Seems like someone came in and tuned them up. Well, indeed, you know, you have last year with Jay Harbaugh, the change in the kickoff rules. They get even more further accentuated this offseason, moving it from the 30 to the 35 if you knock it back into the end zone. And, you know, that meant that, you know, with him struggling a little bit last year on his units to kind of get around that, and with D. Williams not able to field the punts, and you ran with D. Williams for a large part of the year, and, you know, why would you do that? And when you could realize that's not the right guy, but he has come back this year, and it's been 9-day difference. You know, there's no issues right now, special teams wise. They are being I think great in every respect. I think how they are on punt returns, how they defend punt returns, how you are on kickoffs, and how you defend kickoffs. Just take those aspects alone, and you're one of the top out there. But this would definitely be after you getting a punt return today and after you getting a kick blocked, having already had some good success special teams wise before this point last week, getting the touchdown. Your Seattle Seahawks, by every metric out there that would exist from a special team standpoint, are going to be the best special teams rated unit in all of football through the first 3 weeks of the season after this game. No doubt about it. How could they not be? I mean, just how? So I was as well worried about it, Martin, coming in. I wasn't as sure that it was going to be something we could count on being cleaned up this year, but Jay has answered that bell in a major way. And from your kicker, your punter, how you return, how you defend the returns, just every bit of it has been just top notch, which is good because this is the important part to us becoming a contender. And that is that you have not two parts of your team and the third part, which is this lesser part that you just have to get by with. It's that all three parts of this team work together to get you to your wins. It's not set up. It's every team would love to have them. They would all tell you that it's that way for them. And in theory, but in practicality and practice, I don't think it plays out that way. And I think for us, it's both in theory and how we need it to play out in practice. We need all three of these elements to go together. But today showed when all three of those elements go together, you don't have to play perfect football. You can just feel that all three are a benefit to you or helping you to go and get that win on the day. And that's how you felt today. It's how you felt last week. And this is how you get easy wins in the end of a fourth quarter. Handoff here to Holani. He's dancing around the backfield, finally finds a hole there and is able to cut it upfield there for a gain of about 4 or 5. This will bring us to third down, 1:49 to go on the clock here. But thank you, Martin. I appreciate that $5 donation. Well said. Someone came in and we got a mechanic in there. We got a special teams mechanic this offseason, I guess, brought in and to take care of some things. Michael Bicknell, thank you for the $20 donation. Michael joining the $20 donation train here. And congratulations to 20,000 subscribers here at the Hawks Nest. We just passed 20,000 subscribers. I really thank you for that. Michael, you are the man. Appreciate you. Third down and 2. Lock and shotgun here. Handoff inside again here to Holani. Holani goes and gets the first down, still on his feet, fighting hard. And he'll get the first. Let's go. Seahawks will be able to just lay on this ball now and close this game off and walk away with a comfortable dub on the day. A thorough beat down of the Saints. No more beads for you. No more odd-shaped cups with questionable liquor inside of it. Not for you today, New Orleans. You can fill that cup with tears. Michael, thank you for the $20 donation. Seattle will come out and just go ahead and down this ball. Saints say, we're not calling timeout. Don't worry about it. Just Moore's over there just going like this to Mike. Just run it. Just run it. Just run it. Run it, 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 run it. Michael says, came into the season, I took away from the preseason that we have great depth on this team. Some guys can get injured and the next man up is real. I think this game shows that. Great win for the Hawks. Congrats on 20,000 B. Well, thank you for the $20 donation for 20K. I really appreciate that. Well said on your part, though. I think that we did really have a pretty strong takeaway. And again, just based on the performance you were seeing of the backups coming in, that you were going to have good depth this year, that you could call upon good depth. I thought that this was, quite frankly, one of the separating factors that we would have over a team like maybe the Rams or the 49ers, where maybe they've got a little bit more top end to them, but that we'll have a little bit more depth that we can call upon if we need to. And it's a testament to how John Schneider has built this team, how the coaching staff has developed. It's also, I think, a testament to where you are at in the process of this team building spot. As I've often said, you're sort of 3 years into this process. You reset, hit everything back down to kind of a 0-hour place when you did the Russell Wilson trade. And you're going to need to really rebuild your offensive line and, get your new skill position players in there on the outside and get your running backs in that you want to draft and the defense put back together. And all of that was kind of a process you began 3 years ago. The fruits of that are that now you have your youngsters that are getting into their prime, that have had some seasoning and are ready to go. But then you also get hopefully a team that's also getting more further built behind those frontline guys because you're not just in the desperate search for the starters. You've already taken care of those guys. Now you're moving into the place of reinforcing the depth, which does feel like the place that they're at right now in this team building process, and why you can sustain some of these injuries and still be able to get over the top of it. But great point on your part. And thank you for the congratulations on the 20K. It feels good passing 20,000 subscribers here, as a long push to get there, got over the top. And yeah, it feels good. It feels good. It feels right, Michael. But thank you as again to a person that's donated many different times on this channel, many times over. I really appreciate it. Sanchez with another $20 donation. He says, Locke is 1-0 when coming in for Sam Darnold. I'm just saying. It's true. Locke is undefeated when coming off the bench this year. You know what I mean? I'm not gonna call him the closer here, Sanchez. I'm not gonna call him Anthony Munoz, but maybe he's Anthony Munoz. I just one sad tear, Sanchez, for the lack of hose action, though. You know what I mean? We didn't get the full on, at least just one, just cut it loose. One, you're up 44-13. Yeah, that window looks tight, Drew, but you can fit it. You can get it on in there. We didn't get one of those. I could have gone for one of those. I'm not going to lie, Sanchez. Just one of those ones where you go, I bet if I was on the field, I could hear that thing humming as it passed by my ear. But it's a good point. Locke is 1-0 when filling in for coming off the bench for Sam Darnold. His new nickname is the closer. We all thought it was Hose Lock, but it's actually the closer, the Munoz. I got to get the Mariner game on here in a second. Moonman, thank you for the $2 donation. And Sanchez, thank you for the double dip $20 donation, brother. You are the man. You are the man. Moonman, you are the man too. Thank you for the $2 donation. Says, love how some fans called this a trap game. Yeah, trap game is one of those terms that does get thrown around quite a bit by fan bases in a variety of different areas. And it's one that I tend to find bothersome at times because, you know, teams that are juggernaut teams that are been at the top for a while deserve the right to be able to maybe overlook certain opponents here and there. I mean, certainly you look at the Cleveland game against the Packers today, 13-10. How do you not walk away a little bit from that thinking maybe the Packers overlooked that Cleveland team throughout the week? Seems kind of natural on that one. But if you are a team that hasn't necessarily been a great team recently, you can't afford to overlook anybody. And when you are a Seattle Seahawks team that has been very close to being owned at home over the last couple of years and embarrassed at times over the past couple of years by some very lesser opponents, like New York Giants last year. When that's been the case, I think that you have to have a bit of an extra special amount of attention you're giving to that game and what's going on in that game, and that you can't just merely sort of like shrug it off and go, well, it's just, you know, it's Saints and we haven't been good at home, but we'll get around with the Saints. You got to be like, no, we need to understand that we've lost this home advantage and we need to take this thing seriously and relock this mother effing thing back in place. And it did feel like the energy you got today with them was an energy across the board with the Seahawks team of we want to go take this game. Yeah, you got up ahead of them quick. And yeah, it just kind of turned into an avalanche there for the Saints. But this was also you making this happen. This wasn't as much about the Saints walking in and not being ready to play. They're out on the road. They've traveled all the way across the country. They're kind of just not into it. I don't think that was as much of this game. I think it was much your players went out there and they took it. And that was part of that. They had the energy, the sense of urgency, that they need to operate with to play this kind of game. I think it was on display. But I had a hard time with that one too, Moonman. Being that this is a game that you let yourself get trapped on when you still haven't really, driven down the line of what you are as a team and proven what you are as a team yet. You get down to maybe week 12 and it's 10-2. Okay. But you're week 3, you're 1-1. You gotta stand up on every opponent. And especially again, understanding in recent years, you've had such an issue with, keeping this home advantage as strong as it once was in the past. Jordan, I see you got a donation. Bear with me 1 second. Let me get some more coffee. All right. Jordan, thank you for the $5 donation. Jordan, appreciate you, brother. Mac Jones is showing why paying Purdy a year earlier than you needed was a bad decision. Indeed, I think that there's going to be some takeaway from Niner fans out there on this one, that if he's able to hold up on their line of this and continue to play well. I didn't have a chance to see much with that Niner game and what was going on. We got the Cardinals up 15-13 on them right now with 1:59 on the clock, and the Cardinals with the ball, 4th and 9 though. Maybe I should flip over to that game. One sec, folks. Jesus, dude. The amount you have to go through. Oh my God, dude.
Action, the ball just never gets there. Dives.
All right. Got the Mariner game up here, so we'll be able to watch that at the same point in time. Niners got the ball back, 1:10 to go here in the 4th over there. We'll track that as well and what's going on there. Jordan, I think with Mac, and how he's playing, let's see where he's at in this game here. 24, 36, 246, 1 touchdown, 1 interception. I mean, that'll be a good game. If he brings them back and they get a touchdown, I think there'll be more fans that might be saying that. There'll be other fans on the other side that'll say, I'm sure too, though, well, he got us 13 points, or he brought out a field goal at the end. He got us to 16 to win the game, but Purdy would have had us at 24 or whatever. I still agree with what you're saying, though, which you come down to paying a quarterback, you need to be really sure, not kind of sure, not, well, I mean, like, what's going to be the blowback for fans if we don't do it? That's not sure. Sure is that that the bang is worth the buck, the money is worthwhile, and when you're paying these kind of players like quarterbacks, the kind of money you're paying them, and they're making that kind of dough, man, you got to be sure. And if you're not, you're getting yourself in a real predicament salary cap wise, and Niner fans know it. They know it. You can hear it in the tenor of their voice, Jordan, when they talk about how quickly they can get out from under the contract is almost as soon as he signed it, before the ink is even dry. Wait, no, we really love him. No, he's our guy. That's the dude. We're going with him. We're rocking with him forever. He's the dude. We're doing this. This is how it's going. Okay. And we can totally get out of the contract after like a year from now, if that's what we want to do. Wait, hold on though. You just hold on. You just said he's the guy though. You want to pay him. We do want to pay him. We totally want to pay him. Totally want to pay him. Franchise quarterback. Joe Montana, Steve Young, Brock Purdy. 1, 2, 3. Okay. That's how it goes. Okay. But we can also get out of it in a year. You're telling me two different things here. I feel that way about that one, Jordan, too. And we'll see with Mac, man. He goes 2-0 as a starter. Then maybe more of those Niner fans will start to feel a little bit that way. Looks like you got 30 seconds left. Niners are in field goal range, though it is going to be a deep kick for them here to try to punch this one through on the Cardinals. Boy, if the Niners can get this win at 3-0 on the Cardinals too, considering their health is going to get better as the year goes along, that would be pretty big for them. Not going to lie. But well said, Jordan. I do tend to agree. Jesse, thank you for subscribing to the channel. Jesse, welcome aboard the Hawks Nest. I appreciate you doing that. Thanks so much. Ooh, Gilbert gives up a double here, the first batter of the game to Altuve. Man, Altuve just never stops. Never stops. 6 seconds to go, down to the last kick there for the Niners and company. Appreciate you, Jesse, for subbing up to the Hawks Nest. Thank you for that. MJ Seahawk, thank you for the $5 donation. Cards are getting beat up. Our guys got some rest. Battle of the Little Birds against the Hawks. Looking good for Thursday. Indeed, it does sound like there's been some injuries, maybe on both sides of the ball there between the Niners and the Cardinals. But that's going to maybe hopefully a big factor to this upcoming game Thursday night. And fans don't often talk a lot about it, MJ, in the necessity of trying to get yourself ready for the upcoming game that week and the process an NFL player has to undertake to go from Monday to get to Sunday to have your body ready to go. And we think of these guys as being kind of like superheroes and that they can take a beating and bounce right back and it's no problem. But many will tell you the Monday's a car crash and you're just getting up on Monday and your body's stiff and it hurts and you can't really move very well. And then by Tuesday, you kind of start to move a little bit, but it's still hurting. And Wednesday, you're starting to kind of get the body going, but man, it's still really sore here and here and here and there. And then Thursday, you got to play a game. And if you do have that opportunity to potentially have a little bit of that rest in that game leading up to that, even a quarter like it seemed like the Hawks defense was able to sort of take off in this game, could make a big difference for a team like the Cardinals and the Niners, where it has come down to the end of the line, where they're having to basically fight it out, duke it out as hard as they can right up into the end of it. You would think that would factor a little bit into this. We shall see. And the Niners were able to win it out. So the Niners go get the win on the Cardinals there at the end. They get the dub in a very low-scoring football game out there. Interesting. 2 outs here in the first inning for Logan Gilbert. Able to get himself out of some trouble there. Very interesting week here of games. How it kind of played out here. Looking good though, MJ. As good as you could hope for a Thursday game coming into this, and hopefully we can get back Witherspoon into the mix at least on this. You know, get Julian Love back in, hopefully maybe with the hamstring. Hamstrings are always hard. But boy, you could use those guys for this upcoming matchup, couldn't you? Mark Sanchez, thank you for the $5 donation, Mark. Ultimate Seattle sports weekend. Huskies bring home the Apple Cup. Hawks dominated the Saints. And the M's can sweep the Astros. Yeah, the Mariners are on the precipice of being able to, if they can put this series away today and get another win, sweep it through at the time of year you most needed it, how huge that would be for this team who's trying to go out there and make some playoff noise here and trying to just get in the playoffs, which has been hard enough for our Mariner team. But this is a fantastic Seattle sports weekend. And we don't always get a lot of these, especially with no more Sonics in town, to be able to have a couple of different wins, a couple of different, hey, cool. Oh, that's cool. Oh, that's sweet. But hopefully this can finish us off here. The Mariners get us finished off right here with a sweep today, and Gilbert gets out of the first inning with the opening double going for naught. And that'll be one in the books out there. But yeah, the Huskies getting the Apple Cup done too as well. Damon Williams had more of a chance to kind of give more of a look of him and really get a feel for him as a player. He's very impressive, and boy, that kid's got some wheels on him, doesn't he? He can move. Pretty good arm in addition to that too as well. Going to be kind of a fun player to track. That's for sure. Thank you, Mark. Appreciate your donation, and a hell of a Seattle sports weekend. Not too bad. Games that went down here today as far as the other scores. You had Jaguars beating the Texans. Texans fall to 0-3 now. Seattle plays them at some point this future season. The Panthers took down the Falcons, two teams we play later on this year as well. So 2 more teams that'll be at 1-2 to start out their year off, making the schedule look a little bit easier. And boy, that Falcons first round pick to the Rams, still not looking the best, that move that they made on that one. The Commanders 41-24 over the Raiders, and the Buccaneers able to take down the St. Jets team that was hanging with them throughout the day, 29-27. Close game, best game of the opening games. First game with the Eagles, first games with the Eagles and the Rams playing. Eagles able to win that game 33-26, mounting an end game drive to go take that one. The Patriots fall to the Steelers 21-14. The Bengals get just destroyed by the Vikings. The Titans fall to the Colts. Daniel Jones, Indiana Jones. Is it real? Maybe. Browns with the upset of the day, taking out the Packers at home, 13-10. Packers just couldn't get anything done offensively in that game. And then you've got the 49ers beating on a last-minute field goal attempt, taking down the Cardinals 16-15. The Cowboys falling to the Bears, 31-14. And the Chargers beating the Broncos 23-20 at the end there. So, interesting slate of action this Sunday. Some upsets, some strange results, but not in your Seattle Seahawks game. Not in ours. Not in this one. Let me, I'm going to change up my thumbnail here, so bear with me so that we can catch all the people that we need to catch. They're looking for post-game content here. Go like this. And we will go like this. If I can find this stupid thing. There we go. There we go. Yeah, if they still had Jake Moody, the Niners probably would have missed that field goal attempt. It's true. Richard, Cardinals and the Niners both got their lose streaks, so we can win the division. We can. Boy, I'll tell you what, though, the Niners are in a very juicy position right now as it stands here. I ain't gonna lie. I'm getting more and more concerned with the Niners situation where Purdy's gonna be back, Kittle's gonna be back, Malik Mustafa is gonna be back for them. I mean, eventually, they probably are gonna get Brandon Ayuk back. We'll see what state he's gonna be in when he comes back and arrives. But they got the Jaguars next week, the Rams, the Buccaneers. I mean, if they can survive that stretch, then you have the 1-2 Falcons, the 0-3 Texans, the 0-3 Giants when it's all said and done. Now they'll have to play the Rams the second time, the Cardinals, but then you have the Panthers, the Browns, the Titans, and then Colts, Bears at the end. Niners, that schedule, man. They get healthier, that could be troublesome. Man, this division's going nowhere. Like we're just, no one's going to age out. No one's going to have a Super Bowl window closed. Like, we're going to have to go take this thing. I wish a little bit it was easier, but it ain't going to be easy. And it's going to be as hard as we kind of thought it possibly could be, in almost the worst case scenario a little bit. Alan Brazzi, thank you for the $2 donation. Great win today, 12s. We kicked ass. Go Hawks. Got to give it props, big props out there to the Mariners. Get 2 men on here in the second inning. Jorge Polanco able to run out an infield single there. Just a little dribbler gets him on. But hell of a win today, Alan, and big props out there to the fan base in the stadium. I give those guys a lot of hard time at times, and rightfully so, for not being quite as loud as we've been in the past, and a lot of fans taking over the stadium. But today you felt like you had the full-throated 12s in effect. Variety of false starts. Kelvin Banks, the rookie, was having a nightmare of a game trying to keep himself from jumping off sides. And then he had a holding penalty after he had to kind of lock in, making sure that the ball was snapped, laid out of his stance. And then you able to really take advantage of that defensively there in those moments. So cool to see the 12s having an impact on this game. We got a single out into right field. Hard hit ball. It's going to be hard to plate this. Eugenio Suarez with a just line drive single here, and that will load up the bases for Dominic Gonzone. Come on, nice little grand salami time. Grand salami time from the guy named Canzone. I mean, that seems pretty fitting, doesn't it? It kind of goes together. But a great win today, Alan. Go Hawks, man. It's just what you wanted to see. Another three-phase victory like yesterday. A dominant victory against what you would think would be a lesser team. If this is a bottom 5 team and you think you are who you are, then you should beat up on that team. I'm not saying it's a mandate, but it's just something you'd like to see if you hope you are that type of team. Cameron, thank you for 36 months, 3 years as a Hawks Nest member. I appreciate that long-time support. Perfect game to have on before playing Thursday night. Exactly. You couldn't ask for better in that way. If you got to get a Thursday night game outside on Canzone Ball 1, if you got to have a Thursday night game, have it to where you get the prior week that you don't have to play that game full tilt till the end of the end. And the Cardinals are out there, in San Francisco. They got to fly all the way back after a tough loss. Hard hit ball. Oh, Canzone hit it on a line and hit it right at the third baseman, unfortunately. And he dropped it, but did he drop that purposefully to try to get the double play? No, just he had to, man, Canzone almost got that knocked through. Whew. That's tough. It's tough when you put good contact on it like that. But this is ideal, man, is that Cameron, you can get through, rest a lot of your guys. Walker didn't have to go with 24, 25 carries, 30 touches in this game to get through the dub. You're able to kind of protect everybody and keep them clean. You got a guy in Darnold that didn't have to take a lot of hits in this game. You appreciate that part of it too, where you go, okay, you're able to keep him upright and clean. Not many attempts. Yeah, it's an ideal for going into that Thursday night game. And if you can get that Thursday night game and you can go to 3-1, and you can set yourself up with a 3-1 going into that Buccaneers game with almost a little bit of a mini bye coming off that Thursday night game. You're setting yourself up right. You're setting yourself up right to go make a run. 2-1 here to Robles. I like saying that name, Robles. Wish I could roll my R's. Robles. Dylan Chamberlain, thank you for the $5 donation. Dylan, really enjoying this stream while watching the M's game. Go Hawks. Go M's. Well, thank you for that, Dylan. I will be, since we got the game on right now with Mariners, I'll be trying to do some little bit of play-by-play here of the Mariners while we talk some Seahawks. So whichever way you guys want to go, Mariners, Seahawks, we can go either direction here tonight. Got the Mariners with the bases loaded. 2-2 count here to Victor Robles. 1 out. Outside. 3-2. Come on, meat. Give him something juicy. What are you crying about? What? What? I don't know what that means. Outside, ball 4, they give you a freebie. Alexander's struggling to find his control early on here against the Mariners. Already the bats are putting some solid swings on balls with some nice line drives. And now just kind of pecking away a little bit at the zone there, a little bit too much on Robles. But thank you, Dylan. Appreciate the $5 donation. Let's see if the Mariners can finish off this weekend just right. Crawford up to the plate, bases still loaded, 1 man down. Takes a strike. AI, they took out the old guys. Murphy played the whole game. Indeed, yeah. Swing and a miss here for Crawford, 0-2. Yeah, Murphy had to play. There's a pecking order to this, and Murphy as a second-year guy is going to be like, yeah, you're playing it all. Leonard, DeMarcus Lawrence, they're going to sit out. You rested as many as you could. We got a ball. June 36, AB, I love seeing the depth on our team in this win. Also, Tory Horton for wide receiver 2. Well, Tory might end up making a strong case here by this year going on to go in and grab that spot. I think Kupp has done fine, and I like kind of keeping him in that third wide receiver place, June 36, just because I'm a guy that's a very ardent person with rookies of not, giving him too much. This ball hit. This ball driven deep. This is driven to the back of the seats. Crawford with a grand slam at time. Grab out the mustard and rabbit, Grandma. We're eating good tonight. Woo! What a weekend. 5-0. 5-0 Mariners. I'm getting this scorecast up. Let's go, Mariners. Damn, he hit a bomb on that one, and he knew it too. Let's go. Crawford played it so low-key after he hit it, I was like, is that just a pop-up? And another base hit out in the center field. You talk about two teams in Seattle being ready to play right out the gate, you feeling it. How about the Mariners and the Seahawks today? Both do just certain energy and effort coming into play that you can just feel jumping off the screen at you. And Crawford just destroyed that pitch. Hanging slider, middle of the plate. And he just crushed it. Little man with some power. And how huge this game could be if the Mariners can complete the sweep and take the 3 stack. Let's go. Let's go. Padres, Mariners, Dream World Series. That would be cool, Dad Boy. I could go for that too. King Bomber run blocking is still an issue. Pass pro has been solid, like you say. I think that's been really good, but run blocking has been an issue. I think something that does stand out in this game that's carrying over from week 2 and a little bit to what the Niners did in week 1 is the commitment by defenses on this offense to stack the box and really do bring the extra guys down to that front 7. I really feel like you're feeling that a bit. Cal Raleigh up to the plate now, 1 man down, 1 on first. And so this does put a little bit more back on, I think, Kubiak to be able to find the adjustments to that of, hey, we're getting a lot of first and second down, heavier looks with the defensive fronts, that 5 men on the line of scrimmage, extra safety down in the box. Do we want to counter that by still trying to run into that? Or do we want to start trying to look for some of that deep stuff that now should be open over the top? Do we have the guys that can attack over the top? I think you do. I think, and what you saw in a couple of plays in this game, I think King Bomber was just that. The Jackson Smith and Jigba big play down the middle of the field. The fade ball to Tory, which would the fade ball to Tory happened on the first down. Cal gets into this one and he lets it rope down the sideline. That ball's out. Another home run there for the Mariners. 7-0 to start this game out. The pitcher left it down and low, and on lefties, you don't want to leave it down and low inside like that. That is the honey spot for lefties. Righties, it's out over the plate, let their arms get extended, but you let those lefties get down like that golf swing kind of hit, and they can catch up to those kind of balls. And Raleigh did there with his 58th, record-breaking 58th home run for a switch hitter, for a catcher. Let's go, Cal. Julio steps up in there now. 7-0 Mariners to start this game off. Cal roped one there. 58 ding-dongs. Another base hit out into center field, and this Astros starting pitcher is just struggling here. Everything's up. Everything's in the middle of the plate right now for the Mariners batters, and he's missing in the wrong spots. Game Bomber, Bosa, and Williams are both out for the Niners. Yikes. Justin Ogden says the Niners got lucky. I'll have to go back and watch that game. Be interesting to see how that one played out. Game Bomber, the 3 games and the Edges still have 0 sacks. Not looking good. Yeah, I'd like to see some more production from those guys too, King Bomber. It's tough a little bit in that this was more of a game that was just, you're going to deal with a guy in Spencer Rattler that was not going to hold on to the ball in this game. He was going to do everything he could to get that thing out of his hands as fast as humanly possible. But with that said, there was a lot of other throws sprinkled in there today where he was able to get out of the pocket. He was able to escape. He was able to kind of move around a little bit. You weren't able to keep him as much contained. He could extend some stuff. And, it's coming to the heels of the Niners on the road in New Orleans, able to generate 5 quarterback hits, 3 sacks. Remembering, too, as well, that in this game, King Bomber, to your point, the Saints are down Fuaga. They're down Trevor Penning. It's not a full-strength offensive line, but it has been an issue here getting home with your front four. You're not blitzing as much, kind of leaning on them. It also does seem like when they're trying to get home from a front four standpoint, Seattle, that their guys are having to be so out of control to try to get to the quarterback that the quarterback can just, with a very subtle step, left or right, up, down, get around them very easily. And then there's just kind of a hole from where they've left their pass rushing lane for that quarterback to step up into. Joe says, has any other team scored as many points as us today? Has any other team won by a bigger margin? Jordan, I would have picked Spoon before Carter 10 out of 10 times. He's not worth the trouble he brings, especially with Murphy and Big Cat. Yeah. Agreed. Looks like they'll be without James Conner next week. That's for sure, if not for much, much longer. But you found, wow, it wasn't even like surprising or breakout play. It was just San Francisco pushed them out of the way, kick on their face. Quinn says, I can't believe I wasted 45 seconds of my life believing in the Cardinals. Naylor is going to fly out here for the second out. Astros already into the bullpen here. Yeah. See, Lord, it's the freaking Cardinals. What'd y'all expect? If the horrible turf in Cardinal Stadium doesn't injure us too bad, I think we can take them down. Richard says, Rams will be nowhere in the division. Hawks on the top. Let's go. I love it, man. Love it. Jack Dong, El Segundo Rams lost. They did indeed. Josh Sass, man, congrats to you on your Eagles. Well-won game today. It wasn't easy. Eagles won, Seahawks won, and the Cowboys lost. Today was a good day. Let's go Ravens tonight. Let's go Ravens. Hell of a win by your Eagles there. Hell of a win. Yeah, we got the number one special teams in the NFL right now, and it's not close through 3 weeks. You want to go outside? All right. One moment. Come on. Come on. Bravos, the Astros pitcher, just serving up on platter of the M's. Boy, he was. Understand why they got him out of there quick, because, whoa, he was living in the middle of the plate. Mick Frewer says Horton and Ibuka might be fighting for Rookie of the Year this year. Boy, Ibuka with an insane one-handed catch today. And watching him do it as well from the outside has been pretty incredible. Those Ohio State receivers, I guess they can operate slot only in college and then come up and be an outside as a pro. It's not easy to do, and both are kind of being able to do it seamlessly. Johnson, stay on this, please. This is the first for me. Oh, yeah, man. I'm not going nowhere. Ross, the thing was in the air for 3 business days on the Crawford hit. Boy, was it ever. And I didn't know off the bat. I was like, that looked well struck. But then he kind of just looked at it and he was just oraing, aura farming, as the kids would say. It's got to feel good for Gilbert, though. You come out with 7 runs spotted, just pump the zone, You got that plus stuff like he does. You already trust it anyway. Just work that zone. Justin says, I have a feeling we are going to end the Bucs win streak. I like it, Justin. I could see it. And take care of that game against the Cardinals. Take care of that game against the Bucs. I mean, we're looking far out, so, we're a little over our skis on this one with looking too far out, maybe. But if you get to that place where you can somehow, dare I dream, get yourself to a, kind of 4-1 place, you have the Jaguars, Texans, Commanders, Cardinals. Very winnable games at that point. Pop up to Jalen Naylor there. Josh Naylor, not Jalen Naylor. He's throwing stuff at Cal. That's where you can start to maybe get on a little bit of that run and set the table. Set the table. Naylor tracks it well and go get the ball. CR, how you doing, man? Says hello from Germany. Having a short look in the stream. Love the game. Our defensive back depth is balling. Oots is balling. Canine balling. Darnold balling. D-line, O-line standing their ground. And oh boy, Horton has arrived. Horton has arrived. Well said on your part, CR. Thank you for checking in from Germany. I hope all is well out in your parts of the world. And a lot of guys to give the flowers out to in this football game. And defensively, maybe no more so than looking at those guys that had to fill in that secondary. No Emanwari, no Witherspoon, no Julian Love. No problem. The Saints barely, on a day where they were behind 30 points for the majority of this game, you still barely allowed them to throw over 200 yards in this game with the 3/5 of your secondary essentially out. Now look, it's the Saints that are themselves not the strongest, but that's an impressive feat to pull that off. Everybody played a really great game today. It was just very cool to see. Everybody holds up their end, and this is what this team can be. Besides this, how come I can't say Cal's nickname? Someone else say Cal nickname. They don't let you put the big dumper in the chat. I didn't set that. I don't know why YouTube's against that. I can't imagine why. 2 outs here for the Astros. Hit up into the sky, and that will be that. 3rd out. Quick inning there. What you want to see from Gilbert. Get him in, get him out. Get him in, get him out. Pudge Raleigh. Sealord says, what Cal's doing as a catcher isn't likely to occur in any of our lifetimes. Give him the MVP. I would. This is one of those hard places where the analytic folks and the nerds in baseball come out of the woodwork and they're like, average is and Aaron Judge and the way he walks. And it's like, well, yeah, but have you ever watched Aaron Judge play right field? Well, how about that factor? So, LB1, how you feeling about the Mariners' off-season potential? Well, I think that they still have potential this year, of course. But I think that's what you're kind of meaning as, postseason potential. As good a chance as anybody in baseball, especially as long as Brian Woo's going to be okay and that there's not an injury that's major there with it's just a little pec thing that he's got going on. That is the ideal is him out there. But you have a rotation that's got power arms. Power arms in the playoffs tend to do pretty good. You have a lineup that has a lot of ability to hit home runs. I mean, for lack of a better word, they don't have to manufacture stuff where you can have this lineup shut down through 7 innings and maybe they've just put 3 good swings on balls and they've got 3 runs. We did this the other night, didn't we? I think it was the first night against the Astros where you're going to have a couple guys hit their solo home runs throughout the game and maybe you don't get on base, but that 4 runs is enough with the power arms and the bullpen you put together. So they've got the right components here to make it happen. They play good defense in addition to it. it's kind of wide open in baseball right now, is I don't know if there's really a clear cut. This is definitely the team that's going to go and take it. But they got a chance. They do. And yeah, AI, what a steal Horton's been. What a steal. Patrick says we really need a big lead because the bullpen is cooked. It'd be nice if we could just, let Gilbert out there, just kind of get through a good 8 innings. Hell, give up 3 runs. Let's get us through it. Maybe get this offense up around 10, 11 runs, just make it completely outlast him on that. BB's has been a wonderful weekend for Seattle sports. Boy, has it ever. Has it ever. Get this offense up around 10, 11 runs, just make it completely outlast him on that. BB's has been a wonderful weekend for Seattle sports. Boy, has it ever. It's about time to check in on Brandon's picks. Excuse me. Tiago, am I dreaming or did I see great offense, great defense, and great special teams today? You saw all 3, Tiago. You saw efficiency. You saw a variety of guys contributing to the cause, doing their part. But this was a 3-phase victory, and that's how you dominate. That's how you win comfortably in the fourth quarter. And it's no coincidence that the last 2 games you played a very much 3-phase football game where you can find throughout the game all 3 factors of the team contributing into the win, doing their part, being pluses rather than minuses, or they give as good as they get. So, the whatever plus you get is also the negative you get to the other side of it. And then it's also, as I say, no coincidence then that you've won both those 2 games comfortably by essentially multiple touchdowns to finish the game. That's what happens when you can play this kind of full circle of football. And it's just so impressive. It's also, I think, sustainable. It's also, I think, part of the model of what you're trying to create here with this particular team and how you set the stage for it. It's also a little bit of why I so often push back against so many of those people that make everything about sort of the quarterback centric to what needs to drive the model for our future success. For us to become a contender, we have to have this superhero quarterback that can carry the day. And I often push back against that and say there's actually a couple different roads to Rome on this one. And that's one particular path you can choose and try to go down, but there are other paths you can go down too. And Seattle's chosen the other path. They've done so purposefully, and they showed today why, a little bit of why that path can work and work to the ultimate, that this can be something you can eventually get to on a Super Bowl in the back of this approach. I believe in it. I do. Couple play ball there. We'll get 2 down in the ending here quickly for the Astros. Cameron, thank you for the $5 donation, Cameron. He says, I owe Jay Harbaugh an apology. I talked a bunch of crap about him during the preseason. Hey, I was there with you talking that crap too. And, I think there was some validity on some of the criticism lobbed at Harbaugh here from last year and some of the issues that kind of perpetuated from last year and didn't get cleaned up and took you a while to realize on D. Williams, for instance. But big apology to him. You've done a fantastic job here to start this year off. Your unit is by far the best in football. They're helping to win games. They're being a major factor into winning games right now, not just kind of doing what they need to do, but actually going out there and helping you go get the wins. And they seem very well coached. They're well prepared. The punt block today, I think, just stands out so much because it wasn't just your guy got the punt block because it was a blown assignment by the Astros blocking unit. You caused them to change the play, adjust their protections there, because of something they're showing you on the looks there around the line of scrimmage. And somehow, and then changing those protections, you get your rusher freed up off the edge, where D'Anthony Bell just gets to run full speed, untouched to the punter, and then gets a very clean, easy block on the back of that. That's Harbaugh making that happen by his tape study and seeing how they change their protections from this to that, and then knowing that he can get that anticipated a little bit. So great job on his part, man. Great job on his part. And if they can be like this, they can be this much of an added benefit. Myers out there kicking like a a Dr. Jekyll, not a Mr. Hyde type season, Cameron. Just takes the upside of this team that much more higher, doesn't it? Strike 3 there on Victor Robles on a check swing. And after the double play, that will take Seattle out through 2.5 innings here. Appreciate you, Cameron. Thanks for the donation. Being a member of the channel. Joseph Miller as well, being a member of the channel. Thank you for the $5 donation too. I liked Locked getting some snaps, but do you think they should have let Milroe get those snaps? I kind of could be talked, I don't mean to straddle the fence on this one, Joseph, but I probably could be kind of talked into going either direction on that one. When Milroe's been on the first 2 plays, the only 2 plays he's been out there on the field and kind of the sub package, the game looks really fast for him. He doesn't look tremendously comfortable back there taking snaps. It's only 2 snaps, but it has kind of stood out at how uncomfortable he feels in taking those snaps. And in light of that, I think I find myself driven back a little bit more to just staying with Drew Lock there. I think a part of this too is a bit, Joseph, the fact that you were planning on just handing the ball off to whoever took the snaps from under center. You were going to really only throw like once or twice, when it was all said and done as it went. So it just probably was like, how much value are we really going to be giving Milroe by putting him out there versus Lock? Like, is this really going to add up for us down the line because we gave him that, 15 snaps in a fourth quarter to hand the ball off 14 of the snaps or something like that. But again, I'd go back on this to say that if you told me like, no, why not just throw him out there? What's the downside to it? Well, there isn't a downside to it too. So I could be as well easily talked into going the other side on this one as too. I appreciate you though, Joseph. Thank you for the $5 donation. Mick says the Texans are going to ruin Stroud's career with that O-line they gave him. He's playing with no confidence. He's not. And it's that narrative thing that I've pushed back so much against Mick because I've seen it proven in so many different places. We often talk about it with a Seahawks quarterback, but it's not just a Seahawks quarterback thing. It is an NFL quarterback football mentality thing. I can have the best of the quarterbacks out there in the world. And if that quarterback is under too much pressure, if they're getting hit too often in the chops, if there's too much fast pressure that shouldn't be there that quickly, it starts to mount in a quarterback's mind. And over the span of a year plus, you start to change the way the quarterback plays the position. Gilbert's going to start out, and Gilbert doing a great job here from the onset of just knowing when you get a lead like this as a starting pitcher, make them swing the bat. Don't put people on base. Don't be throwing first pitch balls. Pump that zone. Make them take the bat off their shoulder. And he's quickly gone to 0-2 here right out the gate, the first batter of the 3rd inning. And so, yeah, Mick, I lament this so much because I think fans arrive at this point and watch what happens, Mick, in the discussion around C.J. Stroud here as this carries on this year. Just this week. Listen to the discussion you'll hear about C.J. Stroud. Oh, maybe he wasn't as good as we thought. He had that 1 year, but we have to start, they'll say stuff like, we have to start kind of looking at the fact that was really more of an outlier than it was the proven da-da-da-da. Like, this is the stuff that'll start to come out of this situation with CJ, but it's incorrect, and this is the downside of this is when you're going to pump the zone like this, you have the potential of them lighting you up a little bit, and he gives up a solo home run here to Gilbert. Get that ball got way too high up in the zone. Yeah, and that's what happens with Gilbert sometimes. He's got kind of that exploding fastball that can sometimes just rise up. Gets a lot of swings and misses with it, but if it rises up at the wrong spot in the zone and the batter's ready for it, they can put a good swing on it and take you to downtown. Solo home runs are okay. Try to get those. You don't get on Logan as much as you would other pitchers for getting things up in the zone because he does kind of live up there a little bit more than pitchers do, and he's got the plus stuff to be able to do so. But yeah, I think, Mick, this situation with CJ Stroud's kind of dumb. And how many of us saw this coming into the season with him, that they were going to walk into this essentially trap? I don't know what the Texans were thinking. The only thing I guess I can kind of think of here is that you have a defensive-minded head coach. You're trying to get him enough assets onto his side of the ball. You're trying to make sure you have the skill position players for Stroud to throw to. you end up coming to a place where you got to go a little bit lighter on than you would like. And so you end up, it's almost like the same process that brought us to win at the end of the Russell Wilson years, brought us to basically short sell our offensive line, is you run out of assets and resources, and you're kind of stuck. But that's also that drive where you can get your attention split from a roster standpoint of, you got partially your mind's over this side of the ball, partially your mind's on this side of the ball, but you're not really committed on either of them. I'd say they've probably done enough on the defense. Swing and a miss there. Strike 3 for Logan. 2 outs in the inning there. Got a check swing strikeout. Disappointing situation there for CJ, and one that it's okay if things go wrong. Sometimes you have a plan A and plan A just don't work, but it's also when your plan A is dumb on the surface of it, you have the franchise quarterback. You have the thing so many teams are searching and looking for. And your way of cultivating that investment is to put him behind a haphazard offensive line in the first 2 of his 3 years. Put him behind an offensive line that'll be up there as one of the league worst in his first 2 of 3 years. Oh, 0-1 here to Jose Altuve. Y2K, thank you for the $2 donation. Says JP Crawford, let's go. First round B. Let's go. Let's go. How about JP? How about JP? Swing and a miss there. 1-2. Got him with a little slider. Slider. Thrill Lock is our backup. He's a priority, not Milton. Milrow gets practice squad reps. It's true. Thrill I don't know how San Francisco can sustain with all their injuries. If they lose Bosa, that's going to be one that's a bit too much. I mean, that's their pass rush, basically. And if you lose him, you saw it last year. I mean, just in the game, between the difference of him being in the game versus not being in the game that we played last year in the second matchup against the Niners in San Francisco, it's a 9-day difference how that defense is going to look without him. So if he's out for any length of time, that's troublesome for the Niners. Absolutely troublesome for the Niners. Altuve able to just get a piece of the ball. Joseph says, ESPN, they're really interviewing players while they play. That's crazy. Yeah, I don't get that either. I don't need you to be talking to my infielder when he needs to have his mind on the game. What is he going to tell you? What is it insight are they going to give you from the shortstop position in inning? 2-2. Altuve stays alive. Tiago, the offensive coaching staff seems to just have taken this roster to the top of their game. Offensive staff was good today, man. Very, very, very impressive what they did today. So efficient. And you didn't have much with the run game still, and that just speaks to how much more impressive it is that your passing attack is able to be so efficient. 3-2 now here to Altuve. He's been able to really work this count. But they did a great job today. You know, they realized what the Astros were, I think, trying to do defensively with taking away a run, and then they were like, okay, we're going to attack you down the field then with some throws. And they were able to do so. Mightily impressive. 3-2 count here. Ball 4. Tuve gets the walk. Realizes man Cup's just out there making millions running decoy routes. Thomas, I thought Horton had his breakout game today. I mean, if it's not a breakout, it's close to it. And may have been a breakout game too, I would say, if it was a matter of you needing to throw the ball more. Part of, him maybe not being able to do as more than he did than just the 3 catches, 32 yards is you threw the ball 21 times in total in this football game. So, maybe would have even done more, but 3 touchdowns in the past 2 weeks. What he's done as a punt returner, kids being a factor. Oh, 2 count here for Gilbert. 1 man out. Altuve on first. Bottom of the third inning, Mariners up 7-1 here. Astros staying alive on some tough pitches from Gilbert in this inning. Makes us the Astro fans were mad at CJ Stroud because he wore a Mariners hat into a press conference during preseason. Suck it, Astros. Frederick McGuy, thank you for the $2 donation. It's time to talk about Darian Kendrick. Wow, the kid's been just a baller. And I wasn't as aware of the fact that he came in last week and he had never actually played slot before. He's basically been an outside guy throughout his career. And now you're kicking him in the slot, but he looks like a fish to water out there. And what's weird with him is just how many balls he gets his hands on. Had the pick last week in the back of the end zone. Before he made the interception in this game, had one hit him right in the hands where he almost made a pick early in this game, which would have put this thing to bed even sooner than it did, quite frankly. He would have been probably 28-0 by that point. Astros doing a good job here in this inning of just with 2 strikes finding a way. But last week as well, remember he gets the interception in the back of the end zone, Frederick, and then he's got the tip ball in the middle of the field that Kobe Bryant almost picks. He's been just a godsend for us. And I don't know where you'd be if you didn't have him. I don't know who your slot. I literally do not know who our slot would be if not for Darian. You'd probably have signed some just guy off the street who'd be struggling out there suffocating on every play. And another foul. Boy, just hanging tough. Correa's just having a hell of an at-bat here. Only tough part about this, Frederick, just becomes what do you do about once everybody's healthy? I got Murray back. I've got Witherspoon back. Love's back in that word. Who do I put where who? And I think he's going to have a hard time still finding a way out in the field at that point because Job's been playing out of his mind. I mean, Job had a pick wiped out of this game where he made a great play on it and got hit with the penalty for it, but I mean, he's been just great too. Woolen's been being battered around by the fan base a little bit, but last 2 weeks he hasn't been bad. Coaching staff's got a tough decision there once everybody's healthy and good to go. Man, Correa continues to battle here. It's like a 20-pitch at bat here for Correa. Goodness. But he's been a hell of a player for us, Frederick, and guy like that with the nose for the ball, just getting his hands on balls like he's able to is very impressive, especially filling in. All right, 2-2 count here. Gilbert trying to put Correa away. Correa not. Cal wants him to really get this to the outside. Got him. What a pitch. Hit him with the fastball. He's sitting on the slider. And you just put it right on the corner there. He didn't even really get it to the far corner. He was just not looking fastball at all. Hell of a pitch there by Gilbert. Jordan says, if you are going to talk about MVP, stop only showing box stats. Show how bad Judge is on defense. Show how bad our line was most of the year. Show how much Cal helps our pitching and defense. Yeah. It comes down to most valuable player. And the fielding element of it in baseball tends to be one where, especially a guy with eye-popping stats like you talk about, Jordan, with Judge, that the eye-popping stats overrule essentially bad defense. And no, they don't. And especially when conversely, the other side of it in Raleigh, that you have one of the better defensive catchers in all of baseball on top of doing what he's doing, hitting the ball. The fact that there aren't catchers, as you see a bunch of guys littered in the 50 home run club throughout Major League Baseball history, and that you don't have catchers sprinkled in there, speaks about how hard it is to hit like he's hit to this level that he's hit, as you've got to also be the full-time kind of catcher on that. And this is one where when we get to stats, I felt like this last year a little bit with the Josh Allen, Lamar Jackson thing, because you had the Lamar Jackson folks that got so much in this, like, look at the stats here and what he's doing. Look at the stats there, what he's looking. It's like, yeah, just let's watch the games. And Lamar's being great. And Lamar's a hell of a player. And he's definitely earning and deserving maybe of even being the MVP this year. But Josh was carrying that team. The Rams game last year on the road where he just willed them to victory. How do you not give it to that guy? There's times where to me, just you got to kind of overlook past stats and you just got to go, what feels right here? Cal Raleigh's MVP feels right. Sea Lord says, if anyone here remember the old TV show Fantasy Island, but Altuve reminds me of the character Tattoo. He does, man. He's such a small little guy. It doesn't make sense that he's able to kind of do what he's done. Because I think that guy's like legit 5'4". I mean, the bat looks like it's taller than him when he's holding it in his hands. But not only has he had a tremendous career, he's also been a guy that has been able to generate power from that size. Thrells, Hawks Nest, can you explain how Isaiah Rodgers earned a 99.9 rating today? First ever? Oh. That's his PFF score? You got the first PFF 99.9? Well, I believe that he had, I think he had like a pick six. I think he forced a fumble. I think he recovered a fumble. So there was just, what just happened there? That was weird. So he got struck out there, but like he threw his bat at Cal Raleigh and it confused Cal. That was the weirdest swing. That was so weird. One sec, folks. We'll be right back. Room. Mm-hmm. One count here for Gilbert. Man, on first and second, 2 outs here. Yeah, so I think that the Isaiah Rodgers one was, he just had one of those freakish throw house, a pick six, a fumble forced, a fumble recovery, didn't give up any receptions. So, he gassed it up. He earned that 99.9 rating. It wasn't just he was good in coverage, This ball is hit up into the air, but Julio Rodriguez is underneath it easily here, and he'll make the third out. So Gilbert able to get out of a little bit of trouble here. Mariners maintain a 7-1 lead with the top of the lineup coming back up here to begin the inning in the fourth. Justin, let's go Mariners. Let's go. Tiago says just one more loss by Denver and CJ would be a Hawk. Well, at least we got Spoon. Indeed. Yeah, indeed. If Denver had lost that one more, how that would have shifted the fates if it were, because I do believe that CJ probably would have been a Seattle Seahawk if it had gone down that direction of things. And it's twist the fates at times with it on that. And we'll see what happens with CJ out there with Houston. But, they're it's going to be very interesting. That's going to be something to monitor and watch. He's getting through his third season here. After this year, he's due to potentially be on a contract extension. But still, from the Texans standpoint, at that point, if he has kind of a similar year as the way this is playing out, you're going to try to make him wait on that? You're going to try to push it off a year? Or Texans are in a bit of a weird thing there with that situation, because this is the time where you should be kind of maximizing his rookie contract, and that's not the way that this thing's kind of playing out. AI says, we can't put Kendrick back on the practice squad. He'll get poached. Job too. Yeah, I agreed. Yeah, 100% agreed. It's a great point too, AI. I think you Job, Woolen, Witherspoon, Emawari, Kendrick. I got 5 there on that. So I think that's just what you do is you end up having to, you don't get to have the one extra guy for an extra spot like you normally do. Maybe you have the extra wide receiver on the roster or something like that. You're going to have to go probably thinner somewhere else because you're right. You can't risk that. Those guys will be grabbed up immediately. Frederick, even if Darian Kendrick stays as a backup for us after everyone gets healthy, he's got to be the best 4th cornerback in the league. He does. Oh, yeah. I would say that you have to give him a little bit of that crown. How can you not? And it's a good problem to have, Frederick. And let's face it, even if we do get back to full health here in the next game or two with our cornerbacks, you're probably going to need to call upon that depth over the course of the year. It's not necessarily going to just stay set the rest of the season as it stands with it. So, the more reason too, you can come at this that if this next week in this game, Witherspoon still is kind of like, well, he's healthy, but man, one more week with a little bit of the mini bye that you get, having a Thursday night game wouldn't be the worst thing for him. Wari as well. Maybe this is providing a little bit of an extra benefit to the Hawks in a confidence standpoint that you could let your guys get really fully healthy off of something rather than trying to make them go out there at 95, 92% of where they're at because you feel pressed to do so. Just a bat boy with internet. Seattle didn't respect the Saints secondary at all today. No, he didn't. No. Darnold was throwing some balls down the field and just letting it rip. Not freaked in the least. I mean, he only had 18 attempts in this game, still got over 200 yards, averaged 12.1 yards per attempt. That's you pushing the ball down the field. You have a 45-yarder to JSN, a 14-yarder to Tory Horton, a 23-yarder to Cooper Kupp, a 23-yarder to AJ Barner. Drake Young with a 12. You're pushing it here today. You said, and this is again the counterbalance to it. You defensively, you're going to always leave yourself weak somewhere. It's the fact of life. Wow, what a play by the Astros shortstop there. Hard hit ball, able to knock it down, pick it up, and then laser beam a throw over there to get Crawford for the first out of the 4th. Nice swing by Crawford there. Mixes, the secondary is just so deep. 3 starters out, and they didn't miss a step. Not a step missed, man. Deepest secondary in this division. Easily, in my opinion. Patrick says Gilbert this year has just not been able to put guys away. This is why he never goes deep in games. Yeah, I mean, he's kind of a guy that's your quintessential, to me, quasi-wild power pitcher type guy. And, he's throwing up stuff that's just going to have nasty explosiveness, nasty amount of movement to it. But I don't know if he always knows where it's going to go. And it's going to lead to, higher pitch counts early on for him. It's going to lead to walks, extra walks for him. And he's doing it on a staff where you have other guys that I think are just a little bit more pinpoint in their approach, like you get with Kirby or like you get with Brian Wu. And, he's more cut club McCough. Luis Castillo's a little bit like this too, where it's just everything's going to explode and have that movement. It's kind of always hard for them to exactly get it on where they're going to paint the black. But that's okay. If he can get you into 5-6 innings and keep him down to 1, 2, 3 runs, then you take that all day. Thrill House, who's Emawari going to replace when he comes back? Kendricks? Yeah. First pitch strike here to Cal with 2 down quickly in the 4th. I would tend to think that I think you go back to the original set plan in place when Emawari's back and Witherspoon's back at the same time. And that is that you've got Witherspoon goes to the outside, Emawari goes back into the slot. Now the question for me, Mick, really, or for me, Thrill House, really comes down to what you do with the outside corner position now between Woolen and Job. How do you keep Job off the field in favor of Woolen at this point? And I don't envy the coaching staff's decision on this one. It's not an easy one, but you're going to be in that epitome of first world problem city there a little bit when you come down and have to make the choice between those two guys. I think the Witherspoon Emanwari one becomes easy, and you don't like having to kick Kendrick off the field, but the teams trust so heavily in the upside of Emanwari that they're okay with that. But what to do about the other outside corner position, I don't know. Job was again today just all over the place. One point he was leading the team in tackles. If he gives up a completion, he's making the tackle instantaneously. Swing and a miss there by Raleigh. Pitcher had his number on that one. And that will wrap up the top of the fourth. Sean Edwards, good job, Hawks Nest, covering Seahawks and M's at the same time. I got you, Sean, and I will attest, it does look like the Mariners are getting closer and closer. They're going to get in the playoffs. We will be streaming the Mariner playoff games as long as they, of course, don't overrun in with prior commitments with the channel. So we will be getting those going for sure. HHG says, I don't want CJ. No, we got our guy, man. We're plenty happy with Sam Darnold. B Films, Boone jumping all excited at the return touchdown. I'm like, chill, bro, don't injure yourself. I was feeling the same way about Julian Love. Julian Love had a moment in this game where he's got a hamstring and he's out there like leaping like he's trying to go dunk a basketball. Like, just relax. Don't blow it. Don't pop that thing. Thrill House, Hawks Nest, do you think in Denzel Boston will go top 10? He's maybe better than Odunze. He might be. My goodness, watching some of those catches yesterday, when he's able to get up so high to go get that ball and scrape and grab, and the body control, and then obviously the hands catching the ball away from his body. Very impressive performance and a very impressive player. He looked a lot to me throughout I was watching him. I felt like I was watching some carbon copiness, a little bit of like Drake London. I see a lot of Boston Drake London kind of look there. So, and Drake went top 10 to the point of your question. Drake went top 10. So hard to say. I really loved Odunze coming out, and I do feel like with Odunze going to the Bears, going there with a rookie quarterback, with the offensive line in dire straits, having to have new coaching come in from your first year to your second year, having you be not only the secondary option on the team with a guy like DJ Moore that's there, but then also you have a guy in Colston Loveland drafted who's also got to get his share of touches so that they can validate selecting him in the first round. Hasn't given Odunze a great opportunity there to be super maximally effective. But I thought Boston was really, really good against Washington State, and that's the kind of player that you could see rounding himself into a sort of first-round status. If you're going to be a big guy that's going to be a ball skill guy, you've got to be next level with it. Because if you're going to rely upon that being the way you win and you don't create a lot of separation in route running, and I don't know enough about Boston to know if he's a guy that does create the separation in the route running as much. But you can also, if you're just so next level with it, still have that translate to the NFL level. You just need to be next level in those ball skills, contested catch kind of situations. And Boston looked like it yesterday. Opening batter here will slam a single out into center field here on Julio. Julio hurrying to get the ball in there as it'll be a long single. Already Kirby here in the fourth inning up to 48 pitches. Jack says, I don't believe in the Texans from the start. I'll give you one reason why. Lincoln Tomlinson. Yeah, as I like to say.
Enough said.
Enough said. Enough said. Now you guys know what CJ Stroud said when they said, hey, CJ, we're going to trade away Laramie Tunsil and we're going to start Lincoln Tomlinson at left guard. You know what CJ Stroud said?
It's a bold strategy, Cotton. Let's see if it pays off for him.
I don't think he was buying into it myself. Beautiful curveball there by Gilbert. Gets a swing and a miss. Strike one. 0-2, sorry. AI, Kendrick, and Job going to push to be starters over Reek. Very well might. The grip on the starting job for Woolen is tenuous, I would say. Very tenuous. The ball down in the dirt on a splitter there. Gilbert maybe overthrown just a little bit in this game, trying to dial up a little extra juice for this kind of playoff atmosphere going on a bit with him. Just trust your stuff. Ooh, nice play there by Eugenio. Jumps up, climbs ladder, and gets the catch. Broken bat there by the Astros. Sawed him off. Thrill House, Bell even showed out. We got so many young cats. Yeah, D'Anthony Bell. Yeah, I got the block punt. Almost had a fumble cause later on this game. Sean Edwards, cool performance for Darnold today, efficient. I think this kind of performance is really going to start to sell more and more people on him. And it's just like you say, the efficiency, the fact that we've got a deep drive here. Able to make the catch there. Got a little scary there. You've seen defenders run into each other before. So good job there of Julio able to get out of the way, kind of that dead man space between center and right. Julio just covers so much ground. It went right. Guy caught it right at Julio's face too. I think Julio's telling him, remember, I'm center field. I got the call on that. No, that's mine. That's no, me. I call over the top of you, not you to me. I have rights. JHD carrot cake rattler. But how about D'Anthony Bell? Yeah, Nakata looked pretty good too. He held up 2-0 count here. Runner on first. Bottom of the fourth, 2 outs. Mariners up 7-1. But Darnold with a hell of a performance, Sean. And the fact that this wasn't him dinking, this wasn't him just taking easy checkdowns, but him pushing the ball down the field. I mean, we're going to forget about it because it's so much lost in all the good that happened today. But, fly ball out to center field here. Julio will get under it and he will make the catch, and that'll be out number 3, which will take us into the 5th here with Seattle up 7-1. But we forget about like the play in the start of this game where he's back in shotgun, kind of doesn't see it's a well-designed blitz by the Saints, doesn't see the blitz coming, free rusher right at his face. He's just able to just strongly just kind of step up in the pocket, pass the blitzer, use the momentum against them, break the pocket, moving to his left. A lot of quarterbacks there. I think a young Sam Darnold there just puts his head down and gets 3 yards. Instead, he's keeping his head up, stops his momentum there, resets his delivery, and puts a nice throw into Jackson Smith-Njigba where Jackson can catch the ball and then get right up the football field. That's a really big play in that moment in that game. But that's also a play where so many quarterbacks in that moment get sacked. So many quarterbacks, if they can get away from the sack, then just take the scramble 3 yards there. He found the best possible result on that play for what should have been a tragedy. And that speaks to this day, not just being efficient, not just being where the Saints are loading up for the run and he gets to then flourish on the back of that, but also the fact that he was punishing them and making it happen and how he was doing it too. Some very good throws in this game. He's going to come out of this looking very impressive, and a very interesting note as well on this one. Sam Darnold walked into this game as rated by PFF, and you can take the PFF for how you want to take it or not take it, as the third highest rated quarterback in the third highest rated quarterback by PFF in the sport after the first 2 weeks of the NFL. Where do you think he's going to be at after this game? Where do you think he's going to be after in this game after his 154.2 rating and his 2 touchdowns and no interceptions? Yeah, that's right. He's going to be probably the number 1 highest rated quarterback in the entire sport through the first 3 weeks of the NFL season. And is that not an efficiency stat? Space's trap game incoming. I hope they're taking the Cardinals seriously. I'll tell you that. I hope. Calm Cross. Interesting how we kept Lucas over Cross. They probably have no issue with Lucas's injury and are okay with it. Yeah, and it's a bit of a different scenario too on a couple of different fronts when it comes to Cross and Lucas and why Lucas got extended before Cross did. The first thing is you have Lucas essentially going into becoming a free agent after this year. Hard hit ball by Julio, first pitch swinging, and he will be thrown out at first on the ground out. So you have a free agent after this year in Lucas. That's going to push the urgency up a little bit more on this one. The health factor, like you say, is valid, right, true, and real in that you wouldn't make this kind of signing unless you had as close to, you're never going to get to 100%, but you'd be much more closer into that territory of feeling he's overcome these issues more than you would thinking that they're going to continue to sustain. And then the third aspect of this being that you were going to save more money getting this done right now. If Lucas goes out and has a really great year, has a quasi Pro Bowl level season, the cost for him is exponentially increased versus what you could sign him for right now. I don't know if that's going to be the same on the flip side of that with the Charles Cross. I think a lot of what you would sign Charles Cross to in an extension right now would be very similar to the extension he's probably going to sign after this season. And if the price is the same, if there's no savings to be had in doing it, why not just wait the extra year? Remembering as well with Cross that he's got the 5th-year option. So technically Seattle has 2 years of club control on him, plus they can franchise and all that. Whereas with Lucas, it was, he would be a free agent. You would have to potentially franchise him. And remember with the franchise tag, though you'd be okay with maybe using that on Lucas having the 1 good year, that also then means you can't use the franchise tag on Kenneth Walker. You can't use the franchise tag on a Mafe if he was to come up, or I wouldn't think you'd use it on Woolen, but you essentially have it removed off the board to use in other places or against other players if you were to want to. Not that I think they're seeking to do that, but it's a nice option to have if you need it. We've got no 2 count here on Josh Naylor. Nice swing on the ball, but he's going to line this out right out to left field, and that'll put 2 outs on the board quickly for the Mariners. So getting that spot at 7 runs quickly like that, proven to be pretty huge as this game has kind of settled down since then. Frederick McGuy, thank you for the $2 donation. Oh, sorry, I got that one there. Sanchez, thank you for the $2 donation. He says, Josh Jobe needs to tackle better. It's probably the one little part of his game that's not the grade A part, but I thought he was okay out there. Did he miss a couple? I might have missed him. I thought he was doing pretty decent with it, but I know last year that was definitely a part of his game that could jump up from time to time, Sanchez, where it could leave you wanting a little bit. You go, well, I'd like a little bit more on this than that. I have to go back and watch the tape just to be sure on it, but he did lose one in the backfield, I want to say on that. But boy, has he been playing some good football. 2 outs, 2-0 count here to Jorge Polanco. Oh, he was taking a big old swing on that one. Thank you, man. Sanchez, I appreciate all your support today, brother. You're awesome. Mick, what quarterback do you have going first this year, Brandon? It's kind of wide open right now. Yeah, I ain't going to lie to you. Like my prediction of thinking there'd be 3 quarterbacks that were going to be awesome in this upcoming draft. Polanco digs that one out, but another line drive right at the left fielder. And that will wrap up the action for the Mariners here in the top of the 5th. 1, 2, 3, they go down, but they do maintain a 7-1 lead. So I'm a little bit in Not looking great right now with my prediction for that, Mick. Clay Kubnik and Clemson, it's been underwhelming. Drew Aller has some of his moments, but he's also got some times where he can be real rough with how he plays the position. You know, he needs to sometimes see it open before he wants to throw it. You don't always get the opportunity to do that. The decision-making kind of comes up and it kind of comes and goes with him a little bit. And I'm not talking about the interception decision-making, just on who to throw the ball to decision-making. Lenore Sellers still looks like he's a year away. Arch Manning still looks like he's a year away if they're going to be ready in a year from now. Nussmeier had a good opening week, but he's also had some bad interceptions and some bad throws, which is a carryover from what you had from him last year, where there's just some throws he thinks he can make that he just can't make. He can't fit those kind of balls in the way that he thinks he can. So it's like everybody's giving you a little bit of a best case scenario, mixed bag / bit underwhelming to kick this off, Mick. And I'm hoping it gets better as the year goes along, but it's been an underwhelming year for so many quarterbacks that you thought just a couple of them take a step forward, and it makes that class look really good for the quarterbacks on the draft class wise. But maybe more of a little bit of what we saw last year, where it's more of a collection of guys that'll be in the second to fourth round range of things, or late first to fourth round range of things when it's all said and done, or guys going back to school you thought were going to come out this year. That could be as well the way that this rolls. Dazilla Hawk, how you doing, man? It's good to see you in the house. What a great week for Seattle sports. Let's go Hawks. Let's go Mariners. Hey, let's go. Hell of a weekend, man. You don't get many of these. You don't, especially when we don't have Sonics in town anymore. Feels good. Feels really good to come away with a weekend like this. HHG, thank you for the congratulations. He says, congrats on 20,000 subscribers. Well, indeed, a big old shout out to everybody who follows this channel, who's subscribed to this channel. Big applause to all of you out there, helping us get over a big mark we've been looking to clear for a while now, which is the 20,000 subscriber mark. We shot right past it today, on the road to 30,000 now as we move forward. But it feels really good to get past, especially on a day like this when so many good things are happening in the Seattle area. It all kind of feels right in that fashion and in that way. So thank you, man. Appreciate all of those that subbed up and helped us get up over that marker. I really do. Brian says, I'm a Jags fan next week. Let's go, Jags. Take down that Niner team. Take them down. Let's get this win against the Cardinals on Thursday. Come back around, watch the Niners fall, watch the Rams fall. Just start getting this wheel rolling like this. AI, Darnold is the real deal. I'm glad we have him. This is going to be maybe one of the more major success stories for John Schneider in quarterback targets he's had in the way that this could potentially play out because of how they've set this up. He's got Russell Wilson on his resume. He's got a Geno Smith on his resume. But here in Sam Darnold, the guy that while he had the good year last year with Minnesota, everybody across the sport wants to just talk about how it ended with Minnesota last year and how, well, that just looks so very similar to what we've seen from him as in his prior stops. A ground ball here to Eugenio Suarez. He's going to throw him out easily there. Love to see Gilbert get that first out here in this fifth inning. You know, get the first guy off the base pads. Let's go. So yeah, I think him identifying what Sam really was, and that those two games last year at the end were not the story of Sam and where he's come from his development side of it. And it wasn't an easy decision to just go out there and grab him. Quite the opposite. The easy decision was just to sign Geno Smith. And everybody applauds you for it. Everybody applauds you for it. That's the thing about John Schneider and the moves he made this offseason. And you want to hammer him on offensive line, and you want to pick at certain parts of what he does, that's fine. But there's also a lot of decisions he made this offseason, the moving on from DK and the Geno Smith situation, which he might be proven so mightily smart upon in his direction of that in retrospect, that it'll be almost a little bit mind-blowing to us when you consider how much of the consensus out there was to go make those moves, to just go do those things, that's the no-brainer way that you need to operate there. And he went against the consensus on that, and yet might find the ultimate success for that. Hopefully, he gets a ton of credit because of that. Altuve gets hit here up around the shoulder. Ball just got away a little bit from Gilbert on that one. Or are they going to try to say they think that this hit the bat? I don't think the umpire saw that very clearly. Boy, thank God Jose's got that armor on his arm, dude. That thing would have hurt like a mother. Sean, Hawks Nest Stream and M's playoffs game sounds great. I got you, Sean. All Mariner playoff games that we don't have a Seahawks game going on or anything like that, we will definitely be streaming these games live for you. Mick says, I'm a Buckeyes fan. I'm afraid of them playing Washington and Seattle next week. It's a tough environment to go into, and especially if you have this Washington team playing well and the fan base is invigorated around them out there. We always talk a lot about the Seahawks fans and being loud and Kingdom Days and all of that, but Huskies can't be lost in that. That spirit always carried over to teams coming into Husky Stadium too as well, and it's going to be a raucous environment when they come in. Gene's feeling good. He's like, the Mariners are winning the World Series. Hey, Gene. Hey, Gene.
Enough said.
Enough said. Enough said, man. I'm with that. Otuve is going to be given first base after getting hit. I agree with you, Gene. I thought Woolen bounced back today. I don't think he's looked particularly too bad the past 2 weeks after the rough opening week. Uh-oh. Skied up into the air into left field. Just got a little bit under it there. 2 outs. How about Gilbert getting the pitch count down a little bit here the past couple innings? What stadium are they playing in? Is that Tampa Bay? Tampa Bay's stadium looks weird. Two outs now. Paredes out here for Houston. Brian says, Brandon, fantasy team update? Oh, God, I'm scared to look. So my fantasy team went to hell with the Burrow injury last week. So I had to scramble and go get a quarterback, which is not good. You never want to be scrambling week 3 for a quarterback. It's probably going to be a long day for you. Oh, and my opponent dropped 122. So I almost had the biggest day against me too as well. Golly, I always seem to get everybody's best effort. So 102.86 to 122.50. I'm down. And I think I'm out. I don't think all my guys are played. And DK Metcalf, 32 receiving yards and 1 touchdown. Is that what you paid for, Pittsburgh? Is that what you bought? Is it? The kicker held it down with 21 points. My defense held it down with 9 points, but quarterback position, not having Burrow, is the thing that basically ended up sinking me. 27 points between my 2 backs. It's going to be a grind this year for me. I think Brian losing my quarterback like that. I think you're right too, Brian. I think that Cross is a guy that, to me, gets extended here probably before the end of the year. The savings weren't as great and all that, but you'll eventually get this thing done. Makes his yeah. So Mick, I don't know about which quarterback's going the highest at this point. I think I'd go generally saying it's probably Aller would be probably the first guy off the board right now, and that Manning goes back and Sellers comes back, Thank you, AI, for getting the bots out of here, man. Nazilla, Brandon, where do you obtain all of your football knowledge from? Well, I'm easily 4 decades into and watching the sport. Certainly that's a big part of it. Many years ago, I started to extend outside of just being a fandom with trying to understand the sport better. And I'm always in a state of trying to learn and, keep growing the knowledge base there, Dazilla, because there's always stuff to learn. I'm always looking on the with YouTube being what it is, there's so much great resources that are out there to be able to learn about specific things that you might want to learn. Intricacies of this, intricacies of that, and then just That's the part I love about this sport is the deeper you get into it, the more interesting it gets. The more you start to understand the many layers that are colliding at play to determine the success. And I think that's so unique versus other sports where it is so much more sort of surface level that the depths don't always exist in every sport. In baseball, for instance, did you hit your spot with the pitch? You know where this guy's hole in the swing is. Did you hit that spot? No, I missed it. I got it up, just like Gilbert just did there, and he cranked it, but he cranked it foul. It's kind of sometimes can be simple in some of these other sports, but this is one with an incredible amount of complexity. And it's always growing and it's always evolving and strategies are always changing. So to me, it's just always interesting to just keep trying to add on, just to keep, building on your knowledge base. 2-2 pitch here. Again, line drive, foul. Astros hitters, I got to give Gilbert a lot of credit in this game where he's pitched a hell of a game here. And he's got these Astros behind the 8 ball in some of these counts. And you saw Correa earlier, just they are fighting. Altuve in that first, just fighting. They're not giving him any easy outs here. They're making him earn everything here. Comes set on the 2-2 pitch, his 75th pitch of the game here. Skied up in the air. Let's see if Eugenio's got a play on it. He does. He makes it. Nicely done by Gilbert, getting out of the inning through 5. Seattle Mariners still up 7-1. Gilby pitching a hell of a game here. Hell of a game. Joe Z says Darnold's perfect passer rating until the last 2 incompletions. Fun fact. Hey, there we go. Take the spam elsewhere. John Bradford showing signs of improvement at right guard this year with far fewer penalties. Reek Woolen, not so much, unfortunately, but still early in time for redemption. Hope he turns it around. Yeah, Bradford has looked better, holding up well in pass protection. The system seems to be fitting his skill set very nicely. And coming into this game, he was your top-rated interior offensive lineman on this team over the top of Zabel so far in how he's performed. With Reek, in years past, if he didn't give you the greatest of performance, you were going to trot him out there anyway. No matter what kind of happened other than him maybe falling flat on his face, he was going to continue to be your starter. This year with the reinforcement of depth, this is going to, I think, put a bit of the fire underneath his ass on this to be, look, if you ain't it, we got guys down here who are going to be ready to go and take full advantage. The competition is back in effect and can't underrate that. And if I'm Woolen right now, I need to understand what's at stake here. I got to play my ass off as hungry as I've been at any point in time in my life because there's a contract on the table right now if I can go out and perform the rest of this year where I can go make my money. I can go get that big payday. But I got to go earn that thing. And I haven't quite put enough on tape to earn it yet. AI, Murphy looking like he's becoming an all-pro. How about get another sack out there today? Looking good. Felt so good to him get another sack and just keep this momentum kind of rolling like he is, AI. It's a bit like Jaron Reed and Leonard Williams talked about. I think, and this happens, I think, in basketball at times too, where we underrate the element of confidence. The guy's young, he's developing, he's getting the skill set round out, he's getting stronger with a year in the weight program. He knows he can do it. He's done it on the practice field. Get into games, things get a little tighter. Kind of question yourself a little bit. Then you start doing it. Then you start getting the productivity. Hey, I can do this. Then the confidence. And with the confidence comes even better play. And maybe that's something you're going to start to get from Murphy here through the rest of this year. Eugenio Suarez starts it out here in the top of the 6th, and he's going to take a 4-seam fastball at the top of the zone for strike 1. Yeah, 154.2 still ain't too shabby for a passer rating for Darnold, that's for sure. Swing and a miss. Strike 2. Mick, I can't wait to go to work tomorrow. I live in Ohio, and I had a whole bunch of Bengals fans trying to tell me that they weren't going to lose a step without Burrow. That's a bold take. Hey, we lost the top 5 quarterback in the sport. No problem. Our coach is just so smart. That Saints Bengal coach is just so brilliant. Brian, the Giants were clearly watching film because they're running it up KC's throat. Interesting. Down 3-0 there. There are the Giants. 2-2 count to Suarez. High, ball 3. AI, where do we spend our first round pick next year? I say we get another Zabel at right guard. I'm open to that. There always seems to be a guy where we maybe will be picking in the first round this year that's in that territory that you can kind of grab that and fly out there by Suarez. That's available. You know, this year we had Zabel there, but then there was the kid out of Ohio State that was in that spot. What was that guy's name? I'm spacing on his name. But he's been playing well so far too, and that would have been kind of a right guard you could have filled in. Center, I think, is a real possibility. AI there too. The team in the past has had times where there's been that best center of the draft right in there at the end of the first round, and they've been trying to kind of find their way around to seeing if they can trade up to go get that guy. Didn't work out as far as getting that trade and making it happen, but it does show that there's been an intention to do so. There's been an intention of evaluation of the center position and their willingness to do that. So I could see them looking at one of those two positions in the first round in that way. But some of it also just comes down to the bottom line with John that he has proven so very true, so very often, is that he's going to trust in the value, that he's not going to pick for need. And as much as Zabel was maybe a need, there certainly was many arguments out there to be made that was also a pick for value. That when the Bengals pick after you or just before you, and they're taking Shamar Stewart, that there's a lot of Bengal fans in retrospect, even on the day of the draft, saying, man, we should have taken Zabel. So he lives so heartily in the first round to me, does John, in that value-based standpoint, that it sort of brings and puts everything on the table as a possibility. I mean, maybe the only thing I could remove would be like 3-tech. But I think everything else, 3-tech, linebacker, Canzone will bounce this ball over to first base, where it'll be easily fielded, and that will be out number 2 here for the Mariners. HAG, ever noticed Throw House and me never in the same stream at the same time? Sean, glad to have affordable journeyman quarterback in Darnold for the Seahawks in 2025. Big upside potential, and got to give credit to John Schneider for bringing him in to replace Geno, who wanted out. And Geno did want out, but remember with Geno wanting out, that's partly John pressing for that to happen. This ball hit hard into deep center field, but plenty of space under there for him to corral it. And that'll be out number 3. This game is flying along here as we will go into the mid-6th. Remember with Deshaun too, that this was a deal that was both with DK and with Geno. Technically, both these guys asked for the trade out of town, but in both circumstances and cases, John was pushing for that to be the reality. With Geno wasn't being paid up to what he wanted to be paid. When Seattle came in with the initial contract offering and saying, hey, here, we'll give you this, Geno then came back to them and said, hey, no counter, you just moved me to the Raiders. But part of the reason that he didn't counter is, I think from Geno's standpoint, he just didn't think that the offer was fair or what he thought he should be getting. I think that the team knew exactly what Geno thought he should be getting, that making that sort of low ball offer wasn't itself them sort of indicating to him that maybe you need to go find somewhere else that you want to be at. It was a soft push out the door by John. And that I'm not one to just try to, drum it up in a way that it was, but I really do feel like this is the case of that you end up with Cooper Kupp and you end up with Sam Darnold, not because that's your consolation prize, but because that was plan A. With bringing in Kubiak, that was plan A. And I think that they knew with both DK and Geno how they would react when they essentially lowballed them on the offers that they did. That would then lead to them pushing their way out of town. You get what you can for those two guys, and you keep it moving. But in Darnold, to get him in at this contract, a contract that on an average year per basis is almost half of what a guy like Brock Purdy makes, it's going to be very beneficial to us this year and into the future to be able to have that guy. And John's found that rare contract like he did with Geno where you were paying Geno like a top 15 guy who was giving you, paying like top 15 to top 17 guy in the sport, but you were getting top 10 level play out of him. Bang for your buck when so many people out there, Sean, to your point, with the quarterback position are getting the opposite of bang for buck. They're paying double the money for lesser of the buck. That you're on the other end of that, and that'll allow you to build up this roster bigger and better and badder because of it. AI Bryant isn't the greatest tackler for being a safety. He's got his misses in there too. There's a couple in this game that stood out, AI. And that is a corner. That's a cornerback that's essentially transitioned to the safety position. In general terms, I think if you have a player that makes that transition, you're going to be a bit worried about that to a degree, or you're going to, I guess I would say, I would feel like, I'd say AI that it's a bit of what you're going to probably get as far as the cost of doing business with a corner that transitions to safety like that. Unless you just have an absolute demon for a tackler at the cornerback position. Like if Witherspoon were to become a safety, that probably wouldn't be the case. But a guy like, Love, there's going to be probably some in there that are some rough moments in there interspersed. Mixes the Falcons getting shut down by the Panthers scares me for the Rams' future. I'm freaked. The only thing that makes me a little bit happier on this one is the fact that we don't have the quarterbacks in this draft class right now lighting the world on fire. Ball is hit up into the air here. Cal will give a chase. 1-1 will be the count. I can't believe the Falcons did that crap again. They gave the Rams such a freaking gift with that thing. So annoying. Absolutely annoying as hell. And if they can't beat if they get boat raced by the Panthers, I know it's a divisional game. I know that like those weird things happen in those kind of games, but I mean, if you're going to get boat raced by the Panthers, it's like a 500 record looks like your ceiling right now from a Falcons perspective. That looks like the best case scenario. And you gave the Rams a first round pick. 1-2 count here. Gilbert with a wind. A little low. Take a chance on an underclassman, says John. I'm with it. Shoot big there, John. That's what I'm with. Wherever you go with that first round pick this year as you come into it, just go for that upside. Ooh-wee. Nice job over there by Rosarina, giving chase and able to track down the fly ball there. Route number 1. Dead Center says you can't let Mike say anything good about the Cardinals this week. He's going to be pretty down on his luck, I think, right now with how things are set up on this. So you couldn't beat the backup quarterback. It was on the road. It was in San Francisco. That part's true. But I have a feeling Mike's going to be pretty down on this one. We'll be doing the behind enemy lines with him on Tuesday too, by the way. 0-1 count here. Gilbert at 81 pitches. Mick, Brandon, what do you think of the quarterback from Oklahoma? I love watching him play. Yeah, he's so much fun. John Mateer is he's just a lot of fun to watch play. The kid's a playmaker for the position. Maybe non-traditionally a little bit built in certainly some of the ways he goes about it with the delivery he has. But he's got some arm strength to him. He's got some really great mobility to him. He's kind of built like the Will Levis kind of body style of quarterback a little bit, where there's definitely been a lot of weight training going in there. But I think he's got more of a better feel and a more of a natural sense of the game and in-play awareness, and just he's naturally just has a good understanding for the position. Unfortunately, I think he's a sophomore, so I think it's that he's like a true sophomore, I want to say. No, he's a junior. Okay. He's a junior. So he's a lot of fun. He can be a little wild with it. Is this guy ready to come in and come out this junior year after a great year with Oklahoma and be able to come in? And he's probably going to need to give that guy some time for development. But boy, is he tough. And I felt bad for Washington State kind of losing him after finding him like they did. Tough for Washington State. Cam Ward and John Mateer back-to-back, and strike 3 there by Gilbert. Nice pitch. 2 outs in the inning now. But here's a guy with some potential to him. There's some things that I find that are a little wonky in watching him play a little bit, but it's not. It doesn't have me out on him either. Because like you say with it, Mick, it's just he's so much fun to watch play. That becomes a bit of the neutralizing factor from some of the things you can maybe nitpick with him on. 2 outs for the Mariners here. First pitch swinging, and Gilbert's really in a nice rhythm now. 0-1. Sounds good, Misfit. We'll see you back in a second. Nat Q. How has Cal done at the bat this game? I'm not able to watch the game. Cal sent a rocket out into the seats. So Raleigh with his 58th home run. He got 2 Ks as well. But big home run there to extend the lead. A couple ribbies for him on the home run. And really put your Mariners out in front from a 5-0 game to a 7-0 game. It allowed you to really kind of just put the pressure down on this team. Mariners kind of doing like what the Seahawks did to the Saints a little bit. Just get up on top of them and you just sort of press down. But Cal got a low inside ball in the right spot for those left-handed batters, man. And you don't put it down low inside on them because that's where we'll club it. I'm a lefty too. I can attest to this. That's our sweet spot. That's all lefty's sweet spot, down and inside. You put it there and it's like, yeah. 1-2 pitch here from Gilbert. Boy, he's getting some bad swings from the Astro hitters here. That was miserable looking. Ew. Kelly in the house. How you doing, Kelly? Hey, B. I just hope we get Milroe another play that isn't just the same telling play every time. Like, what? Yeah, I'm the same way, Kelly. If we're going to bring him in for something that can be a little unpredictable. Don't bring him out there just to have him run the exact same play that they're going to be prepared for. I know the read option stuff is how you theoretically want him to run it, but if he comes out there with the read option right now, he's going to keep the ball. He's not giving the ball to the running back. I can tell that off of his body language and just how he's carrying himself walking out in the field. And if I can tell that, then the defense can absolutely tell that. We might have to do a little bit of with Sam Darnold playing as efficiently as he is. Maybe we do a little bit of thinking about putting the Milroe stuff up on a shelf until we know we've got it in a kind of more of a workable state. Stash, we really need it. Kelly, K9 was running with a head of steam. Too bad, stupid penalties. Yeah. K9 was doing what he could. HHD, so B, about that 24-hour stream. I know I do owe everyone a 24-hour stream once we got past 20K, don't I? I do owe that a bit at some point. That might have to be an off-season. That might have to be an off-season one there. I don't know. Maybe we'll do a Mariner playoff. Maybe we can put one together on that with a Seahawks Mariner playoff game all in one kind of thing. That'd be pretty cool. One and two pitch here from Kirby, trying to close out this sixth inning. Bouncing ball. Crawford's got it. The throw. In time to get Diaz, and that'll be the third out of the inning. Kirby just rolling through. Rolling through. CD Woods, I believe after this game, we have a top 5 scoring offense and defense. Also, surprisingly, a top special teams unit. The top special teams unit, CD. The top special teams unit. And yeah, not a bad place to be after 3 weeks. Good indicator of things moving in the right direction. CD, did anyone score more than the Vikings defense in fantasy? Boy, if you're dealing with the Vikings defense, you were done today. That's for sure. CD Wood says, watch Ty Simpson this week against Georgia. I think he's going to win and start to get some draft hype. I'll check him out. Definitely room for somebody to kind of ascend here a little bit. Mike M., what's your opinion on Damon Williams? I hadn't done a really good long look at him until, watching a lot of that Husky Wazoo game from yesterday and getting a little bit more of a feel for him. His legs are legitimate. I mean, he's going to be, would not be surprised in the least if he's got kind of that 4.4-ish sort of speed that he brings to the position. He's going to be missing a little bit of size. He is going to be a bit undersized for a draft prospect. I think his arm strength is average-ish for an NFL prospect. So plus mobility, but good, average arm strength. Very good escapability, very dynamic as a runner with the ball in his hands. He seems like he can pinpoint the ball pretty well on some of the layered throws, the deeper throws down the field. I think he's really figured out with Denzel, Boston, that he can go up and get those trust throws and where he needs to put the ball at for those trust throws to work best. But admittedly, Mike, I'm still getting my first really elongated look at him. I haven't gone like game, where I usually, if I get a real strong opinion guy, I want to have a couple of games of watching the 22 and watching what he's done within that. But he's had a tremendous start. And the thing I think that just stands out is that the first and foremost thing that stands out to me with him is that the mobility is legit. That's the type of mobility that would be a problem at the next level too, and what he brings to play with that. Still getting an idea of what he's got arm action wise though, especially being just a little bit undersized. I'm going to kind of probably end up leaning a little bit into thinking, and again, it's a little premature on this one, that maybe you're looking at about that average at best arm strength kind of thing for him as a prospect, but we'll see. Yeah, there's no stopping the bots. AI is doing what he can on it, but these bots are unmerciful and they just keep going. And you can just hide them on the channel AI. If you want to just, and they hide this, if those bots come in, just hide them fully on the channel. They can get the boot. They don't need to have channel privileges. Sanchez says, Kyler Murray's an average quarterback, and I'm tired of pretending like he isn't. I know. Feel like I'm glad you're with me on this, Sanchez, because I'm in that same place. The way that guy gets talked about all the time, and I'm like, what has he done? What has he done to be earned to talk like this? Okay, so he was number 1 overall pick. What has he done as a pro to be deserving of just sort of taken for granted that he should be looked at as sort of like a top 10 quarterback in the sport, and he shouldn't be. He's a middle of the road QB and bottom line at best. I'm with you. I'm done pretending too. I'm done pretending as well. 1-1 count here to Crawford to the top of the 7th inning. No outs, nobody on. Car Wash Channel, Seahawks 2-1. 2-1, baby. Let's go. Josie, love the competition for playing time on this team and how everyone is cheering on each other. The vibes are great, Joe. You felt like the energy's right and that this team is connected and that they're trying to go out there and make something happen here. It's not just a bunch of individuals out there just trying to get theirs. You do feel like this has got a team-centric nature to what they're doing right now. It's a feeling thing. I can't point to exact details. It's just something you kind of feel about them. That's the same vibe I'm getting. Threllis didn't see much from DeMarcus. No, I didn't see a lot of him either. He made a play in the backfield where they left him unblocked on a particular play, but quiet game. Swing and a miss there by Crawford on a 4-seam fastball, a little bit high in the zone. Out number 1. CD Woods, Job got screwed on penalties. Hope PFF doesn't ding him too bad for those. The officials got a little weird in the second half in this game and on a couple of those calls and got a little ticky-tack here and there, I thought. But Job played a great game. Penalties or not, he played a great game. Nice fastball on the outside part of the plate for strike 1 here against Randy Arozarena. Randy 1 for 3 with a single and a run. Swing and a miss, strike 2. Catalyst, the fact that Vikings scored more points than us is outrageous. Isaiah Rodgers was playing with his head on fire. Boy, was he ever. What a game for that kid. Talk about building confidence off the back of just one performance. That'll do it right there, won't it? And yeah, pretty crazy. The Vikings got more than us. Whoa. Ball almost took Randy's head off. Just a bit outside. Brian East says New York Giants sticking with the run game, but 100% of them are out of gun. That's so lame. What is with these coaches that are stuck on running the ball out of shotgun? Especially like Russ at this point. Russ isn't going to be a keeper option. What's the point of that? Dable's got a lot of the shotgun stuff in his background. Lord knows he lived that with Daniel Jones. There was a lot of the read option stuff with him too, but I'm almost positive Saquon did way more under center running when he went to the Eagles than what he had done with the Giants. Almost positive. God forbid the Giants maybe learn a lesson from that. Emily, good to see you in the house. So Sam looked a lot more comfortable today. Keep it up, Sam. Also, our run offense needs to get better. Definitely need to draft a center and right guard next year. Well, you'll know with me, Emily, you've been around here a long period of time, and you know with me, it's a yearly basis thing. You know, you can count on death and taxes and Brandon bitching and moaning about the offensive line come draft time. Those are the three absolute lock solid inherent realities of this world that you live upon. And I will be again banging that drum once again like John Bonham in 72. But we'll see if we can finally maybe hit this in a hard way this offseason and really, try and maybe turn this thing into a strength, God forbid, at some point. But yeah, that's accurate. And Sam did look comfortable. And, I think that it makes sense that the longer this guy gets in here and new to this team and new to this offensive coordinator, the more comfortable he's going to get, especially if you can get him the competent parts around him like you have to kick this thing off, where the pass protection can be relatively solid. And maybe you can't always find consistent run game, but you can find some decency in the run game here and there. And the defense and the special teams unit can hold it down on their side too. Catalyst Stable's offense is mainly pro spread, a lot of shotgun. It is, yeah. Hard to run the ball, though, out of that consistently, in my opinion. You might get some runs here or there, but consistent runs, I don't know. Christian says Hawks win. Cougs win. Mariners win. Great weekend. Let's go, Christian. Let's go. Cal with a swing and a miss. 1-2 here on Cal Raleigh, 2 outs. Mariners up 7-1. CD, I think Proctor isn't going to cut it at left tackle in the NFL. I think he may be like Mekhi Becton, just a huge athlete. Very possible. And that the kid, too, out of Alabama. And doesn't Alabama kick out a lot of those guys? I mean, Evan Neal was another one of those kind of guys like that, too. It just seems like there's a few of these that they've pumped out. Really big dudes, really long, super strong, but not what you need from the athlete at the position. And that, probably ends up meaning the guy gets cut into probably like a right guard kind of situation. I haven't looked a lot at Proctor, but I've heard a little bit of that word on the street as being that. AI, I think we're going to win our next 5. Let's go, AI. Let's go. We're going to win our next 5?
Enough said.
Enough said. John Edwards, soft push out the door. Well said, Brandon. It's you can go. No, you can go. We're okay with it. You just, no, we very valued. Honor your time here. Mm-hmm. Yeah. No, we'll see you soon. See you soon. Bye-bye. Bye-bye. What? Thrill House, DK and Gino had a dual meeting, lasted about 45 seconds. Oof, that was a tough swing there by Cal. Did he get the ball on that? I didn't see the ball go off the bat there. That was a very defensive swing. Three-two count here. Ooh, just got a little underneath that one. He was right on that one. Yeah, listen, I'm a huge proponent of Schneider's offseason moves this year. Me as well. Very, very impressive what he's done in the grand scheme of things. It wasn't the easy choice. 3-2 pitch. Swing and a miss. That's a tough little sweeper right there. A lot of movement on that pitch. Nasty. Houston got to give the pitching staff a lot of credit for holding on and giving their offense a chance in this game. We'll go into the mid-7th. Seattle, 7. Astros, 1. Sean says, Gino just recently said he never really liked the area here in Seattle. He says he's a Florida guy, so I think he was meaning he likes the warmer weather. Yeah, I mean, and Gino does a lot of talking, you know, and I respect Gino and what he did with his time here, but I don't always know if with Gino on the 100% of what he says, I always buy. I don't know if I always buy everything he's saying. But I wish him the best. And I certainly don't think he's wrong in saying it's very hard to then, you know, take over for a legend at quarterback and never quite feeling like the fan base signs up for that with you because they still have the visions of the former guy. I think that there's certainly validity in that, but yeah. Everybody got what they wanted, basically. Thrill Outside says, wonder if Gino will flame out and get benched later this season. I don't think that will happen, but I think that he's just going to be in for a tough year where the sledding has been like it's been, where he's gone to a team that's not in a position to win and not close to winning, and they're in a tough division, and you're going to get beaten around and battered, and you know you kind of signed up for that a little bit in your approach with this. So, you know, Gino's just got to kind of ride it out. But I mean, he kind of signed up for this ride. You knew what you were getting into. You knew Coach Carroll wasn't going to have this team ready to go in the first year there. It was going to take some time, based on where the Raiders have been recently and how much work it's going to take to turn that around. Callis, I mean, Gino had a good stats today. Garbage time does wonders. It does do wonders. Kieran, I'm sure there were plenty of dynamics working against Gino wanting to be here, least of all, front office who he rubs the wrong way and a fan base that kind of openly hates him vocally. You'd leave too? Yeah, I mean, it was vocal enough of the section of the fan base. I think by the end that there was plenty of fans that were very pro-Gino at the end, as evidenced by there being so many fans to me that were lamenting his loss even months and months and months after he moved on. I don't think that there's anything that Gino did that was out of pocket or wrong. I think he was a good soldier here. I think he was tasked with a situation that was going to be kind of an impossible one to satiate fans in general terms, you know, and that even that first year got you to the playoffs, had you beating the 49ers in the playoffs on the road. And still there wasn't a lot of people that could quite get signed up for him after that first year, like would happen, I think, with other quarterbacks if they had stepped in that way and done what he had done that year with it. So, I mean, there certainly wasn't a situation set up for Gino just naturally be able to fit back here. Again, some of this is back to the front office not being completely sold on him either. And maybe some of his approach to the way that he went about his business. But he did well for us in the 3 years. You wish him the best. There's no hate there to anybody on that side of it. It just was kind of going to be what it was from a situation with him walking in as an elder statesman, taking over from Russ, the team in a stage of now needing to rebuild and turn things over. Kendrick says, do a hat bet with Mike. I don't know, man. That hour and a half show with me having to wear that Niner hat, it felt like about a 9-hour show. When you're wearing the opposition's hat on your head, it's a long day at the office. Thrill House, Gino always be in a Russ shadow here, but Gino would play wherever anyone pay him. He knew we weren't paying him, and Gino always was going to be in Russ's shadow here, but Gino would play wherever anyone pay him. He knew we weren't paying him, and Pete did too. Yeah, accurate outlook of the situation. Agreed. AI Tankathon has us taking Isaiah World, tackle from Oregon at 24, Jake Slaughter, interior offensive lineman at 55, Antonio Saka, edge, Northwestern 86. The second two picks make a lot of sense. Quick swinging, first pitch swinging here by the Astros to start out the 7th, and that will be a quick out. Looks like Kirby's day might be done here. Ferguson out on the hill here for Seattle, Caleb Ferguson. And a hell of a job by Gilbert today. 6 innings, 1 earned run, 4 Ks, kept the walk down to 1, lowers his ERA down to 3.43 on the year. Quality start. Should be getting the dub in this one. Hopefully the bullpen can make it stand. Throw us the PFF grades for the Hawks are going to be A, B, A. Yeah, probably swing and a miss on the sinker. 1-1. CD, there are some good centers in the draft. Slaughter, Lou, Parker. I could see us trying to grab someone around 2. Me too. I'd love to see us go take it to center early in this draft. Especially go find one that's like a pure scheme fit with mobility stuff. Base hit out in the right field there. Megan Hawksnest just had a great chat with some Saints fans. Didn't gloat much. Got to gloat a little bit, Megan. Got to give them a little bit of it, you know. I mean, like a little bit. Sean Edwards, to be fair, Geno deserves credit for succeeding despite Russ's shadow. I still wish him the best of Pete Carroll and the Raiders. Yeah. That's the place that Sean Edwards, sometimes things go where if the guy's gone, then we didn't want him anyway. Geno's a really great quarterback. And I was, of course, a huge supporter of Geno Smith from the moment he stepped in as a starter. I mean, I was one of the original Geno backers out there that existed in this fan base. I do wish him nothing but the best. He did nothing wrong in this situation. He did nothing not to earn a contract extension. He did nothing not to earn that right to be able to go and be with Pete, if that was his desire on that side of it too with it. It's not just with Russell, but any quarterback taking over for a legend, and that you're always being measured up against that guy. And that guy is going to be loved and revered, long after he's even left. Another base hit out into left field, 2 base hits for the Astros. Not good. Would have really maybe thought bringing Kirby out there for one more inning, keeping his pitch count under 100, and maybe they're trying to be a little protective with him because you have the Brian Wu injury, and Lord knows you can't afford to have another one of these guys go down. But 1 second. All right, man, that's been a thorn in our side for years in Seattle. Jose Altuve stops up to the plate here with 1 out, 2 men on. Not ideal here. He's going to try to bunt. Strike. Nagasa, vet center would be pretty nice before the trade deadline. No? If you could find it, Nagasa, I guess I would just have to say which team are we looking at that's going to be that team that's got a center that we could maybe go out there and pluck. You got Dolphins, Aaron Brewer, Daniel Brunskill, 0-2 count here on Altuve. Jets are probably not giving you Tipman. The Browns give you Posick. Would you want Posick back? Is that a possibility? Maybe. I mean, maybe you can get Eric McCoy from the Saints. 1-2 count. They're going to say he fouled that ball off. I'm open to a Nagasa if you can make the move. But those guys just don't tend to be available in the offseason, much less right around the trade deadline. But count me in. If there's a move like that to be made, let's do it. Is Sundell not good enough? I mean, he's playing basically playing like a top 30 center. So yeah, you're getting basically from the position right now some of the worst play in the sport a little bit. Not that it's atrocious, but it's just not good. It could be very much improved. Gary, and you guys are hallucinating. The edge rushers are what's holding this team from thrashing people. Center and guard, or at least run blocking great. Pass block sets against elite rushers still worry me. Here we go. 3-2 count here, man. Man, this guy is such a pain in the ass. Jesus, dude. We can never seem to get him out. Like, we cannot get him out. Like, you got an 0-2 count on him. He somehow just always grinds it back to a 3-0 count, 3-2 count. You just can't put him away. He fouls off 2 tough pitches, finds a way to get a base hit. This guy's just been a thorn in the Mariners' side. And boy, Dan going to the back relief pitcher here to start this off. I hope this doesn't bite us in the butt going to this early. And that will be all she wrote for the Mariners reliever here. Wilson shaking his head. Yeah, come on, man. CD, I don't think we need to be doing the Milrow stuff till next year if we keep Kubiak. We shouldn't be spending starter practice reps on Milrow gimmicky plays until year 2, I believe. I'm okay with that, especially if Darnold's going to play as well as he's playing. Why take him off the field? Why remove snaps from Darnold if he's going to do what he's done? You know, if the offense can find success and consistency without having to do that stuff, then stay with what you do. You know. Vic, have you seen the Kraken's new third jerseys? They look really good. I haven't. No. That's cool, though. Carrying but pass pro against elite edge rushers is more of a Cross and Lucas thing. Lucas isn't holding up great versus power rushers so far this season. Yeah, I thought Cross has been playing pretty good overall, to my eyes. I won't say that the pass protection is like great in that side of it on it, but I don't know if I can say that I'd look at the tackles as being a major issue up until this point through 3 games either on that side too. TheSeahawksNest, what rookie edges impressing you in the league? Princely had a good day. Uma Million's been pretty good. Yeah. Jalen Walker's been all right out there for Carolina. I think he got himself a sack. Edges are kind of tough because I don't know, there's a lot of rookies that are making a lot of impact off the edge right now. I mean, who aside from those guys is really doing, much of anything? I like Michael Williams. I thought Michael had a good game last week against the Saints. Active as a run defender, active off the edge. He had a rough week 1, but it's not mind-blowing that occurs. I don't know if I've got anybody else that's really standing out necessarily. Ball fouled off right out the gate here. Carlos Vargas out on the hill here for the Mariners. Meg Hawksnest, don't you dare till I get back from the trip for the 24-hour stream. No, I'll hold off on that. We gotta plan that one out appropriately. One pitch here. Ball knocked on the ground here. Up with it. We got a double play. Just what the doctor ordered. A double play there by the Astros. Gets you out of the inning with just 1 run scored. Mariners maintain the lead 7-2 through 7. 2 more innings. Randall McDaniel back in the house. How you doing, Randall? Thank you for the $5 donation. Says, looks like Murphy lines up a half a yard further off the line of scrimmage than the other defensive lineman. Saw it a few times today. Maybe it's the front or down. I think he'd be closer. Yeah, you give him a little more space, make it a little bit harder for those offensive linemen to have to kind of wait to get their hands on him. You don't give them as much of the quick ability to get their hands just instantaneously up on him to get them maybe where he can get them moving lateral, get him a little bit with a little bit of that whole, you give the sort of the defensive lineman juke off the line of scrimmage, and you can sort of throw those linemen off that aren't as able to move their feet as well. Certainly think it could make sense with a guy like Murphy that you would do it that way, Randall, because of how quick and explosive he is. And that if you have him line a yard up off the line of scrimmage, that he isn't left vulnerable by that, that he's able to still overcome that if he's kind of giving up a little bit of that ground. But him being a little undersized and him a little bit, maybe not with that Leonard Williams-like length, he would be the style of player I could see you maybe doing a little bit of that with. But I'll try to look for that. I hadn't noticed that as closely, Randall. I'll try to take a peek at it, but I'd imagine that's it, is that Byron's thinking the longer I can get post-snap to preventing you from getting your hands on me, the more I can have a chance to kind of mess with you a little bit on my stutter step, going outside, inside, outside. before you can actually get your hands on me, the better for me. I would think that would be a little bit of what would be driving that if that's what's going down. But good note there, man. I'll try to take a look for it. Thrill House, yeah, refreshing not having false starts on the offensive line all the time. It is nice. I think that's some of also the lack of, I think what happened a little bit there too often last season, and it wasn't Geno's fault, it's just a little bit of what you did, which was that you put, I think, a little bit too much on the plate of Geno to try to change into sometimes the perfect play prior to the snap. And this would lead to a lot of gestating and you moving here and him stepping up line of scrimmage and then, barking out orders here and then barking orders out over here to the receiver. And then you got 15 seconds of all that going on. Then he's getting back to the cadence and you get a false start because the lineman's just completely thrown off by where the cadence is at. Are we on 2? Are we on 3 now? You just changed this to this. I think when you just sometimes come up, line up, call the play, run the play, makes it a little bit easier to play a little bit cleaner game, I think, especially from the false starts offensively speaking. The more you're going to try to change and roll through all that, the harder that's going to be. Misfit says, we aren't beating ourselves with penalties and dumb errors. No, we're not. That's right. Sometimes in a football game, it ain't about always making all the greatest plays. It's about not making the boneheaded mistakes. Can you make less than your opponent in that way of things? Catalyst, I wonder what Oots' status is. He looked a little banged up. He was gimpy at the end of the game, came off the field and was limping on that thing a little bit. They had Sundell out there filling in for him at the end, or Brady Russell out there filling in for him at the end. Hopefully he can hold up okay. Julio Rodriguez up to the plate here in the top of the 8th inning. He's got a 1-2 count. 3 hour the hands to the face and illegal contact calls on Job were complete BS. Yeah, I thought that there was a lot of nitpicking kind of calls by the officials in that second half especially. There's a couple of head scratchers in there where you're like, really? 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 Kieran, I think there's a big difference right now between inside zone and interior gap run blocking for the line and the outside zone blocking, which has been honestly not good. Interior runs are hitting. Yeah, agreed. Everything to the outside right now is just not working, and it's not working to ultimately a really, really porous level. I mean, you finally got an outside pitch play in this game that went for like 15 yards, and of course, you had to have a hold that sprung you. I don't think the hold was a good hold, by the way. I think that was one of those nitpicking kind of calls. But it's a little bit tough getting to the edges. Swing and a miss there by Julio. Strike out 1. Nagasa, we could browse some 0-3 teams for trade opportunity like Eric McCoy for the Saints. He'd be one that stands out. I have looked at this a little bit. I mean, there's some teams where you're not going to get anywhere on it. Like, Falcons aren't moving anybody. Panthers don't have anybody that you're going to need if they're going to be on the bottom side of it. There are some eliminations here pretty quickly on some of this. Like, the Giants, for instance, I don't think that they're really going to have much of anybody. They do have John Michael Schmitz there. He hasn't played really great for them since they took him in the second round a couple of years ago. I don't think they're willing to give him up anyway. Texans, if they keep going down, they're not going to give you anybody. You don't want anybody from them. Titans, they've got Lloyd Cushenberry there at center. I don't know if that'd be as much of a guy you'd go and grab, though. He's not a real mobile guy necessarily at that. Now, a guy like maybe a Kevin Zeiler with the Titans, maybe you'd look at him. As the year wears along, the right guard, if you're not feeling good about what you have in Bradford. But the Bears, for instance, signed Drew Dahlman to the free agent contract. So they can move him at the deadline. Cowboys, Cooper Beebe, that's a guy that's part of their foundation there as a center. They're not going to move him, though I know Seattle's very much high on him. I just don't think the Cowboys would be willing to move him. Nobody in your division is going to be willing to move anybody on that side of it. So I think we're a little bit stuck, and there's a little bit of limited options here, even with the teams that could kind of factor in here as a potential trade partner. McCoy would be a great pickup, though, Nagasa. But I don't know if there's a lot of other centers beyond that you could really go get. Josh Naylor done a good job here on this count of working it. He's got a 2-2. One out, top of the 8th. Cadel says even Joe Brady has Allen going under center a lot. Running is a lot more effective with James Cook. Naylor gets on top of this ball and sends it into the gap. It's going to get down, and he's going to have 2. Naylor continues to hit the ball well. Since coming over to the Mariners is the trade deadline deal. And power at that, too. Man's he's upticked his home run count since coming over and getting those doubles as well. Nice job getting on top of that ball and raking it. Raking it. Thrill Out says, so is the new goal 30K subscribers or 25? I want to go 30K. 30K is the new goal. We're going bigger now. We're the next level up now. Foul ball. Oh, right off the instep there of Polanco. He's going to try to walk this one off a little bit. That hurts. Just got around the thing on his leg there. He's got the armor on his leg, and it got just the top of his leg around the armor there. He says, I'm all right. Restraps it back up. Yeah, it says obviously they can see the handoff. Linebackers won't bite as much. That's right. And then the running back also doesn't get as much momentum up to the line of scrimmage as they would when you get the handoff and they're already at 2 or 3 steps by the time they get the handoff. It's the timing of the blocks. It's the running back getting up to speed. It's the linebackers being able to see it clear. You know, there's sometimes running out of shotgun can work in your favor for sure. But if you're just leaning on it too much and you don't have the counterbalance of the under center stuff, you become very predictable. Rodney, is this the Mariners' year, Brando? World Series? I hope so. I hope so. They got the parts to do it, man. They've got the guns, they got the ammunition, the firepower. And I couldn't always say that about them every year. Gino don't write back. That's right, Charlie. He don't. Did anyone ever have the Danger Witch? I think it got taken off the shelves too fast. We didn't have time. For Dart. What do they have to lose? Well, the whole Dart, I've had a whole theory on this with Dart myself with that. It's a great question. But I do have a theory with this one being that, David, I think what they're doing there is it's the old move you do as a coach that's on the hot seat. And you draft a quarterback and then you have that vet presence guy come in. Man, Josh could have just about stolen third base there. He's kind of realizing, I was like, they're not paying attention to me. Man, Dubon gets on that far right side of that mound. Like, he's on the very edge of that mound. That's true. Naylor was playing with it earlier. Like, he was looking like he was going to run on the last pitch. And the Astros seem to figure it out, and they have a throwback there at second base going, don't try your stuff there. There's one out. Don't try it with one out. We know what you're thinking. Don't be thinking what you're thinking. Don't you do it. Hit foul there. So, David, I think this is what they're doing is you have a vet quarterback come in, and so as a coaching staff, what Dable and company want to do is keep their jobs into when Darn is going to be the starter, not have Dart become the starter. They lose their job, and the next coach gets to come in and have Dart. So what you do is you try to get through Russ as long as you can. Try to make it work. And then when it fails with Russ, you as a head coach can say, well, I mean, there was nothing we could do. You know, I mean, he's spent. We tried everything with him. You know, we didn't want to put Dart out there, but, you know, we tried everything. Then you put Dart out there. Dart finds even a little success, but you do it at the end of the year, right? When it's last couple of games of the year, you trot him out there. He goes 3-2. Maybe now you've done enough as a head coach to keep your job for another year, David. And I've wondered with Dable for a while if this has not been their approach to that situation. Polanco doing a good job of fighting off some tough pitches here. He is 0-2 in the hole, but he is hanging tough. Casey's an interesting take, B. Thank you. Sanchez says the refs tried to bring the Saints back in it, laughing out loud. They kind of did a little bit. I mean, just a little bit, you know. A little bit. Blanco gets underneath this one. Good swing on it. Just gets a little bit underneath it, and that'll be out number 2. Brian E., the Hawks Nest. I think Geno might have been inclined to stay here if Pete Carroll hadn't been replaced. Yeah, I think that could have changed some things, Brian, for sure. That would have been enough, you know, on that one to maybe have kept him here. And Pete's certainly a guy that he has a lot of fondness for, who believed in him. You know, yeah, I'd agree with that. Catalyst, I can't believe the Packers lost the Browns with 4 minutes left. Myles Garrett and Denzel Ward are amazing. I was watching Denzel Ward today and I was like, man, he is a really good player. Both him and Myles are kind of being like lost out there in Cleveland for the kind of careers they are having, but they kept him in it today. How about that Cleveland team? Eugenio gets up under this ball a little bit too much, and that will be out number 3 as this is skied out to right field where he will catch it, and we will move into the bottom of the 8th. The Mariners up 7-2. Sanchez says cutting MVS was the move to make. Gutsy call. It was the move to make. And in a game like this, you see why they made that move. Not only because of the Tory Horton production that you've got, what he brings as a punt returner, but even just take a guy like Drake Young and why he's out there as well. Out there as for when he's blocking, in the punt return stuff, out there for when he's being the uptake man as far as taking back the kick returns and the element he brings to you for that. It confused some people, but it made a lot of sense. And you're seeing why it played out this way on that too. But a gutsy call as well, because it didn't necessarily look like the straightforward call, especially when Sanchez, so many people were pissed off the fact the Niners were able to get MVS after you cut him. Sean, I'm hearing Pumpkin, but haven't seen her yet. Yeah, she likes to be vocal before she makes her presence known. Hear me. I'm about to make my presence on the screen. Charlie the Unicorn, Horton looks like the real deal. Or, if I might steal from your name, he looks like a unicorn. Thrill House, what a day for Jonathan Taylor. Colts refreshingly competitive. How about the Colts, man? How about Daniel Jones find a way to make it happen? Very cool to see. And now to the most unlikely 3-0 start in the NFL. Catalyst says I would go after Eric McCoy. Makes sense as Kubiak loved him in New Orleans. Don't get me wrong, man. Look, if the Seahawks want to go hard for Eric McCoy and say, you know, you're the man for us, I'm with it. The hard part about this is going to be for McCoy is that he's gotten a deal signed relatively recently. 2022 is when he got his extension signed. And so for Eric McCoy to be moved on, the Saints have to eat $25 million of dead money. They have an $8.3 million cap hit right now in the books for him. So the issue becomes on this, if you're making a move like this, it's the Saints have to eat $17 million of dead money to get him. And you could maybe talk them into that if they had the space, but they only have $8.69 million to spend right now as it is. So you have to not only get the Saints to a place where they're going to agree to your compensation, but then hopefully get them to agree to extra compensation, then have them, you know, basically cook up their books a little bit in order for you to make that trade get facilitated. And I think that the dead money just makes it probably too much to where it's not going to happen. If the Saints had like $25 million in cap space, maybe it'd be different. But they have to come up with a way of essentially clearing an extra $10 million just to move McCoy at the deadline. Oh, this ball is slaughtered. A 98-mile-an-hour sinker just left completely up in the zone, and he crushed it off Vargas. Astros inching closer and closer to the Mariners in this game. You left that thing way too high. Hard part about it when you're just trying to always, everything's velocity, is you lose that control, and you especially lose the control of being able to get things down more closer to the knees. Everything just ends up right in that happy spot for hitters to just park it. I mean, that's the money zone right there for a right-handed hitter. I was talking earlier about it. Lefties inside low, that's their sweet spot. With right-handed hitters out in front, let them extend their hands That tends to be their sweet spot, and that's where you put it there for the right-handed hitter on that one. Nobody out. Mariners up 7-3 here. Mega Hawks Nest. The Kraken's new jerseys glow in the dark. Have one of the rivalry jerseys on order when I get back from Sydney. That's pretty cool. That is a cool little gimmick. I'll give it that. Kevin O'Connell, going to be a great game Thursday. Yes, sir, Kevin. Looking forward to it, man. It'll be a lot of fun. 1-1 pitch here. Foul back, 1-2. Kieran, I wouldn't make any marginal trades with this team right now. It would have to be such a clear upgrade to even interest me at all. Kendrick and Bell looking like they're going to get signed as it is. I'm good with that too, Kieran. If this team just wants to try to just ride with what you have this year, and like you say, in light of the fact that there's not really a major upgrade, and I'm not sure that there will be, outside on the changeup, 2-2. Mariner relievers a little bit since coming in the game here. You got to lead, you got to throw strikes. And he's gotten this now to a 3-2 count. Come on, Vargas. A little bit too much nibbling in this count for my taste. Go after these guys. I know you just gave up a homer, but they're going back up high on him here. What a pitch. Beautiful location. Right where Cal Raleigh set up on the inside top of the zone, and he hit it. Just a wonderful pitch by him. Some nice late movement on that thing. Oh, that was beautiful. Just completely locked the knees of the hitter. One man down. Another good pitch, drag. Willard says Chiefs are not going back to the Super Bowl. I want to be surprised that the Chiefs don't blow this team up soon. This was my prediction, and a lot of people raised a lot of eyebrows when I mentioned this offseason, which is I said, I don't think the Chiefs are going to get to the playoffs this year. Not that they're not going to get back to the Super Bowl. I said they're not going to get to the playoffs. And I think you could kind of see that this was starting to be where they were grounding into. Guys like Kelsey and Chris Jones getting to the age that they're at, the lack of ability to really reinforce that offensive line like they did a couple of years ago when they they needed to address it, the lack of the skill position players on the outside, it's all kind of added up now. The Bills kind of gotten due for the Chiefs this year, and it's going to be a struggle for them, I think. Doesn't mean they can't get back right within another year from now. Just this particular year is going to be a bit of a struggle, I think. Brian Myers B, great game, great show, and congrats on 20K. See y'all Thursday, and don't you ever forget. Don't you do it. Don't you do it, Brian. Don't you forget. Thank you, my man. Appreciate all the donations and support today as well, and thank you for that. We did pass today 20,000 subscribers. It feels good. Feels real good. Real good. I'm a happy man. Ball bouncing on the ground here to Eugenio Suarez. He is up with it, and he will throw him out. So that will be the second out for the Mariners. Let's take a look and see how your boy did today with some of the bets, some of the picks, over on Sleeper app. Good time here to just give some love out to the old deal of the show here. So let's see, where's our... Oh, we got a winner today for your boy. We got a winner. Didn't we? No, we didn't. We did not do good. But that doesn't mean you can't do good. We had Darnold at 220 yards passing. Cooper Kupp with 41.5. I almost got that one. I thought Sam had over 220, didn't he? No, he didn't. He was out of the game in the third quarter. Hard to anticipate the blowout we had. But Sleeper app today. You can use my code NEST, get 100% matched up to 100% of your first deposit, up to $100. So $100 from me to you in your pocket, and you support the channel at the very same time. Not too shabby. Sleeper is the best way to experience and connect over sports together. It's a one-stop shop for all of your sports needs. You can celebrate and chat on games in real time with other users. Get the fastest scores, blazing fast news and alerts right at your fingertips. Play in fantasy leagues and win real money on picks contests. So you can enjoy sports the way they were meant to be together. Download the #1 sports app today. And special shout out to Sleeper for sponsoring the show here throughout the course of this year. Again, use my code. I know that there are some certain restrictions that do exist in the state of Washington. However, October 1st, I'm being told that is going to open up in full. You'll be able to use this app at that time. So use my code, get $100 in your pocket today. But thank you to Sleeper app for sponsoring the show. Very, very much appreciated. All righty, here we got a runner on first base here. 0-1 on a 100-mile-an-hour sinker there. Come on, get us through this. Get us to the ninth with a 4-run lead. Come on. William Leonard Hawksnest, it's fun to smash an NFL opponent, but come on. We're kind of new. We kind of knew they were the Saints, who the Saints were. I mean, we do. And look, it's a team that's going to be probably a bottom 5 team this year when it's all said and done. And you're right, we knew that walking in, and you're coming into your home. But like, in any NFL Sunday, you never know that you're going to take care of guys like this. Drive into center field. Julio's there. He's got the catch, and that will be the third out. So the Mariners will move into the top of the ninth with an opportunity to sweep the Astros, take this division by a stranglehold, and let's get this rolling. Let's get this rolling. But thank you for that. So I agree with you, William. It wasn't one where you thought that this was one, you don't take away from this that this means we're a Super Bowl contending team because you blew out the Saints, but you took care of business and you smashed a lesser opponent. And if you're still in that place of not being ready to push through into that territory of being a team maybe ready to contend, ready to be up one of the top teams in the NFC, you struggle with the Saints team. You kind of are muddled with them throughout the day. You give as good as you get. You sort of squeak it out at the end of the game, or you get up by 10 late in the fourth quarter. You got on top of this team and you completely smashed them from start to finish. You gave them no opportunity. And that's what a very good football team should do to a lesser football team. So you're right. It's something that we would kind of hope to not maybe expect, but hope could be the reality of where Seattle is at based on what we thought they can be this year. But all the same, it's a game where a lot of times I think in recent years past, with the type of teams we put out on the football field, you might have been just kind of dancing with that team throughout the game. You might have taken to the fourth quarter to kind of fully put them away. Sean Edwards B, you're an Iron Man, bro. 5+ hours live stream while multitasking the Hawks and the M's. Thanks for your grind. Looking forward to the M's playoffs with you. Well, indeed, and certainly today getting the win is going to all but I think just about assure it. You got a couple more series left here in baseball, but we will be live streaming all of the Mariner playoff games here, however far they go, as long as, of course, it doesn't overrun with got through the roundtable sports thing and got a couple other shows that'll be set up here throughout the next week and a half or so, but might also set up well here. Is next weekend, we get next weekend off. I think that's where maybe the playoffs are starting. I have to check on the timeline of this thing. It's just after the weekend, but I'm looking forward to it too as well. I love baseball, man. It's my original love. So we'll get it going, man. But I appreciate it. I had a lot of fun with you guys today. This was a really great stream, and man, it's just awesome. Got to cross 20,000 subscribers. Got a blowout win from the Seahawks. Got our Mariners up 7-3. It's the little things in life that you got to enjoy. You know what I mean? Dylan says the Mariners need to extend Naylor. You're absolutely right. They do. Left-handed hitter, first baseman. This is the type of hitter that you need to have in this ballpark. You'd love to have maybe just a little bit more speed, but that's okay. He's not completely missing. I mean, he can sneak steal a base for you here and there. He's got it in him. But this is the kind of guy that's a professional hitter at the plate that you need to bring into your ballpark. A guy that's going to make contact, draw walks, hit for average, stuff that's been sometimes missing from our first baseman in recent years past. And he's got to be, to me, the ultimate priority this offseason at the head of the stack. And I would expect that they're going to find a way to get this done with him. I can't think that you don't have him brought back 100% at this point. Fly ball out into right field here. That'll be corralled there by Altuve. Zach says, I saw some footage of Stroud wearing a Mariners hat at a press conference. FWIW. I'd heard that too, Zach. I guess I got the Texans fans kind of pissed or the Astro fans pissed, but who cares? Astro fans deserve to be pissed. But very cool. And he's a guy that was a fan of even the Seahawks going back to when he was like in junior high tweeting out. So, he's been a guy that I think is kind of a low-key Hawk fan a little bit, and you never know. It keeps going like this with the Texans, You know what I mean? It's about to maybe get awkward here with the Texans and Stroud real quick. 1-1 count here to Victor Robles. Bouncing ball here to shortstop. Easy play for him. He's up with it. He will throw him out for out number 2. Good the Mariners got the 7 runs there quickly because it's been tough sledding since then. Josh says that's 6th or 7th block kick this week. It's crazy to see 1 in a week normally. There's been more this year, it feels like. I don't know if they're just getting better about it or it's maybe these guys are just getting taller and longer and more in a position to be able to block the kicks, but it's been an issue this year across the board in football. Charlie says, what did Pumpkin think of the game today? Not impressed by the Saints? Let's get a little bit of a let's get Pumpkin on the scene here and see what she thinks. Pumpkin, what did you think of the win today? Are we going to beat the Cardinals this week? Is it going to be a blowout this week against the Cardinals? What'd you say? You said 40, did you say 41? 41 to, what are the Cardinals going to have? How much are the Cardinals going to score? What do you put the Cards at, huh? I think that's 0 if she doesn't answer. That's an official 0 for the Cardinals, 41 points to the Seahawks. Pumpkin's predictions. Yeah, Naylor is a fun player, Nagasa. He really is. And I've lamented for a while here, sometimes the hitters that we have walking through here that just, for this stadium, piss me off. Because you're in a stadium that's really built for guys that can hit for average and put the ball in play, and it's going to kind of reward them. And here you finally got a player that fits the marker with that. And you find somebody that fits this good for the stadium. How do you not? Bouncing ball to third, Crawford will get thrown out. So the 7 runs are going to have to be what makes this stand for your Mariners as we go into the bottom of the 9th. Cole, Dubon, Altuve, 8-9-1 in the batting order here for the Astros. So you get the bottom of the order and Altuve to close this thing out, hopefully. Pumpkin's impressed, Charlie. She wants to see a little bit more, though. I get that sense from her. You need to see some more, don't you? I can't blame you for that. Week 1 was that bad for you? Well, okay, I get it. It was bad for me, too. We're going to bounce back, though. Yeah, we got this. David says, Brandon, how do you see the Arizona game Thursday night going? I got to kind of see a little bit, David, of where the health is at of all the teams. Cardinals have some issues with potentially their cornerback room. No Connor. Where are we at? Are we getting Witherspoon back? How does that all kind of set up? I think the fact that we were able to kind of get through this game a little bit, probably I would think fresher than necessarily the Cardinals are on the other side of it. We got to sit a lot of our guys in the fourth quarter, and it was kind of an easier game. I have to wonder if, for those Thursday night games, David, it's not for every Sunday it would be this way, but I think for Thursday night games, a big driver for who's going to win those games is almost who gets to come into that game healthier and fresher as far as their bodies go. Because it's such a short week and it's so hard for these guys to bounce back with that turnaround time so very fast. So I would think that that's for the early part of walking into this game, that's the mitigating factor to me on the front of this. Doesn't guarantee a win one way or the other. And I do want to see the injury stuff and how that plays out on this. But I also believe that in watching the games last year and rewatching them this offseason with the All-22 and really seeing what Mike McDonald was doing to Kyler Murray, he's got a really good game plan against Kyler. Like, he really understands how to play him right and what to take away from Kyler and what to force Kyler to do to make Kyler basically have to play the game the way he doesn't want to be playing it. And that's where I feel like that's going to still have some carryover this year in the Cardinals and how you play them this upcoming week on Thursday. But those other factors are a little bit the lead to this because Thursday nights are just so weird football game-wise. Thrill House, Brandon hits 20,000 subs. Hawks wins. Mariners sweep. Time for a shot of Maker's Mark. Let's go. Let's go. I would do one with you, but I'm going to be up till about 3 a.m. here tonight getting the wrap-up video done. 12th Man Nation 253 says Sam is poised as F. Yes, he is. Quick swinging here. First pitch. And that's an out. Matt Brash out here for the Mariners. And oof. Astro player ran into the umpire here. Umpire's limping a little bit too. I think they banged legs. Scary little moment there with Cole. Oh. Eesh. I wonder if they hit knees. Oh, yeah, they did. Ow. I hurt my knee. Base runner and the umpire just ran right into each other. That stings a little bit. You're being talky all of a sudden. One man down, bottom of the ninth. Mariners looking to sweep this series of the Astros. Matt Brash, the fire thrower, pumps up ball one here. Karen says, Daniel Jones just really showing New York is the worst place in the NFL to be a quarterback. Buffalo notwithstanding. Oof, nice throw there. That's a ball? Come on, that was a beautiful pitch. Yeah, it's a bit like the Jets situation, Kieran, where there are places out there, Chicago's this way. I think that there's organizations beyond the coaches, beyond general managers, where you just say, organizationally speaking, you guys have had a huge struggle in not necessarily drafting quarterbacks, but in your development of quarterbacks and putting them in an environment for success. This ball fouled off, 2-1. And that being the case, if you're a former Jet quarterback or former Giant quarterback, you got to take a long look at those kind of guys. You're a former Bear quarterback, I got to take a long look at you. Maybe you are a bust. Maybe you just do suck. But I want to be really sure at it when I look at it. This ball hit up into the air. Julio comes running in. He covers a lot of space out there in center field, and he will get the second out. The Mariners 1 out away from sweeping this series and putting themselves in prime position to go out there, get this division, and walk into the playoffs with a little bit of momentum at their back. Can you imagine that? Megan's TheSeahawksNest heading out. We'll see you on the round table, but if not, talk to you from Sydney on Friday, my time. Sounds good, Megan. Have yourself a good one, and appreciate you. Thank you for all your help today, all the donos, and let's go. Let's go. Have a great trip out there. Kieran, Brando, you have to pick one. Seahawks just showed up hot today. Seahawks are better than we think, and we should expect more of today than week one. Or Saints are just trash. What do you think? Got ball two here. It's a great question, Kieran. It's a really fantastic question. I think of all of them, there's not one of those that I feel supremely is better than the others necessarily. It's no brainer. It's this one, Kieran. Quite literally, I think there's little bits of parts from all of those that you can pull from. But if you push me to take one, I'd say Seahawks showed up hot today. All three phases of your football team were cooking. Every player just felt like early on in this game, throughout the game, even into the third quarter where you comfortably had it, that there was a hunger to the players today. That there was almost like the coaches had just about like challenged them a little bit, and the feeling of that. Strike to Altuve there. 3-2. Boy, can Jose work some counts, can he? Seems like he's just in constant 3-2. Three-two pitch. Strike three. Mariners will take the series. Brash right down Main Street there with that pitch, and they will get the win. Mariners with the sweep. A sweet sweep for your Mariners today. It was a hell of a job by this team rewarding this front office, going out at the trade deadline, grabbing Josh Naylor, getting Eugenio Suarez. They've built the lineup up with your Robles and your Arozarenas coming through, and Julio continues to develop, and Raleigh continues to develop. Crawford, the steadying force for you out at shortstop. It all coming together in the right way here for your Mariners team to go out there and get this win. Great job on their part, but a big-time series win at that, as they look like they're in the prime position at this point to take the AL West, 87-69. They've got the tiebreaker over the Astros, 3 games up over them. This is theirs, basically, unless they fall flat on their face in the next 2 series. And so Mariners really in great shape. What a great day for Seattle sports. I mean, just a phenomenal day for Seattle sports. Let's go. Russ's post-game speeches after every loss. When does he finally break character? Okay, F it. F this organization is trash and I'm washed, but I love the money. MJC Hawk, thank you for the $10 donation, MJC Hawk. Is that 3 games in a row giving up less than 20? That's top tier. Thanks, Mike. Indeed. Mike McDonald's defense is showing you why we thought they could be one of the more dominating defenses in the sport here through the first 3 weeks. They've kept opponents down. They've kept them low. It's been tough sledding, finding any kind of scores against this team. I mean, hell, today you've got the Saints just trying to do whatever they can to carve it out in that second half. Throw. Just we got to pile some points up on the board. You're thinking defensively, okay, they're going to stay in kind of soft zone coverages, try to protect against deep balls. Make sure that if they're going to let the Saints score, they're going to have to earn their way up the field to get there. And yet, still they couldn't find any points there as you really got into the second half of that football game. Not very much at all. A hell of a defensive effort through 3 weeks from what you've seen from them, and especially considering there have been injuries. It hasn't been perfect where everybody's just healthy across the board. And you just wonder what could happen if you were able at some point or other to get Eminwari and Witherspoon out there on the same time on the field on there with what you brought into play. So very impressive MJ Seahawk, that defensive performance today. It was asked earlier about Vicarian, was it hot? They came in hot, but you were also a little weakened. 3/5 of your secondary out, and yet defensively you put that performance up on the board. Very, very impressive. Very cool to see. Thank you, MJ, for the big donation. Appreciate you for that. Why not keep Sam Darnold, says Thrillhouse? I don't think there's any reason to let him go at this point. He looks like the quarterback now and the future to me right now. I wouldn't be looking to move off Stroud for him. I was just kind of mentioning that tacitly. I just going to be interesting to see how that Texan situation goes with Stroud, where, as we've seen in the past, that stuff can sometimes kind of turn on its ear a little bit in an odd direction. Charlie says 49ers lost Bosa to an injury could really sink the week 3-0 Niners. It definitely is going to hurt them as much as any injury on that team can hurt them as a Bosa injury. Maybe Fred Warner would maybe be more impactful, maybe. But they don't have the staying power to overcome that. They don't have the plethora of edge rushers to overcome that. That would be a big blow to the Niners if he's out for a while. Get those brooms out. Get the brooms out. Get the tridents out. Mark Sanchez, thank you for the $10 donation, Mark. Greatest weekend in Seattle sports history. Swept the Astros, dominated the Saints from kickoff. UW brought back the Apple Cup. I couldn't ask for a better weekend. Let's F it go! Let's go, Mark. Hell of a Seattle sports weekend. You love seeing this. And Mariners franchise in my lifetime that struggled so very often, that's been so very inoften in the playoffs. When you get in the playoffs, you sometimes just feel kind of like you got lucky to get there. Like it took some almost miracle from God to make it happen. This year's team looks like they're due to be there. They look like they've earned the right to be there. They've taken it to go and be there, this Mariner team. It's part of what makes them so impressive. It's not taking advantage of a weak division, got hot at the right time, but you've built this thing up to make this happen, and hopefully they're prepared and ready to go make some noise in the playoffs. But yes, as well also, Seahawks out there ripping through. Dominant effort today, as dominating a game as we've seen since going back to the early on in the Coach Carroll era, early on in the Legion of Boom era, and speaks to this team coming together in the right fashion in that way. They got hot today, but it also shows you this is part of the plan for your success. 3 phases of the football, kicking ass, taking names. You're going to dominate some teams if that's going to be the case, and it was the case today. So hell of a weekend, Mark. Thank you for all of your support and donations today. Multiple over, you and MJ as well. Randall, thank you guys, all of you, for all of that kind of support. I really appreciate everything you guys have done for this channel today. We got over the top of 20,000 subscribers. That's a nice little cherry on top as well. So for you folks, please today, if you hit that like button, sub on up, We're on the run. We're on the move. Trying to get to 30,000 now. That's the goal. That's where we're heading. That's where we're heading. But let's go, Mark. Let's go. Sean says Dodgers series will be a trial by fire for the M's. Gotta love it. I indeed think it'll probably be that. I think the Dodgers are already also in kind of comfortable place. So it'll be interesting to see if there's any kind of, we're going to, guys will be dialing it back a little bit. Maybe you get starters that aren't going to be normally starting. They're going to rest their guys here, rest their guys there. We'll see how that goes with it a little bit, but Dodgers are tough. When the heck did the Cubs get good? I don't know. They got in the World Series a couple years ago, 1-1, but it went backwards really quick for them after they won it. Kieran says Mariners-Dodgers series has got to be prove-it series. It's going to be a tough one. You've given yourself some room for error with this sweep, which is cool. Play the Rockies next. Do we play the Rockies next? Is it the Rockies? I thought we were playing... Yeah, we are. You got the Rockies next. Winnable games there. Go sweep that series, and then the Dodgers series might not even matter. How about that? How about that? Dick has got to tip the cap to whoever Russell's agent is, keeps getting killer money no matter where he plays. To your point, kind of surprising that Russ's agent has never got any more football players. He's done a hell of a job to get Russ paid over and over and over and over again. And yet he only has one client, but he's done a lot with that one client. That's for sure. That is for sure. Bear with me 1 second. Be right back. All right. We got a couple donations here left, and we'll do a last couple of questions here, and then we'll probably put a bit of a button on this one as we're almost 6.5 hours in today. Sweep the Rockies. It takes the pressure off, Misfit. That's right. And that Rockies team is a very winnable team. That's a sweepable series. Seahawks event put up numbers like this in years. Yes, sir. Erickson, go Huskies. Go Huskies. Ethan Tech World. Thank you for the $5 donation, Ethan. Let's effing go. Mariners ate the Astros' heart. They took their souls and buried their dynasty. Nothing I want more than a Mariners World Series. I would love to see it. I really would. It would be something in my lifetime I wasn't always sure if I'd ever get a chance to see. And it seemed like you're always going to be held back, especially the last couple of years here where you had a good team, you had good young talent, you had the stadium rocking and rolling, and yet you didn't always feel like you had the ownership in on trying to get that winner to go. You had all the other parts on point. Just need that last part of the owners to step up and do their part and say, hey, you need to step forward a bit now. Everybody else is doing their part. You come forward now. And they did. You got to give them props in that. Hard as I've been on Stanton and that ownership group to go get a Naylor, to go get a Suarez, that's a move you haven't made in prior years. And those are two moves that just, whether or not their bats are what allows you to go over the top, the injection of the spirit into the team at that time. Hey, A.U. Henny's coming back in here. Oh, hey, we're adding a Josh Naylor in on this. And what that does to kind of buoy up a lineup that at times is just, struggling through, fighting through the year. And now you lengthen out the lineup. You get Robles back into gear here too at the same time. And it all might be coming together at just the perfect hour, Ethan. Let's effing go. Forward, I believe the Seahawks need to beef up the defense a little more. It would be tough. Pretty good through the first few weeks, man. Pretty good through the first few weeks. I think the thing that stands out to me as far as beefing up from my standpoint, if I was to look at this defense, say, what could this defense probably use right now? Probably a little bit more of a dynamic element rushing off the edge. A little bit more of a game-changing type ability player out there off that edge in that way. But other than that, pretty well rounded out from a team standpoint. Glenn says, it's amazing to win a blowout game when your quarterback only had 18 throws. It's like the team in all facets truly won the game. You're touching on exactly what I'm thinking with this, which is it's a 3-phase victory. Your special teams doesn't just do better than the Saints, they dominate the Saints. Your defense does a good job of locking it in from day one on this, from quarter one with the Saints, getting the ball right over to your offense and let's go. And then your offense finding consistent drives throughout the day. I don't think you punted until you were well deep into the third quarter in this football game. And that's as you say, Glenn, as you've only had 18 throws. That's as you say, Glenn, not as you say, but as I'd add in addition to that, you didn't run the ball well necessarily. It wasn't like, oh, all this stuff was so successful and that's how you went out there and dominated. If you just looked at some of the base numbers off this game, you would never come to the conclusion that it was a blowout like it was. But when you have all 3 phases working together like we were, when they're all not just doing their job, but at times dominating in their job, even beyond that, then that's how you can get to these kind of victories. Randall McDaniel, thank you for the $2 Dome Note and all of your support today as well. I appreciate you for that, Randall. M's and Hawks are both fun teams who play for each other. Amen. I mean, that's just another part that, let me add on to the Mariners first and foremost here, Randall, is that when you watch this team play, there's a spirit and an energy there, which is certainly a guy like a Julio, the joy that you see from them, that they do seem to like each other, that they do seem to be, like you say, playing for each other and playing hard. And that this is a team in the Seahawks that I think, especially when I look to like the vets on the defense, be it your Leonard Williams, DeMarcus Lawrence, Julian Love, Ernest Jones, guys that have been around the block a little bit, who understand what it's going to take, who's taken on that responsibility, and that becomes infectious through the team when you have your leaders, when you have your vets that are acting in that manner and fashion. These teams both make it, to your point, very easy to root for both of them with the guys that they put out on the field. But they're also really successful, which is just the best part of it all, isn't it, Randall? Well said on your part. And I agree, yeah. 100%, man. Cool Breeze, Mariners sweep the Dog Water Merchants. Yes, sir. It's kind of hard to win when you don't got that buzzer in your jersey, is it? Altuve. Slopey Juan still going strong, brother. We're just kind of wrapping it up here. We're getting near the end. Gibson, the coaching staff, made some adjustments in half versus Pitt and outscored Pitt 24-3 and third and fourth. Then today they looked prepared. Yes, sir. You came out that second half and you took care of business in that half. You gave them no openings or inroads. You said it's going to be ours. And today, just right from the start, it was that was the energy. Cool Breeze, win the pennant, get a bye, let Woo rest, lock in, fam. Let's go. Dragon Flame, win 2 of the next 6, and we secure the division, right? Yes, for the Mariners, Dragon Flame. Yes. Get the two on point. I think that does lock you in. Because you have the tiebreaker, you have the 3-game lead, you got the tiebreaker essentially against the Astros right now. Emawari had 4 snaps and 1 tackle for loss. He did. And this is a guy that we talked a lot about, Tory Horton, on the offensive side of the ball, and guys like myself and many others out there that were content creators that were on the scene watching this were telling you the same thing about Horton. We were also telling you the very same thing about Emawari. That this guy looks similarly equivalent in his ability right now to come in and make some tangible impact immediately. And I am expecting that from Emawari when we get back to him being healthy. I am. But represented by that 1 TFL he had on 3 plays that he's played, basically. Gibson says, Gibson's with me. He says, M's World Series is something I never expected in my lifetime. I didn't either. I thought we were always going to have some sort of stupid limitation to it. But you got as good a chance as we've seen at any time in Mariner history. And that's speaking to something, because we had a Mariner team that had Randy Johnson, A-Rod, Ken Griffey Jr., Jay Buhner, and Edgar Martinez on the roster at the same time. We had a team that won 116 games. This team might have even better position to go out there and win the World Series than those teams. Maybe didn't have as many wins as the 2001 team, but might be in a better position in the playoffs to go take the big damn thing. Jonathan Ogden, I would love a Mariner series and bring a championship to Seattle since 2014. Let's go, Justin. Let's go. Cole Breeze says, we're hot at the correct time. I think we can sustain this. I'm beyond optimistic with the AL. It's wide open. All of baseball right now, in my opinion, is kind of open this particular season. And what we know about baseball is it's one with it being such a long Major League Baseball season, it's not really the team that's had the most wins at the end of the year that's determined as the World Series winner or as the front runner necessarily. It is, to your point on that, the team that's hot at the right time of year. And the Mariners seem to be getting hot at that right time. Kieran, can I just say seeing K9 getting 2 relatively easy short yardage inside rushing touchdowns, even against a trash team, gives me a little hope for our red zone going into the future. Red zone's going to be better this year, Kieran. And I think that you got to see in this game a couple of different reasons why that's going to be the case. Number one, you mentioned about K9 and being able to run. We were running the ball pretty well in the A and the B gaps, power runs, the gap runs inside. Those things are working out well. K9 doing well within them as well. You've had some rushing touchdowns here early on in the year, kind of in those red zone situations. And then an underrated part of Sam Darnold that doesn't get a lot of credit for, Sam's actually a very good red zone quarterback. He can make some throws in the red zone with his velocity, with his reads. Some quarterbacks couldn't always make. And you had him on the go ball there to Horton down there in the end zone, in the back of the end zone on a perfectly thrown fade ball. Last week, you had A.J. Barner that he threw on a crispy little throw, a little 6-yard in-cutting route for a touchdown. That's also going to help you with the red zone efficiency numbers too as well. And I agree with you. Like you say, compared to recent years, it's been a big struggle at times in recent years. We've had issues in recent years with the turnovers down in the red zone. I think those things are going to be a little bit more eliminated this year, or majorly eliminated this year. Justin Russell hasn't been good since that injury. He's gotten older. Some quarterbacks, the age thing catches up to them faster than others. Some guys have a little bit of an elongated career where they can get an extra 5, 6, 7 years playing at a high level. Other QBs don't. And Russ just kind of went into that phase of where, the age caught up to him kind of quick a little bit. Not that he became just completely bad, but just the age caught up to him to limit him from being an elite player like, he kind of once was there. And it's tough. It's tough for him on that side of it, but that's why they always say Father Time is absolutely undefeated. Rundaz, let's not pretend that you didn't fall in love with Russ from the first time you heard him say, "Go Hawks." Oh, no. Yeah, no, it's no shade at Russ that he can't go out there and have a 20-year career in the sport. It's no shade at Russ that he hasn't had a magical career, and I do maintain Russ has done enough at this point to get himself a Hall of Fame nod. He will get that nod. Cannot be lost on just the fact that maybe it was a little bit of a rough landing at the end of things here with Russ and a couple of different teams. Doesn't overlook the fact that he had a hell of a career. Best Seattle Seahawks quarterback in your history. And he'll be revered by the fan base, I think. There'll be no second guessing on that. Now, that's saying something, I think, to a degree, too, because of the fact that oftentimes when QBs head out of town like Russell did, even if you've had the success he's had, that can still lead to some bitterment with the fan base at times, and that they don't kind of ever forgive you a bit for that. But I think the fan base will with him, and he will be universally loved when it's all said and done. And he had a hell of a career here with us, Rundas. Absolutely. Mark Sanchez, thank you for the $2 donation. Mark says, be on the next round table. Thank the Rams for Kendrick. Oh, I will. It's one of my favorite things to do with Jake, because every time I mention it, whether it be Ernest Jones or Chris Paul, or now Darian Kendrick, where you just see, if you watch Jake's face, he's very much poker face, but if you watch his face very closely when I mention that, his face kind of squishes up a little bit, and he kind of, you can kind of sense a little bit of that from him, Mark. So I always have to needle him a little bit on that one. You know what I mean? I can't help myself with that one. And I'm going to do it again this week with Kendrick. Yes. Like I keep telling him, you guys can just keep offloading your good players to us. We'll keep taking them if you want to, for free. For free. We're happy to do that if that's the direction you want to go with it. Patrick says, still got iffy on our offense, especially our run game. Not saying it's bad, but we just need to be more consistent. There's a lot of room to grow there, Patrick. In the run game especially, there's a ton of room to grow. But it's nice that when you're still working out kinks and you're still ironing out the wrinkles, that you can still be very successful offensively, that you can do what we hope they would do this offseason in this particular football game. Or though you weren't always getting touchdowns, what you were getting was consistent drives. And on the back of those consistent drives, getting consistent points. And this is how you suddenly can be led into a place where you feel like maybe, and you're right to think this, that, well, the offense still felt like there was some meat on that bone, but then at the same point in time, you haven't punted until into the depths of the third quarter. And you've been getting consistent scoring drive after consistent scoring drive. And so there is that. I think it is there. You're seeing it true on that. But it also speaks to how good of an offense it possibly can be when it hits that upside, that you've still been able to be functional without largely much of a running game up until this point. It's basically on the pass, but yet you're also still been able to pass very efficiently around that. You've been able to pass protect relatively well around that, mainly on the back of much of that having to do with Sam Darnold's quick decision-making and getting the ball out of his hand. Rendaz, his pumpkin, worked that magic from atop the cat tree today. She did what she could in her sleep. That's what she's doing. You guys don't think she's working hard right here. She's working her ass off here, okay? She's working a little orange ass off here to make these wins happen. Doing God's good work. BBB, how are you feeling about Sam Darnold and the offense and the direction of the team? I think it's all looking wonderfully great. I think it's looking best case scenario, BP. You wanted your best version of Darnold that you hope you could get coming into this year. And I think we've seen that. He's going to come out of this game, BP, as the highest rated quarterback by PFF. I know people don't want to give PFF, but like, come on. Through 3 weeks, you have the highest rated quarterback by PFF. That is absolutely at least a little bit of an indicator to how good he's playing and how efficiently he's playing. It's confirming a lot of what we thought with him on this, that he's got a bit of the Geno Smith trajectory he's taken here, where the narrative of his first stop has clicked in so hard lined over the top of him. And it confuses people and throws people off the scent of Sam of who he really is. And we saw this very same thing happen with Geno once before, and we can almost all but be convinced of it right now that this is the case. So he's playing amazingly, BP. I can't be more effusive of my praise for Sam Darnold. He's playing under control. He's playing smart. He's playing like the advanced quarterback we thought we were getting at this point in time. And he's helping us win these football games, man. He made some big time throws today. These weren't just him dink and dunking. He averages 12 yards an attempt today. That just speaks to how consistently good he was. John says, remember when Russell Wilson was at Apex in Seattle and his jersey was everywhere? I do remember that. Yes. Addison, I traveled up here to Seattle from Southern California for the game. Boy, congrats. I can tell you firsthand, the stadium was loud. 3 false starts in the first quarter. The 12s are alive and well. I think it's the most impactful I've seen the 12s in a football game at home in quite a bit of time, Addison. So props to you on getting the job done out there. You could feel like the false starts. You could feel the holding call that you got from Kelvin Banks. Definitely had a sense there to that was like, hey, they're having an impact in there today. Like that offensive line, the Saints is feeling the effect of them. And it was really cool to see because it just shows you what that stadium can be. It shows you how much you can help a defense out if you can be that loud. Hopefully we can sustain that. Hopefully we can build upon that. But thank you, Addison, for going in there and doing your job and doing it right out there. Roundtable is going to be awesome this week. Dragon Flame, Cards and Niners both look bad. Maybe the best case scenario. Maybe so. Maybe so with both on that one. Definitely this is a division we can take. It ain't going to be easy. We're going to have to fight our ass off to make it happen. We got to go on a run. We got to have a running game, lock in a little bit better. Health, hold up. A lot of things got to work in our favor to make that go, but it definitely looks like there's a crack of an opening here for us to go take it. Goldbreeze's pennant is basically spoken for. We might get a first round bye and start round 2 at home. Oh, chef's kiss. Give me a Dominic Canzone spicy meatball. I like it that a lot. Goldbreeze says, build the Robles statue yesterday. What a hell of a play in the outfield of him from the other night, huh? Coming up with a game on the line. My man covered more ground than Forrest Gump when he was running back and forth across the country, back and forth. My God, what a catch that was. Femi, that ball to JSN into triple coverage was a beautiful dime by Darnold. Boy, was it ever. And he was going to take that shot. He had it. He saw the trailing corner was a little late to get to JSN. And he's like, I'm going to put it in the right spot. And he's made some nice big-time throws. And how about JSN taking the top off the defense for a second straight week and doing it from what? The outside position. Not the slot, but the outside position. How about that? Kieran, yeah, this game was the lower bowl we've been looking for the first time in a while. Let's keep it up, Hawks fans. Let's keep it up. Let's keep it up. Let's not let other fans come in there and take that stadium over. Let's retake back this dominance, which was at one time the greatest home field advantage in all of sports. That's what this can be if it's working in our favor in this way. But it takes that kind of effort that we saw from them today. The full-throated participation of everybody in that stadium, not stuffing your face full of hot dogs and popcorn, but screaming when your defense is on the football field. Kevin says, can we go 13-2 by Christmas? Why not, Kevin? Why not us? Let me steal some of Russell Wilson's words. Why not us? Addison, JSN is a top 5 wide receiver in the league at this point. Who's with me? I'm with you. Hell, he might be a top 3 wide receiver in this league at this point. He's playing like it. We might go to the Super Bowl this year, says Justin. If we keep playing like this, you never know. Cool breeze of the Mariners go to the World Series. The Hawks' chance to go to the Super Bowl has to triple or quadruple, right? Yeah. I mean, I like to think that they don't impact each other, but okay, you're right. Statistics are statistics, The numbers don't lie, Men lie, women lie, numbers don't. That type of thing. But I think we'd all take our chances on that one. If we had the choice of it, we'd all throw those dice on the table. Addicted Brandon with Horton snaps increase, maybe Cup snaps decrease a little. I don't know if I'm in as much of a run to try to get Coop to have his snaps pulled back. You're not alone on this. Other people have mentioned it in the chat. I love what Horton's doing addicted to Hawks. I think that there's a little bit of a pull at times when you have a dynamic rookie to just keep lopping on more and more and to kind of get lost and forget the fact that they are a rookie. And that maybe instead what you want to do is fit them to a role, let them flourish in that role and not try to expand it too much in their first season. And that would be the place that I would be with Horton. Cup's doing a fine job. JSN's doing a fine job. Let him fit in there as that third wide receiver and as your number 1 punt returner. That's a role that you need. That's a role that's going to find him with plenty of touches throughout the course of the year to go out there and get out there and have his impact on the field. I also tend to think that I don't think Cup's maybe a shot as some people think he might be out there in their outlook of him. So, no, I think I'd keep it the same. But for that reason, I'm also very much a guy that's pushed in the direction of just saying, hey, with a rookie, get him to a role, carry and fit him to that role and don't expand out of it because you're going to have a chance with rookies that you can overwhelm them, give them too much. And that's where I think you might have a little bit of a danger of doing there with Tory by trying to elevate him in that way. HEG, it's bad and the fans are calling for Dart. Yeah, not a good sign. Addison, I decided to fly up for the Saints game because I wanted to come to a game I knew we'd win. I didn't want to fly home being depressed because of a loss. Hey, that's fair. I can't blame you for that. I wouldn't want to either. Kevin, nah, man, legitimately, past the Rams, I see no real competition. It's an open NFC, Kevin. It ain't the AFC, which seems a little bit stronger. You've got definitely a possibility to making the run. A lot's got to still kind of come together on this team. So it's a process getting there. It's so early in the season right now. I don't know if we could tell any story right now about any team right now in the NFL. It's a long year up and down and so many twists and turns that can be taken. But hey, man, I'm not putting cold water on it. Anything is possible. You've got the talent to get to a Super Bowl. You just need a lot of the stuff to kind of fully lock into place to make that to really go. But you got as good a chance as anybody out there. And then, like to your point, it is a wide open NFC. We're going to go ahead and put a button on this, wrap it up. I know you guys would go all night here if we could with it, but just keep in mind with me, I've got to still do the wrap-up video. That's going to take me till about 3 or 4 in the morning. We've already got about 7 hours in the books today of live streaming. So we're going to try to save yours truly's voice just a little bit on this because I'll get blasted out if I go super duper long, trying to kind of keep these down as I can. Mark Sanchez, thank you for the $5 donation and all of your support today. B, Hawks ownership needs to put an addendum for season ticket holders that they can't resell their tickets for home divisional games. Thoughts? I don't think it's going to happen, Mark. I would love to see it happen if the ownership wanted to take the most hardline stance ever that they possibly could. If they wanted to say that, hey, if you're a season ticket holder, you don't get to resell your tickets. Boom. End of story. I'd be in favor of it. Sign me up for that all day long. But there's the difference between what fans want, Mark, and then what owners want. And the thing you can't forget about with NFL ownership is that they do not want blackouts. They do not want 20,000 tickets that went unsold for this particular game. And so if you're going to mandate down that these guys can't sell these tickets and you're going to mandate this and mandate that, and you're going to restrict down the amount of tickets being moved, you risk owners not having all the tickets get sold. You risk having owners that have empty seats on their games that then show up, which the NFL does not want. So I'm with it. I'm okay with it. Sign me up for it. But if you're asking me about what is or is not going to actually happen when the rubber meets the road on this one, the NFL is not going to risk blackouts. And I think this is where this can be a very complicated issue for some people out there where they go, is it the ticket price? Is it the local Seattle area and then you have to go down to downtown and it's kind of sketchy down there? Is it the easier to watch from home experience? Is it the resellers? Is it the AI bots online that are buying that are causing this? Really, the bottom line comes down to the NFL. This could be solved if the NFL was willing to take the risk of having blackout games, willing to take the risk of there being empty seats. But the NFL is not going to do that, Mark. So that's why with this, I'm pretty hard on pushing back down and saying it's really just not going to be corrected. There's things the ownership's going to do that's going to make it look like they're taking steps to stop this through. But as you saw with week 1, Mark, after all of their talk this offseason of season ticket holders, if they do this, we're going to give them a strongly worded letter telling them that this might happen if you do this. It didn't make a dent of an impact, them putting that out. And so I get it. I understand where you're coming from. I understand the frustration that's in the fan base by seeing this, that you want to see stronger steps taken. But the bottom line on this is that this gets really simple, really quick. The NFL is not going to allow their stadium to go empty. They get only 8 games a year at home for individual teams. They're not going to allow any of those 8 games to go empty. And you have to risk that if you're going to take the hard line stance against people reselling their tickets. That's the bottom line. And so it doesn't do us, really at the end of the day on this, it's not going to do us any good to bitch and moan about this anymore because it's not getting changed. I always say with this, like, if we're going to complain about stuff, let's complain about stuff that we know we can change. On this one, it just won't change. The NFL is going to, what does the NFL care most about, Mark, at the end of the day? Money. It's why they're trying to add an 18th game when nobody is asking for an 18th game to be added. It's why they added a 17th game when nobody's asking for a 17th game added. It's why they added an extra Thursday night game when nobody was saying, hey, I want my team to play 2 Thursday night games in a year. Nobody was asking for that. Nobody really even likes Thursday night games all that much because the product is so usually pretty bad. But we know a thing about the NFL, the almighty dollar is what rules all. And that's not going to change tomorrow or anytime soon. And they're not going to take that risk of having those tickets go empty. So I wish it wasn't the case, Mark. I wish I could give you a rosier portrait for the future on this one. But all the big talk by the ownership is kind of big, empty talk. They're not going to do anything about it because it's not a Seattle problem. We may be facing it as much as anybody else out there with the resale side of it, but it's an NFL-wide problem. Because think about that. Do you want to go to, let's say, a Carolina team that ends up winning 4 or 5 games for the past 5-6 years? Now, do you want to remove their ability to sell tickets so that you get back into, let's say, games into late November and they're out of the playoff hunt? And now an opposition's fan base might come in there like a Tampa Bay to buy those tickets, but you're going to restrict that. So you're going to have those tickets go empty. So you're going to have this game maybe blacked out of the local area. You're not going to do that. So I get the frustration, but it's not changing. It's not moving. There's no answers to be had on this. The ticket price being as high as they are is going to put a financial impediment or put a financial motivation in place for people to resell the tickets. There's just no way around it. I wish there was, but there's not. And I've given this a lot of thought. I've looked deep into it. There's no way around to this. Flat out. It is what it is. Kind of on that. I wish I could be brighter. I don't mean to be glass half full for you on this one, Mark. I really wish I could, but it's one where just the NFL cares about what they care about. I mean, this is why, for instance, they don't care about the Madden franchise being crap every year. Why don't you guys care about this game that everybody seems to hate? That's the one license that you hand out for a video game company to make a license of your players. We don't care. They're paying us this money. That's all we care about. That's kind of also the bad part, Mark, about them being so high in the hog, is that you can make mistakes at kind of every turn and it kind of doesn't matter. Like, they're going to still watch. But Mark, you're awesome, brother. Well, applause here from Mark. He's dropped a ton of donos today. You're awesome for that, Mark, as well. Being a member of the channel, man. Thank you for all of you done. I think you dropped a big old 20 earlier too as well. Appreciate you. Kevin, what's up with the no run game today? You ain't running the ball well. You ain't creating holes. There's no holes to be had. It's just quite simply down to Kevin O'Connell. You don't have the offensive line to create the holes right now. Maybe it improves as the year goes along. Maybe it gets better as they understand Kubiak's system better, but it's not good right now. Darnold just that confident. He's just that confident. And this is the confidence that you gain when you've put in that hard work. We saw the same thing with Geno Smith when he came in for that first stop with Seattle. He didn't walk in that first game like the moment was too big for him. He didn't walk in that game like rookie Geno Smith with the New York Jets. He walked into that game like, I've been putting in work for 7-8 years solid in the background. I am ready for this opportunity. And that's the same feeling that you get from Sam Darnold. Sean Edwards, thanks for your excellent Seahawks and bonus M's coverage. Absolutely my pleasure, Sean. Appreciate you. VG Mark, does this special teams play mean more of Harbaugh figuring it out, or is it more of the players just performing well in a bad scheme? No, I think it's Harbaugh figuring things out. I think he's improving. I think that he's making this happen. I don't think it's just the players performing well. I think he made a lot of what happen today for your Seahawks as far as the special teams results go. I mean, Horton can be a bit of a monster in his ability to just get it done as a punt returner. He did that in college, so he's kind of just got that in him. But you blocked it up great. You made the block punt kind of happen by how you drove that. And Harbaugh's been excellent. He's got these guys well coached. He's got them prepared. I think you feel it, VG Mark, on George Holani hustling his ass off to get down there and recover that ball. That's a guy that knows what's going on in that moment to get down and go jump on that ball, So he's got him on the details right now. And that block punt, I'm kind of convinced that he sort of made that happen by setting them up to change protections there to give your guy a free rusher. If you watch that block punt, VG Mark, it's very inoften that you're going to have the edge rusher on a punt block unit come completely free. Because that's kind of almost the worst place that you can just about allow a guy free run because the punter can't see it coming. But you did that because you had made them change the protections on the front side of that. So they're just playing that well. Brandon says, well, damn, because I just care. Hell of a game. You just got here. You just walking in 7 hours in, Brandon. Let's carry this momentum into a roughed up Arizona team. Go Hawks. Glad I get to S-Talk S on the roundtable. Yippee. The roundtable is going to be fun this week, folks. Tune in Tuesday, 6 o'clock Pacific Standard Time. You can catch me over there on the roundtable. But it's going to be a hell of a week here, Brandon. Hell of a week. And we got a short turnaround to Thursday night. Addison's Thursday nights are usually bad because of two things. One, bad matchups, and two, less recovery time for players. Yes and yes. And maybe the recovery time is the part that you get the benefit of because you didn't have to quite go as maybe hard in this game. You'll be a little sore. Everybody will be a little sore, but maybe not quite as sore as the Arizona Cardinals. Have a good night, Justin. Cool breeze. Real glad my free Dixon rally got out. Boy, protective hiding. I was advocating for a third down punt to make sure he's in the building to get him at reps. I was joking earlier, Cool Breeze. He was 5 deep on the Mai Tais by the time you called him out to punt. He was chilling today. Chris, when was the last time Seattle sports fans had a weekend like this? I don't know, man. It's been a while. We've had to go through some bad sporting years, or if we get one good team, that's all we get is just one. It's been a rough road. We've had to earn our way to this one. Donnie, you have a good one, man. Have a great night. First week of autumn's been a nice week of autumn at that, hasn't it, Donnie? Go Hawks and go Mariners and go Dogs. Go everybody. Go everybody. Phoebe says, at least we know Mike McDonald doesn't do Nepo hires. We just got to trust the process from now on. Amen, man. No more Nepo hire talk here with Jay with him coaching the UNUP up like that. Very impressive. Rendaz, Hawks need to get Cup in the end zone Thursday night. I'd love to see it, man. I would love to see it. And he played a hell of a game last week for us, man. Go back watching the All-22. He made some tough catches, big time for us on third down, especially with what he does after the catch, which is kind of underrated a little bit, what he can bring on that side of it. But Cup's providing a helpful tool to this offense. He's going to make his impact as the year goes along as well. That's for sure. Let's see if we can keep the momentum going. As HHG said, maybe we can drop 50 on the Cardinals. And boy, when you last time were dancing around the 50-burger point, you dropped a 58-0 game on the Arizona Cardinals. And I think you came back the very next week and took down the Buffalo Bills like 52-3 or something like that. So maybe the Seattle Seahawks can do somewhat of the same thing here now this upcoming week against the Arizona Cardinals, but a big-time win for Seattle in this one. You should have taken care of Saints. Yeah, this is a game you should handle. 100%. But at the end of the day, this is football any given Sunday, and that's a desperate Saints team that's coming in there that's looking to try to claw out their first victory of the year. They weren't just going to lay over for you. You were going to have to go take this game. And I just felt like your team, all three phases, all 53 men to the roster on this on the active roster from today, came out there and they gave you that spirit of, we're going to go take this game. We're going to go dominate this. And if you want to go be a great team, you should dominate those weaklings of the NFL. You shouldn't let those teams kind of hang around you, especially when you're at home, especially when you have the full-throated crowd at your back. And the Seattle Seahawks did not do so today. They did not let them stand in and they said, we're going to put you down from the jump and put you away. And that was a great thing to see. So revel in this win, Seahawks fans. Revel in this weekend from Seahawks sports as your Mariners seem to take hold of this division and be ready to make their biggest, best push in their 50-year history to go in and get in a World Series. We don't get weekends like this all the time. Dogs out there beating WSU in the Apple Cup. This is not an everyday normal weekend that you get in Seattle sports. We got to earn our awesome weekends, our double ups, if you were. But I'm going to savor it all the much more because of that. Huge wins today from both of the two franchises and both of the two different sports. We'll see if our Seahawks can continue to bring this together as the season goes along. Be willing to dream big. I don't know where this season's going to exactly go. I don't know how this is all going to round out when it's all said and done. But your Seahawks got a chance. It's a good team. It's got a lot of good parts to it that you can feel all over the place on this team that can come together in the right fashion and turn itself into a great, great football team for the 2025 season. It's going to be fun covering this with you and seeing where this final form takes. We will be covering the Mariners playoff action here on this channel as long as it doesn't overlap with football content on that side of it. So hope you're strapped in for more Brandon here, as it does look like our Mariners are due to go into the playoffs. We crossed 20,000 subscribers today. So thank you to all of the folks who helped us get over the other side of the subscriber count on it. You are awesome for everybody who's done all of that to get us there. I really appreciate it. It's been a big goal of this channel to get up over that 20,000 mark. So you helping us get there is a big, big, big deal. Thank you too, as all of the donations from stem to stern on this on the channel. We had a bunch of $20 donations in there after we got past 20K. I really appreciate all of you guys do from a support standpoint on this. The many members, the patrons on this channel, you guys help make this thing go with the donations, and I really, really thank you for it. We got a quick turnaround this week. Tuesday, we got Roundtable. Tuesday, we're going to be also doing a Behind Enemy Lines session with Mike of Arizona Sports, seeing how he's feeling about his Cards. We're going to get an update on where their injury situation is at, James Conner and what's going on with him. And it sounds like he's going to be out this upcoming week. So a lot loaded up here this week to just keep kicking it off. We'll have the B&B show in on Wednesday in addition to that. Hopefully you guys are ready. And then we got the Seahawks Syndicate on Wednesday as well this week. So double up shows on Tuesday, double up shows on Wednesday. And then we got ourselves Thursday night football. I hope you're ready. I hope you're locked in. I hope you've made some hopeful peace in your heart with the fact that you're not waiting a year out. Maybe you were sitting there when Sam Darnold was signed. Maybe you were sitting there when DK was traded. Maybe you were sitting there when Geno Smith was traded. Maybe you were sitting there when Cooper Kupp was being signed. He's receiver washed, and we're giving up our great dynamic receiver, and Geno is so awesome for us, and you're letting him go. And for Sam, I see Ghost I am. Darnold, what are we doing? No. Hopefully now you're starting to be convinced. Hopefully you're starting to now see the plan materializing in front of you and understanding why they took the steps they've took, and understanding as well, not just why they took the steps they took, but that there might have just been a little bit of intelligence behind them at the same bloody time. And hopefully then within that, you're dreaming big and you're not ever forgetting and you're not ever overlooking and you're not looking off into the future, into 2026 going, I'm going to be a patient Hawk fan. I don't want you to be patient. I want you impatient. I want you on the edge of your seat. I want you demanding today, now, let's go. So lock it in, Hawk fans. You ain't having to wait a year out. Our time may be just right now. Get ready to go. But don't you ever forget. Don't you ever forget. You better not forget. This team's getting ready to make some noise. Lock it in and get ready. And never forget. Go Hawks.